Recording in progress.
Good morning, colleagues. Morning, everybody. Honorable members.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, morning.
My chairperson, good morning, colleagues.
Morning. Yeah, it does look like we do have a good quorum. And so we should be able to start at this point. I think we have a good quorum. It's 9 o'clock. So I'd like us to start the meeting. So good morning. May I declare this meeting open and request that we take an opportunity for a silent prayer or meditation. Thank you, members. You are allowed to open your screen so we can see you when we start, just to be sure we're all here, but we don't need to keep the screens on. So those who are in a position to. Morning, Honorable Saints. Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable
you, sir.
Marina, how are you?
Good, Chairperson. How are you?
Morning,
colleagues.
I can't even hear you.
Rural Eastern Cape, we have signal and rain.
Oh, good, good. Honorable Tingswai.
Yeah, Chair. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine, thank you. Are the other
Thanks a lot.
members too shy to show their face this morning? Honorable Saint.
Chairperson, greet me also so like as the
Yes,
others.
Honorable.
Also say hello, Honorable Van Veek.
Honorable Van Veek, how are you?
Thank you, my Chair. I'm good
Welcome.
at yourself. Thank you.
Wonderful. Honorable Ndamase, good morning. You are muted so much, we can only see your lips move.
Morning, Chair. Morning and the meeting at last.
Morning. Now let's see now who else is here. Honorable Deputy Minister, we can see your name there. And Honorable DGs, I can see their names. Honorable Tireko, good morning. All right. Ow. Bulawayo. Woche. Minister, good morning. How are you?
I'm good, Kabazela, and good morning to all honorable members, deputy ministers, and colleagues.
Thank you so much. So thank you very much. You are muted, Deputy Minister Tau.
No, saying as well, good morning to you, members of the committee, and morning to Bulawayo as well.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mkalipi, how are you? Tumbeza.
I'm fine, Chair. I'm fine, Kapazela. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Minister.
Morning. All right, I think we should start. Shireen, please please put the agenda on the screen so we could start. You know, these virtual meetings are good, but they're not as good as physical, not at all. It's very difficult to just look at the screen and feel that you've got a meeting. That's why it's nice to show each other's face in the meantime. Shireen, are we able to get? Thank you very much. Honorable members, you will notice we have amended the agenda. I did explain to the members how we came to amend the agenda. We were supposed to have had the Gauteng team, the MEC and the MM and the mayor of the city of Johannesburg, but they have since submitted the reports, and therefore we think we need to interact with those reports, and then we can have them for an engagement later. So we are now going to move straight to the minister, report by minister. I think it gives us more time. And then item 3 would be the briefing by the departments. But if you go back to the opening and welcome, I'd like us to table some apologies, Shirin. Thank you very much, colleagues. You will see on the screen there's a letter from Minister of Finance, Minister Kotungwane. Just push it up a bit so the members can read whilst I talk around it. Thank you. Now, this letter was sent to us by Minister because we wanted Minister to be here when we talk about the issues around the disaster allocations for disaster. So the Minister has sent this letter to indicate that since we asked the Minister sometime last year about the allocation to the one province and not to the rest of the provinces, then he couldn't attend the first meeting. He has then since indicated that he's done some work using the DPSA to assess, to do the assessments for disaster management, and therefore the budget will have these issues attended to. So some of the work is incomplete. He wants to come back in May to talk to us about this matter. The members should note the apology, but then you are free to comment on the substance on the matter. That's why I wanted you to read the letter. But having said so, we are then saying that the Minister of Finance will not be with us. Let's go back to the agenda. Thank you. If any members wanted to comment about this letter, it will be in the context of the whole presentation around the issues of disaster management. We won't have a comment straight ahead on this matter. We'll just note it for now. So we then have a number of issues which the Minister is prepared to share with the committee. At this point, therefore, let me then say thank you very much, Minister, for coming to give us this presentation. I would like to invite the Minister to take us through the presentation, and you're free to do your slides and everything. As we move on, you will just do one after the other. Once we are done, we'll come back to the discussion, but we'll allow the Minister to take us through everything that the Minister has prepared. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Bulawayo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair Kabazela, and greetings to all honorable members of the portfolio, the support team of the portfolio, the Deputy Minister, Dr. Dixon Masemula, the DGs, CEO, all senior managers in their respective categories of the department, Honorable Chair and honorable members, on behalf of the Ministry, the DGs are in the platform and ready with relevant personnel to table the responses or reports in all the 4 items that appear in the agenda. It is therefore my pleasure to request the DG Changana first to start with the first item. He will allocate to a relevant person and we will be available as the leadership of the ministry, especially during engagement, to engage on issues. But indeed, we are happy to get this opportunity to give a feedback on a number of issues. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would think it's not going to be necessary to do introductions because all members from the ministry are seen in terms of the attendance in this call. DG Changana, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Good morning to you, Chair, Honorable Chair, and good morning to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. The work that you are going to present to you is a collaborative effort between ourselves and the Department of Small Business. As you know, the Cabinet established an advisory committee, a multidisciplinary advisory committee made up of ministers from a number of departments, and that Ministerial Advisory Committee is co-chaired by the Minister of Copta and the Minister of Health. It has done some work and it's been reporting to Cabinet regularly. The last report served in Cabinet last week. Without wasting time, perhaps it's important to state as well that NetJoins is also represented in the Multidisciplinary Advisory Committee. They have done some work and reported regularly to the committee. I'm not going to waste time so that members can have enough time to engage with the presentation. I'm going to ask Mr. Rabutata to take us through the presentation. Vin.
Thank you very much, DG. Good morning to you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to our Minister and Deputy Ministers and all the honorable members on the call. Chair, we have prepared a very short presentation that essentially provides progress on the registration of Spaza shops and other food handling outlets. It will reflect on some of the interventions that have been made to curb foodborne illnesses. Chair, can I check if the presentation is flighted on your screen?
Not yet. It's not showing yet. Please try.
I think that we're given rights to the flight. If we could be given rights.
Shireen, could you assist? Let's get the sharing rights. We can see it now. Thank you very much. Proceed.
Okay, I can go to the second slide. In this slide here, we are basically reflecting the structure of our presentation. Essentially, is it moving on your side, Chair?
It's not moving on.
We're seeing one slide, but we can see the others on the side. Just try and press. I think it's the wrong button you're touching. You have to get your cursor onto the slides on the side and then press the downward thing. It will start moving.
We are now on slide number 3. Is it reflecting on your screen? It's not.
This is slide number 1.
Apologies, Chair, just a moment.
Yeah, we've moved to slide 2 now.
Is it clear?
It would appear that there is a slight delay, Chair, but let me proceed. We'll see how it goes. But please just inform me if the presentation is not moving.
Okay, may I ask the members if they can just look at their own slides and then let's see if it works now. Try once more. No, members, let's look at our own slides and then we allow the presentation to proceed. Thank you.
State which page you are at.
We are now on slide number 2.
We'll catch up when you are ready, but in the meantime, we'll have a look at our own.
Okay. We're basically reflecting on the outline of the presentation on slide number 2. If you can go to slide number 3. So, Chair, we are here essentially to present to the Portfolio Committee a progress report on the status of the registration of Spaza, on the registration of Spaza shops and other food handling outlets, but most importantly, the interventions that have been made through net joints to curb foodborne illnesses. And the last part of our presentation will deal with an action plan that will be implemented post the registration of Spaza shop. On slide number 4, we highlight the key milestones and we indicate that on the 7th of November, the Ministry of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs published a standard draft bylaw on township economies. And this bylaw was essentially to facilitate inclusive spatial and economic development. This was followed by the address by the President on the 15th of November, where he made a pronouncement relating to matters on foodborne illnesses. And in his address, the President noted that Cabinet had resolved on 3 interventions, namely getting hazardous pesticides off the streets, protecting children from exposure to hazardous substances, and lastly on preventing future outbreaks. On the 18th of November, the foodborne illnesses were classified as a national disaster in terms of Section 23 of the National Disaster Management Act.
Sorry, for ease of movement, please just call the slide as you move to the next one so you can carry your members along.
Okay, we are still on slide number 4, Chair.
That's fine.
On the 28th of February, 28th February marked the end of the extended business license registration period for all Spaza shops and other food handling outlets to register with their municipalities. And the report, as I indicated, will reflect on how many Spaza shops would have been registered on the 28th of February and how many Spaza shops and other food handling outlets would have been approved at the end of February. But the most important point to note, Chair, is that to effectively manage and coordinate the response to this crisis, net joints, as the DG had already indicated, had established 7 work streams that dealt with public health, legislation, enforcement, economic, social, communications, and threat assessments. If we can go to slide number 5, here we indicate that to effectively strengthen the coordination of this work, Cabinet had established an integrated multidisciplinary task team on foodborne illnesses. This task team was chaired by Ministers of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Health. This team received and discussed the reports from the net joints, which reports were submitted by the Department of Cooperative Governance and Small Business, and focused on actions implemented to curb foodborne illnesses. Net joints developed a series of recommendations which are outlined in the report that is attached to this particular presentation. Chair, the work on the registration of Spaza shops and other food handling outlets included interventions to curb foodborne illnesses, and this was coordinated at three levels: net joints, prof joints, and district joints. We also indicate that all metros and local municipalities representing 230 municipalities provided business registration services, and registration centers were spread across the country. 62, which represented 29% of municipalities, had digital business registration systems. If we can move to slide number 6, and in this slide, we're essentially reflecting on the number of applications received per province and the number of applications that were approved in the different provinces. I think the important point to note, Chair, is that you would see that the highest number of applications were received in 2 provinces, namely KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. And we indicate that out of the 87,407 applications that were received from the 1st of July 2024 to 28 February 2025, 23,000 applications were approved. And of the 23,000 applications approved, 13,448 approvals were made prior to the presidential announcement, whilst 9,624 approvals were made post the 15th of November 2025. Of the 23,000 applications approved.
You mean 2024? November 2024.
2024. Apologies for that type. Of the 23,000 applications that were approved, Chair, foreign nationals, which represented 13% of the total applications approved. If we could move to slide number 7. In this slide, we are reflecting on some of the issues that were identified during the site visits that were conducted by the Department of Small Business Development and net joints, which affected business registration and approval. And we indicate those challenges. The first had to do with the delays in verifying documentation submitted by foreign nationals. Secondly, lengthy processes with regard to obtaining certificates of acceptability. There were issues around limited use of electronic systems in municipalities for registration. It was also indicated that there were more foreign nationals owning Spaza shops than locals. Issues relating to zoning of businesses operating on residential houses, and lastly, lengthy processes with regard to business approval. We also indicate in the slide, Chair, that 127 municipalities out of the 213 municipalities that were expected to adopt the standard draft bylaw for township economies adopted this township, this SDBs for township economies, which represented 60%. We also indicate that 61 municipalities have indicated that council approvals were sought and are in the process of public participation. 13 municipalities indicated that they will not be adopting the standard draft bylaw simply because they've got their own bylaws which deal with matters that are covered in the standard draft bylaw. 12 municipalities in Limpopo and Western Cape did not provide data. However, 5 of these indicated that they had existing bylaws. We further indicate that a 500 million Spaza shop support fund has been established to support township convenience shops. If we can go to the next slide. Page number 8. We indicate that the Department of Small Business Development has already recruited 52 business registration officers on a 6-month contract. These officers have been assigned to each district and metro in the country, and also they have they've recruited 9 assistant directors, which will oversee and supervise the business regulation officers that have been placed in the various district and metros. The department is also introducing a system called DSB Connect, which essentially will serve as a platform to support township businesses in South Africa by offering a range of services, including providing a comprehensive database, verification services, and strategic network opportunities. This system was expected to be launched officially on the 17th of March. DCOC has also committed to mobilize about 100,000 community works program participants to undertake in the cleanup campaign across all provinces. And we indicate that to date, several cleanup campaigns have been conducted in KwaZulu-Natal and Mpumalanga provinces. The Department of Health has submitted a request to the National Treasury for funding to appoint environmental health practitioners. If we could go to page 9, and in page 9, Chair, we simply set out an implementation plan. And in this implementation, we identify a number of key interventions, and I'm quickly going to run through them. This includes what happened. Firstly, the closure of Spaza shops implicated in the death of children. This responsibility will be undertaken by the Department of Health, assisted by Small Business, DCOC, Department of Agriculture, and municipalities. So this is ongoing work that will continue, coordinated by NAJOINS. The work on the registration and databasing of food handling businesses will continue. Investigations, arrest, and prosecution of offenders, this work will continue. The deployment of multidisciplinary enforcement teams, this work will continue under the auspices of the NAJOINS. Protection of children from exposure to harmful substances. This work will also continue, led by the Department of Basic Education. We will also continue work on the strengthening of regulations, protocols on traceability, repackaging, destruction, and sale of pesticides. The President will deploy DDM political champions to coordinate all efforts at district and metro level, and the enforcement of the bylaws relating to business licenses will continue, and this work will be led by municipalities. The work on the deployment of business regulations, regulation officers, as I've already indicated, has started by the Department of Small Business and Development. The Department of Small Businesses Development will deploy the DSBD Connect. The fund, the 500,000 fund will be rolled out, as I indicated, from March, and the cleanup campaign will be ramped up. This work will be coordinated by DFFE, DCOC, and municipalities. The deployment of environmental health practitioners This will be ongoing work, as I indicated earlier. Submission has been made to the National Treasury by the Department of Health. There will be work on training of officials and monitoring of compliance on food safety and quality assurance. There's work that is going to be done on the management of the national hotline to receive tip-off on the sale of expired foodstuffs. We'll continue to monitor the compliance of the revised tax shop guidelines and National School Nutrition Program for food handling standards. So that basically, Chair, represents the implementation plan containing actions post the closing date on the 28th of February. The next slide, Chair, is on the recommendations. And we indicate that we would like the Portfolio Committee to note the contents of the presentation and the report on the registration of Spaza shops and other food handling outlets, but most importantly, the interventions outlined in the action plans to deal with this matter. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. Is DGO Minister wishing to add anything before we start comments?
Thank you very much, Chair. We've covered everything on our side. I will hand back to the Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair Kabazela and honorable members. The presentation covered everything. We can only respond during discussion. Honorable Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister, DG, and your team. There we are, members. We have this presentation. Well, obviously, our concerns earlier had more to do with the deaths of children and the unsafe conditions under which some of the food substances were dispensed. Very tragic and completely unnecessary and avoidable. But I hope we will, going forward, ensure that this doesn't again occur. Having said so, I would like the members to engage, and whilst I'm waiting for their hands, let me then say that we would be very interested. Under what conditions do you get foreign nationals to actually qualify to run a Spaza shop in any village or township? What are these conditions that allow foreign nationals to be able to own and operate Spaza shops? The numbers of applications that you have received from foreign nationals is worrying. It's not clear why we have that situation. I think maybe once we clarify, we'll understand it better. Let me not elaborate further. Then the other concern relates to the bylaws. You have an overriding kind of guiding bylaws that should guide everyone. I think we need to have a sense whether there is a complete alignment with what's happening at local levels. I'm not sure if in the course of this, we're going to find that there are different entry criteria that will make the situation to become something else, whereas this overall guiding regulation would have been able to help us to say, can we monitor and know exactly what is it that is actually expected of any licensing process at a local level. So I think it would be good to give us a good sense of that situation. The other concern that when you look at the media, and we get a lot of people commenting, particularly some of the township Spaza shop owners. There's been a complaint about the registration criteria being almost impossible to meet for an ordinary, Madlamini who runs a Spaza shop at Maqeleni somewhere. The issue being that the forms are not as user-friendly, and secondly, obviously, the issue of access to ICT becomes a bit of a limitation, and the requirements for registration, the plans for the structure, and so on. I'm not saying it's unnecessary. I'm saying they were operating without that, and therefore we begin to have a very difficult selection process that allows some and to be able to register and others not being able to do that. So I'd like you to comment on that, because it looked from a distance that you have a problem of people who may find this whole process even more problematic than they would have been able to understand all along. So that becomes another question. And so what are your deadlines like? Do you have a backlog, or you have a huge number? Are we going to be able to register as many as we need to register, or how is it going to turn out? So I think we need to get a sense more on those particular aspects. I've got two hands now, Honorable Marina van Zyl, then followed by Honorable Mthethwa. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister, also the DM, also the DG and his compliment from the administration side. I've already greeted the colleagues. Chairperson, just quickly there was one slide that spoke to how many applications the department had received, and it spoke to 87,407, but it's estimated that there's about 150,000 Spaza shops in South Africa. So this means that half of the Spaza shops has not applied, has not registered, has not been detected. I'd like to know from the department where these missing roughly 60,000 Spaza shops are. What's happening to them? Have they been closed down? If they've not registered? So yeah, what has happened with the missing 60,000? Thank you.
Greetings, Chair. Can I speak?
Yes, proceed, please.
Oh, yes. Greetings, Chair, and greetings to the Minister and Deputy Minister and senior officials of the department and fellow committee members. What I'm seeing here, based on the presentation, this thing is exposing the fault line, especially the portfolio community and the department in this case. The matter is shifting from the death of kids who died under suspicion of what they may have consumed, which may be toxins in the food, which then challenges the Department of Small Business. On the other hand, the health standards in the shops that are operating in the townships. But I would like us also, after having worked with these departments, to zoom into the other goods that are coming from outside the country. There are shipping containers in the township and in the rural areas where I'm coming from. You sleep one day, you wake up, there is a container in a yard in the neighborhood, and unknown where is it coming from, who was shipping it. The next thing, there's a shop. And I can confirm that most of our foreign nationals, they sleep inside those containers where our people end up buying. So there is also cross-contamination that happens where a human settlement which happens to be a shop as well. It's another area that we need to zoom into. But this is exposing that we are living in two economies, where those that are affected by these toxins are those who don't have the luxury to avoid anything that is contaminated, because that's the only option you are sitting with. Two, there is also a problem at the business retail sector. This type of food, which is called sell by date. The sell by date, which is numbered on the food, it gets reintroduced back into these foreign national stores. When you buy a bottle of mayonnaise, you can see it is already expired or it's gone beyond the sell-by date, but it is there in the shelves. And our people, those who are earning social grants, during the payday, they go into those shops because it's like affordable and they buy, and they have no option because that's the only thing they can do. So when we talk about health inspectors, we need to zoom into that, because in this shop right at home in Utrecht, where I'm coming from, this is happening. And we see it every day. You can find all their shops. They are selling food that has gone beyond the sell-by date. And then in the retail sector, this is caused by the fact that when a stock is not sold out by the retailer, then that stock, according to the insurance, it's not allowed to be sold within the radius of the South African borders. So they then have a strategy to say that food must go to the SADC region in the other African countries, but they are not allowed to sell here. But it is now proven that stock remains in South Africa, somehow get redirected, and it finds its way to the township and in the rural areas. And it is true. So if we can strengthen the Home Affairs is also the one that is legitimizing the entry and the access of the foreign national, especially the Chinese descent, Bangladesh, Somalians, and so on. Those are the ones that we're sitting with in the township, in the rural areas, and it is where this thing is happening. You don't see where they are staying. When the day is over, they close the shop, and when you check behind the shelves, this is where they are also selling. Specifically at home, you find a pharmacy that they have taken over. Next to, adjacent to that pharmacy, is a fish and chips shop. And then the smell of all the chips goes into the pharmacy, and these guys are selling even a scheduled medication, which they don't have authorization to do that, but they're selling and prescribing to people because there is an old lady that used to work when the shop was run by a white man, and then white men sell it to these foreign national. Now this old lady is the one that is prescribing scheduled medicine, because these foreign national don't even know anything that has to do with pharmaceuticals. And this old lady is now the one, based on experience, having worked there for a long time. She is the one now who tells you, now, if you are sick, take this medicine. And it's very bad. So this thing is serious. I know it from back home. So can we stand up and address it? But also let's address the economy. Let's unbundle the economy. The economy is bottlenecked and is deliberately done, that South African nationals are not allowed to have an entry in the economy. The foreign nationals, they bring money from their countries. Chinese nationals, they get given money. Your Middle Eastern, your Bangladesh, your Indian descent, they get money from their countries of origin to establish in South Africa. And the South African retail sector allows them to buy, because they buy in bulk, which is good business for them. But also they go for this sell-by-date type of food, and they sell it to our people. So it is a cutthroat industry network of foreign national colluding with our national retail store owners and wholesalers, because it's about business, and our people are on the receiving end of all of this. Thank you.
We have Honorable Sompa. Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Of Sompa Masiu, followed by Direko, and then Honorable Kalipi, and then Honorable Van Veek. Please proceed, Sompa.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and the officials, members of the committee. I'm not going to repeat what Honorable Tato just said because he nailed most of the issues that I wanted to raise. But I want to check with the Minister and the team because I am worried about three things. One, are we not suffocating our South African people in terms of one? They've not been doing well in terms of Spaza shops because most of our Black people were buying from the foreigners. Now, in terms of, I was watching the news, so another old man, a Black man from KZN, was saying, but what is South Africa is doing to us is not fair. We are staying in this country. The regulations that they have put, all the things that they want us to do, some of us, we cannot afford to do those things at the closing time that they're giving us because we don't have money. But the foreigners, because they have been, people have been supporting them, they have money to do all those things. So I'm asking, what are we do? What is the ministry, the minister and the team saying about that category of our people, especially the South Africans who are owning the Spaza shops? Second is the foreigners. The foreigners, most of them, they are not compliant. They do not comply. I can tell you, if we can do a thorough investigation on all the applications that has been done, most of them, they have still used our own people to apply for them. So what are you saying about those people? Because there are a lot of people that I've picked up, even where the area I'm staying, that these people give them money to say, go and apply for me and tell them whatever they want to tell them. So what I want to know, the approval, the process of approval, are you approving simply because the document say, tick, 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 this person have complied with whatever that you want? Or are you saying you went and do in thorough investigation because before you can give the final saying that approval to say this person can operate and use these things? Why I'm saying, and the second, on top of the foreigners are not paying tax. Most of them, they are shipping their money. They've got a connection through the harbors. They don't put their money through the bank. So what I want to know, at the Department of SARS, what is the process, and even in Home Affairs, what are the procedures that you have taken in terms of making sure that that money does not go out of South Africa because they're not paying our taxes? And our people, they are forced to pay tax because they are South Africans. But these ones, they are not paying tax because they are shipping their money. Their money is not going through the banks. So what is the strategy, or what are you going to use or verify in terms of that process? Lastly, is the issue that Honorable Teta said about the issues, these people, the foreigners, they are manufacturing because for this issue to be raised, to come out, is the death of those kids. Because if it was not because of the death, it could be South Africa as usual, moving on. Now, these people, they are continuing manufacturing their own cokes, manufacturing their own sweets, manufacturing their own spices and grandpas and whatever. What are we going to use? What mechanism is it going to be used to verify that these people are buying from the companies that are complying with the products that they will be using, that they will be selling in their tax shops? I want to know about that. What is the process, or how is the department going to verify to say this stock? Because I know it's not going to be possible. There are many businesses, and as I see, even the staff is not enough to make sure that each and every place or each and every tax shop we've got 3 or 4 people that are monitoring that area. It's not going to be possible because we don't have enough resources or manpower to make sure that we hire people. You'll be hiring people to make all those things. Lastly, Chair, I went to ShopRite because I can see that the focus area is in the Spaza shops. I went to ShopRite. I was at home in Northwest. I went to buy grocery. Then I left. I went to Cape Town. When I come back, I tried to bake. I see that this flour is old. It's expired because in Enali, it's got these small insects that are roving around. And now I lost the sleep. I bought it a month ago. I don't know where the sleep, but I know that I make the grocery shop right. What are we focusing only on the Spazas or these big shops, retailers like ShopRite, and because they are doing the same thing that these people are doing. If the food have expired, they've got a way of making the ink. Some of us, because after that I became cautious. Then I will ask them, why is this does not show the expiring date? And they will say, no, it's fade away because of we pack them, and then I don't buy it because I know already they've got a way of making sure that they don't want to lose that money. What are we saying about those retailers that are selling expired? Because our people, especially when it's month end or it's the SASA time, grants time, people, the shops are packed. You can't have time to look each and every product that you want to buy and check the expiring date. What are we saying about them? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. My network is very bad where I am. Can I please switch off the video?
Yes, that's fine. You can save your signal
Chair,
for
mine
the
is an
voice.
greetings, colleagues. Chair, mine is to emphasize on what Honorable Sompa has just said now. There has been allegation of Spaza shop fronting. We have seen in different social media platforms where there were videos circulating of South Africans being alleged to register Spaza shops on behalf of foreigners. So should that be true, how is the department addressing the matter? And secondly, Chair, I believe that as much as we are re-registering the Spaza shop, we are treating the symptoms, but we need to go to the root cause of the challenge. And that goes back to the municipality. How is the municipality ensuring that our bylaws are implemented? Because if the bylaws were implemented, we could have not found ourselves in this situation that we find ourselves in currently. And secondly, the District Development, Health and Safety Department. How effective is our district department in terms of environmental health and safety? So I also want the department to give us a plan as to, after registering this Spaza shop, how are we going to ensure that they comply? How are we beefing up our municipalities to ensure that everyone that is operating or doing business in our area are complying to the environmental health and safety? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Danko,
Honorable
Chairperson.
Direko.
Oh, it's not me.
Honorable Mkhalip, you are next, and then Honorable Honorable Saint Van Wyk, your hand is down. Are you done? So if you're still up, you will come. Please, Honorable Mkhalip.
Yes, Chair, still up, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Mkhalip
Okay.
first.
All right. Thanks, Chair. No, I think, Chair, I echo some of the sentiments from my colleagues, Sompa and Honorable Mthethwa. One, the presentation does not tell us what happened to those issues that prompted this kind of processes that is embarked by the department. Our children and our learners was killed because of the expired goods. So we need to start from there. After those kids have died, who was held responsible? Who was arrested? What happened? The details of that part, in order for us to know what the department intervention is it because that's what happened? That is one. Secondly, Chair, I think this meeting, as much as we are appreciating that the department is updating us through the minister on this issue, but I think we need to have a meeting with Home Affairs, which is the custodian of Immigration Act. We need to have a meeting also with the Department of Health, because the issues that are raised by Honorable Mthethwa, Honorable Sompa, Honorable Direko, it also needs the Department of Health. I concur with them. So now, receiving this presentation is well and good, but it does not help us. because as Honorable Sompa was saying, we saw even on the videos, the unemployment in the country is also have umthelela othi as a committee crime. Abantu bethu, because one, they don't have jobs. So now, as babonile beo apply on behalf of foreign nationals, because these Spaza shops are dominated by foreign nationals. So, but buyers, they are here unlawfully, and then they are still using our own people, because our own people, they're going to get money or going to be rewarded or whatever agreement between the foreign national and that specific person. We saw that what happened in that one video, but it's happening all over. One, those foreign nationals are not even from our townships, but because of the unemployment and poverty, they are using our community to come and rent out our houses. And we do understand, because anyone wants to make money out of anything that comes to them. So therefore, the scope of the department to deal with this such issue, I don't think is clearly defined. You can't just say that there was so much application. Out of so much application, 23,000 were approved. That is just a tick box exercise, which we are not interested in. What we are interested in as a committee, what consequences to those who are selling expired food? There is not foreign nationals only in townships, but they are there in numbers. And some of arguments when these things surfaces, people were saying, oh, just stop, go and buy food from foreign national Spaza shops, of which we know is not even going to be easy, because if you are not going to buy where you stay, it means you have to take a taxi to go to ShopRite, which is in the mall. So those are the things that we need to come into discussion with after conducting and doing all this exercise. How are we going to change the lives of South Africans? Because at the end of the day, it's the lives of the South African that needs to be changed. The second part of it that I want to ask as well, Chair, as I was bringing the issue of the Department of Health, that's supposed to be part and parcel of the discussion. It's not this only Spaza shops. All those big companies such as ShopRite, Pick n Pay, they also sell expired food. It's because they are owned by white monopoly capitalists. That's why they are not a target. So therefore, the Department of Health, they must come and tell us, how do they choose to conduct their inspection? Because once they see a white color, they don't have an appetite to go and do the inspection, as Honorable Sompa is furious about it. And she's making a very own example of that expired flour that she bought. So therefore, my questions to the department: what is your scope? Have you sit down with your sister's department to come to say that, how are we going to ensure that this thing comes to an end? It's not just an exercise of its own, but it have an end result in order to have such things. And the small business department as well, what is their role, the small business in this thing? Because as I'm saying that the issue of the unemployment, this for Spaza shops, suppose our people on the location or in townships, they're the one who's supposed to be beneficiaries of the economy. But now, because of the circumstances, which is also not even clear to us, they are not beneficiaries. These people, as Honorable Sompa is saying, even the money, I don't think they pay taxes, these people, unless now after this exercise of the department. But ordinarily, this money is not even serving our economy in South Africa. They're making this money, and then they take their money at home. So there's a lot that needs to be done here, including the Immigration Act, which is very clear to say only people with such skills must come to the country, including the white people. So Home Affairs must be invited, Chair, also to come and account here. Who are these people in this country who have not the skills that is needed by the country, but to make money? How do they deal with it? I don't even think that they have enough inspectors, the Department of Health and the Department of Home Affairs. The third point that I want to also to raise, Chair, is the issue of the labor, the Department of Labor. These people, they occupy these Spaza shops. The next day, when the Labor Department go and deal with the issues of workers there, they are easy for them just to change the name. Yesterday, it was the Spaza shop was owned by Mkhalipi. So when the inspectors of the Department of Labor comes to make a follow-up on the issues of workers, the name has changed. It's no longer Mkhalipi, it's Direko. So they are cousins. There's that scam that is going on. So I'm saying this thing is deeper than what we think as the department. So please clarify to us, how far can you go to arrest the whole issue of Immigration Act, of expired food, illegal immigrants, and the township economy? Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhalipi. Honorable Van Wyk.
Chair. Chairperson, good morning. Good morning to all the colleagues. Chairperson, what I want to know is that asylum, how many of the applications that was approved is asylum seekers? Because our law is very clear. When you are an asylum seeker, there has to be war in your country in order for you to be approved to be an asylum seeker. And once you are an asylum seeker, you can't operate a business in South Africa. You can't. So which means to help out this asylum seekers and foreigners, if you are an asylum seeker and you want to open up a business in South Africa, then it means you have to marry a South African and register the business on that South African woman in order to open up a business. Then you become an employee of the business, even though you have taken out the money, is what the law says. So how many of the applications that was approved by the 80,000 plus applications that was approved, how many are asylum seekers? Secondly, once you are a foreigner in South Africa, legal or unlegal, that one is another issue. But legal or not legal, once you are an asylum seeker or foreigner, when you want to open up a business in South Africa, according to law, you have to take out, you have to invest like in minimum of 5 million rand. So Spaza shops, you have to like open up minimum 100 Spaza shops in order to get to 5 million rand. Unless your Spaza shops are a design of a mini use safe model. So I want to know how many of the 80,000 plus applications that was approved is asylum seekers. Then Chairperson, also, I do agree with my colleagues here on the committee that we have to invite the Department of Health and Home Affairs as well. They must also come on account as to what happened to after our children has passed on because of this Spaza shops. Chair, also, if there is known Spaza shops in South Africa that is basically 140,000 plus, what happened to the other Spaza shops? Why are they still operating in South Africa? Why? We have to know what is happening there, Chair. Chair, also, there is a lot of Spaza shop owners, especially foreigners. There was shootings that has happened in South Africa. That cases never even reached the court. And some of them that have reached the court, what happened to that cases? How far is it? We have to know as well. Because Honorable Kalipi is quite correct. We need to know what happened because this thing is much bigger. We can't just come here and only talk about the applications and how far it is. We need to know how many asylum seekers was approved to run a Spaza shop in South Africa? Well, the law is very clear that they are not allowed to do it. They have committed crime. They have bumped children while driving. They have killed children. They were involved in accidents. What happened to all of that? Until before we get even to the Spaza shops applications and how far it is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I assume there's no more other hand.
Recording
let me-
stopped.
Let me just say also, before allowing Minister to respond, there have also been worrying, very sinister things that now these I've got personal experience about, because this is information that got reported in the villages as I was moving around talking to people. One is an instance of foreign nationals who run Spaza shops and employ locals as security. And when there's a fight for new TEFs, when they want to open up new sites, then the people who fight are those who are security, who are now fighting over, this is my territory, that's my territory, I'm cutting this, and you can't extend into this one. And then they start shooting each other. What records of people who died in those kinds of situations. Then there's also instances where a local, a family of local citizens, these were young people who were left behind by a family, by their parents. They tried to open a Spaza shops, and they were actually told by some Pakistani Spaza shop owners to say they can't open there. That area is only reserved for Pakistanis to operate, and they would not be allowed. They should close down. Now, you've already got those kinds of instances. I'm not sure if Minister or anyone in the department or inspectors have actually come across those, but it seems to me that it's another trend that is coming up that needs to be also looked at. But Minister, you have got those concerns that are coming from the committee. Please, if you would like to go through.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, the DG and the team will start the response, and Deputy Minister Masimula will also come in. I can only make a concluding statement. Thank you. DG.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair. I'm going to ask my colleague Viewer to pick up some of the more technical questions, and Viewer will hand over to Vincent, and then I will cover most of the questions. Viewer.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the portfolio committee members and all the colleagues in line senior officials in government. In terms of answering to the questions, I'll start with the first one that was asking, under which circumstances are foreigners registering business are allowed to register businesses in South Africa. And the provision is made under Section 15 of the Immigration Act, where it is prescribed or prescribes the conditions under which foreign nationals can register businesses, including some capital investment that has to be made. On the question of how are people that were not able to register by the 28th of February going to be assisted, the municipalities are open to take registrations going forward. However, what is important in this regard is to note that people that were not able...
I'm sorry. Can I ask you just to go back? You've just raised some issue around the law. Would you link that up with the minimum amount of investment and conditions? Be specific. You quoted the act, but just be specific for our purposes. What are these criteria?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of Section 15, subsection 1 of the Immigration Act, it states that subject to this subsection, a business visa may be issued by the Director General of the Department of Home Affairs to a foreigner intending to establish or invest in, or who has established or invested in a business in the Republic of South Africa, who has an amount of about 5 million to invest as capital in the business. So the capital financial or minimum prescribed financial capital required is 5 million, Chair.
Okay. You may or may not answer the question, but I would like it to be answered. So you are effectively saying the condition you are aware for any foreign national to have a business in South Africa is only in relation to the Immigration Act that requires only a minimum of 5 million. Now, if that is the only situation, so I would like you or someone to explain that all of these foreign nationals who have recorded approvals actually qualify to that. So you will get that answer as we go along if you don't have it yourself directly.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. On the second one, on what happens to people that were not able to register by the 28th of February, municipal offices are open to take registrations. However, what is important in this regard is to note that people that have not been registered and people that do not have a business permit or a business license are not eligible to trade, and therefore they may not trade until the municipalities have concluded the processes of registration and also verification. On the process of verification, again, Chair, there was a question on whether the documents that were submitted by the foreign nationals were verified. On this one, I would like to mention that the process of verification, municipalities have got a responsibility to conduct site visits and also verify the documents that have been submitted, both by South African citizens as well as foreign nationals. Municipalities have got business inspectors as well as environmental health practitioners that after having received the application forms, they undertake these verification visits to identify the sites where the business activities will be undertaken, as well as verification of documents. And we do know, Chair, that in terms of verification of documents, municipalities are working closely with the Department of Home Affairs officials to verify the documents that have been submitted and also just to confirm the validity of those documents. In terms of the focus, currently, yes, the focus has been on Spaza shops, given the foodborne illnesses that emerged last year. However, we do know that there are different institutions within government that are on a continuous basis conducting verification, verifications in all food outlets, including big retailers as well. We may not have the data in our presentation, but we do know that this is part of work that some of government institutions are doing, and also municipalities on a regular basis. Their environmental health practitioners do conduct verifications in businesses as well. The issue of fronting, Chair, yes, it has been raised numerous times, and also when we conducted oversight visits together with Net Joints. And in terms of aiding and abetting illegal foreigners, Section 42 of the Immigration Act is very clear to say this is a punishable offense. And I think also the statement that was issued by Net Joints on the 12th of February underscored this issue to say fronting or abating or aiding illegal foreigners to register illegally for these Spaza shops is a punishable offense. And municipalities have been requested to drive awareness campaigns also just to educate the public about the implications of participating in illegal offenses, and this may lead to criminal charges as well. In terms of the disaggregation of data, how many asylum seekers have been registered, the integrated multidisciplinary task team had requested that as a department DECOC together with the Department of Small Businesses, we embark on a process to disaggregate this data and get to a point where we indicate what were the conditions that made or conditions that led to the approvals of the applications. Particularly, the interest was around the approvals of businesses owned by foreign nationals. We will embark on that project, Chair, where we disaggregate the data, and we'll come back to the portfolio committee to report on our findings. I think on the other questions, I would just ask my colleagues just to also add. Thanks, Chair.
DG, your team.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. There's one point that I wish to respond to, and the question was, what happened to the other Spaza shops? Our report indicates that 87,407 Spaza shops came forth to register. And there's some research that indicate that there are about 150,000 Spaza shops. So to respond to that, the first thing to indicate is that an invitation was open to all Spaza shops to come and register within the 3 months that was provided. And those that came registered, some of those have been approved, and the process is ongoing in terms of ensuring that all the Spaza shops that came to register are approved. My colleague viewers already indicated that the registration process has not closed. So those that want to operate the Spaza shops and have not registered as yet, they can still go to the various registration centers throughout the country and register and provide the documentation required for approvals. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
I think as you go into that, because we'll still be asking for the Minister's comments on this matter, you have approved the numbers of business licenses for the Spaza shops that you have given us. I'm just trying to get the exact number. And the number of them are foreign nationals. Your team has only got one understanding of the condition under which you get a foreign national investing, and that's a 5 million minimum investment. Now, as you respond, can you just confirm for us that you are comfortable that those Spaza shops owned by foreign nationals actually have a minimum of 5 million rand investment? And if you don't find that to be the case, who is supposed to find that out and what action is supposed to be taken? And I keep asking this question because I'd like us to, at the end, to have something that is quite concrete about where we are, because it's not just the list that is of interest to us, it's the legality of it, of the business permits that they've got, the legality of it. That's the part we're also very interested in. So as you go into, can you just also go into that a bit more so we can understand each other? Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for that question. I think my colleagues, they were charged on one aspect of the Immigration Act. I think there are other pieces of legislation that regulate this matter. And you're correct that maybe we should have brought in colleagues from the Department of Home Affairs. They are members of the multidisciplinary committee. The DG of Home Affairs has been assisting us in dealing with these matters. For instance, there was a specific question on the asylum seekers. Asylum seekers are allowed to operate a business, but they get regulated to a number of regulations, including the bylaw itself that were passed, the standard draft bylaw. The Refugees Act of 1998 Act number 130 allows asylum seekers to have a valid, as long as they have a valid Section 22 permit, they are allowed to work or conduct business in the country. That's another piece of legislation that regulates foreign nationals. Foreign nationals who are in the country illegally are not going to get applications. They won't apply. And this is why the issue of funding is big. You would notice that you have quite a number of foreign nationals who are probably operating the business, and they don't own the business, but they are operating. The owner is a South African, and I think Honorable Sompa did touch on this matter as well, that there are quite a number of foreign nationals who are operating the business, but they don't necessarily own the business. And again, because of unemployment and other economic challenges. There's a question that was raised by Honorable Mteto. In fact, it was more of a comment than a question.
Sorry, DG,
Yes.
we don't want to get lost too much. So you moved away from foreign nationals who are running businesses, and you say that you may not know what has happened there, but you are then saying they may not own the business, but they may run the business. Now, I don't know what the qualifications are to actually run a Spaza shop that could be classified as scarce skills that would actually qualify someone to come from Somali or from Bangladesh to come and run a Spaza shop. Can you go into that then, if that's good? Because I don't want you to make a passing statement and yet there's something illegal in it, but we don't hear you go into that aspect, but you simply move past it as though it's just a normal thing.
No, Chair. The point I'm making is that someone who is in the country illegally is not going to get a permit. That's a statement of fact. And someone who's in the country illegally will not apply for a permit. And what then happens is that you get a South African who has a permit, leasing out that permit or renting that permit. And that is illegal too, because you are not supposed to be leasing out your permit to anybody, let alone a foreign national. Because when you apply for that permit, you go there yourself, you go through the test. For instance, in Swane, if you are going to be running a food handling business, there is a course that you need to go through. That's why it doesn't take you less than 3 weeks to complete the registration, because you have to attend to that course and it's compulsory. And we're not talking about any Spaza shop. The main issue here is about food handling. We're targeting food handling Spaza shop or food handling outlets. Let's put it that way, because it's not just about Spaza shops. It's about all the food handling outlets that we are regulating here. So all the illegalities, the net joins insist with that part. It's a pity we did not invite them to come and present their part, but they are also a member of the multidisciplinary committee. General Musigidi is chairing the net joins, and there are 5 work streams. One of the work streams is the enforcement work stream, which is intended to enforce the bylaw, because the standard draft bylaw that we issued last year is intended to assist police and municipal law enforcement agencies to enforce the bylaw, because without any credible bylaw, it's going to be difficult for the enforcement agencies to enforce the law. So there are illegalities in the process, but the enforcement work stream of the net joins will deal with that part. The point I'm making is that the Asylum Seekers, the Refugees Act deals with that specific part. Then those who are renting and who are illegal in the country, that is illegal too, that you should not be operating a business and renting a business if you are in the country illegally. They know that they will not be able to get the business license because they are in the country illegally. So to circumvent the law, then they go to South Africans and get South Africans to rent their business licenses, which is also illegal as well. So there are a lot of illegalities around these issues, Chairperson. And I also thought that my colleague viewer, Sibelekwana, said that there's more work that we need to do on the 2,977 foreign nationals who have registered. Remember, you have a figure of 2,977, but qualifying it, because the question was asked the other day, you have so many Spaza shops that are owned by foreign nationals. Do you think they own them, or do they run them, or they rent them? And I think the answer is that they are running them. They don't own them. We've seen it in the townships. Those of us who come from the township, we know that Spaza shops belongs to so and so, but it's operated by a foreign national, and they are renting it. And that too has to be dealt with by the law enforcement agencies. How big is this problem? How far can we go to arrest the whole issue? It is big. It is complicated. And the main issue around this issue is the enforcement, the role of environmental health practitioners, because the biggest challenge that we have is that environmental health is a district municipal function. You remember in 2003, 2005, we took a decision that to devolve this function to municipalities, to district municipalities. There are few district municipalities in the country that have the capacity to inspect and enforce the food handling outlets. Because for this to work very well, we need the environmental health practitioners. I know Minister Motsoaledi is very passionate about this particular topic. In fact, his view is that we need to reverse the decision that we took in 2003 of devolving environmental health to district municipality, because district municipalities and metropolitan municipalities may be struggling financially, and they may not pay attention to this particular function, because all what environmental health practitioners should do is to visit all the food handling stores and check if there's compliance and check if the standards are being met. All other issues around foreign nationals, around immigration laws, I think there are other agencies that must deal with that. What triggered this matter is the fact that a lot of young people were dying in the townships, and they were dying out of the food that is handled in these Spaza shops. It is correct that big stores as well, we saw SPAR confirming as well in the media that they experienced some outlets that they had to take off the shelves to deal with expired goods or expired food. So it is big. The problem is big, but I don't think that through this process we are going to solve everything. Our main focus was to protect lives. Our main focus was to make sure that where food is handled, it is done properly. The Department of Agriculture is also assisting us to deal with the banned agricultural products like Tablefos, which is a banned product, and others that are being used for agricultural purposes. They will continue to do their work. The BMA, the border management agents, they must continue to do their work. And they are also part of the multidisciplinary team, which is co-chaired by our minister. Chairperson, I think there's more work that needs to be done on the 2,977 foreign nationals who have registered for Spaza shops. I think there's more disaggregation of that figure that needs to be done, and that is work in progress. There is a storyline that is running throughout, the thread that is running throughout the questions around the role of foreign nationals. And again, some of them may not be registered, but because South Africans are unemployed and they need money to take care of their economic needs, so they probably rent some of these outlets to foreign nationals. And the enforcement agencies in the net joints must do their work so that we can deal with this problem once and for all. I don't think that we will be able to sort out all the issues through this particular initiative, but what we need to do, and evidence is there as well, what we need to do is to keep our eyes on the food handling aspect of this. Not every Spaza shop. We're not looking at every Spaza shop. we're keeping our eyes on the food handling spaza shops, because those are the spaza shops that have the potential to kill our people. And that's where net joints needs to focus as well. You would have noticed that the figure of the incidents of the people who are affected by food handling went up in November last year. And that figure came down significantly in December because we're tracking those figures through net joints, prof joints and district joints. They're all working in a collaborative effort. So we're looking at those figures because we want to make sure that no one is dying out of the food that is handled by the food handling outlets in the townships. Chairperson, I'll stop there and hand over back to the Deputy Minister and the Minister. Thank you very much.
Maybe before you do that, I'm not sure I can hear you well. You seem to be washing your hands off the issue of environmental inspectorates, where either the issue is with the municipality or the Department of Health is complaining. But what is COGTA's role here? You've got the bylaws now. You also are looking after the municipalities. What do you see yourself, what role do you see yourself playing here? Because the real issue for us is that someone somewhere at the national government should be able to say to us, we have prevailed on the municipalities on the basis of this regulation, that this must happen and therefore there must be action in relation to that. Now, it sounds like if the municipality doesn't have money, someone else will find that out. I don't quite get a sense of COGTA owning up to the fact that that's actually one of your direct responsibilities.
Indeed, it is our responsibility. It's COGTA who took a decision in 2003 to devolve this function from provinces to municipalities. And because it is a municipal function, so COGTA has a responsibility to provide capacity to the district municipality. That capacity may come in various forms. It may come in terms of funding. It may come in terms of deploying warm bodies, interns. Yes, it is our responsibility. We're co-chairing the multidisciplinary committee. We're working with the DG of Health, and the DG of Health, in fact, told us that they have about 45,000 environmental health practitioners that they would want to deploy to district municipalities in the short term. But we're working with National Treasury. In fact, the DG of Health presented that they have requested National Treasury to make funding available. When the Fenon of National Treasury reported back that the matter is receiving attention. So we're part of it. It's a collaborative effort. COGTA has a responsibility to support municipalities, and therefore we have a responsibility to deploy environmental health practitioners. And the capacity of district municipalities in the short term in the area of environmental health has to be upscaled. Before we take a decision to reverse that function, to make it a provincial function, in the short term, we need to make sure that we beef up the capacity to inspect the food handling stores. So, Chair, we are not, out of it. We're part of it. Thank you very much.
Before the ministers come in, can I just check, Honorable Van Veek, do you want to raise an issue in the meantime? And Honorable Khalip, is that your legacy hand? Honorable Mtetwa, we'll get the minister to come in, but let's get your comments just now.
Chair, I appreciate this time. To be quite honest with you, Chair, I don't feel like I was answered. Maybe it's because I have a speech impairment and I stutter, but especially when I get nervous, because I've always just seen you guys on TV, and now I'm sitting with you on portfolio committees. I'll relax at some point. Don't worry, Chair. Chair.
How come you did that?
Yes.
Let's focus on the question.
Order.
Don't distract us. Let's go to the proper question.
Okay. Chair. Out of 84,000 plus applications that was approved, how many South Africans out of 84,000 plus applications that was approved, How many are they? Are they South Africans? What is the figure? We want to know the figure because, Chair, our colleagues have now admitted that a foreigner who's starting a business in South Africa under section 15 of the Immigration Act must invest a 5 million rand. They acknowledge that. But what we want to know is how many South Africans are there? And they also said that fronting is an illegal, a punishable offense. So please, Chair, before we hand over to our Honorable Minister, can our colleagues please respond to how many are South Africans out of 84,000 plus? Thank you, Chair. And the last thing, Chair, if COPTA have said that once the closing date of 28 February for the Spaza shops comes, we will not reopen it. Now we hear that there is still time to register Spaza shops. What is the new expiring date? Lastly, to end of Chair, the real problem here, we need to dig very deep into this. Honorable Taibosh is not here. He loves to say one thing that we need to dive deep into it. Fact of the matter is, big retail companies who sells foods, like your ShopRite and so on, Coca-Cola, they would go and they would take off food items that is about to expire. Then the Spaza shops, who is controlled by foreigners, they go and buy it from them at a lesser price and in bulk. So they make huge a profit out of it. But then they label it with a new date. So how does COPTA deal with that, like Honorable Kalipe said? How do you deal with those persons who are actually connected to white monopoly capital, if not white monopoly capital themselves? How do we deal with it? We are lawmakers in this country and we need to protect our people. We need to know that detail. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sompa.
Thanks, Chair. Now, Chair, I'm not happy at all. It's like we have not done justice for our people. That's the comment I just want to make. I'm not happy with the responses. It's like we are getting responses for the sake of let's pass. We have complied with the whatever that the committee wanted. I'm not happy at all. I don't want to lie. Thanks. That's the submission that I want to do. It's like they did not do a thorough job. That like my honorable who just spoke now, they were supposed to have categorized to say out of this number, South Africans people that have applied are this much. You understand? Before we say this was the number of the South Africans, we saw that we must be able to know that the number have reduced from 10,000 to 2,000 due to it means the 8,000 were having a problem of compliance or they did not have money to reach to meet the criteria that was wanted. So I'm not happy at all. Thanks.
Honorable Mtetwa.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy that we're having this follow-up before the ministers can come in. I wanted to say, can we, as a portfolio committee, have access to the approved database of those shops? Because I am of the view that we still need to thoroughly investigate the intricacies of those approved, because I can tell you it is all foreign national. I can also confirm that no South Africans, we know this from before, South Africans were struggling to establish small business. And all of a sudden, we saw a flood of foreign nationals entering the very same space where South Africans failed to run successful businesses, and foreign nationals, they succeeded. So that is what I call competition and collusion between foreign national and established retail shops, wherein foreign national are selling the alternate goods, which are an oversupply or leftovers from the mainstream retail sector. I wanted to also to direct you to the following. Go to Marabastad in Pretoria now. They are alternating your Indian nationals, Bangladesh, all your Asians are there in Marabastad. What they do, when one Indian decent person leaves the shop, they will make sure they hand it over to another Indian. If it's not a local one, it will be the foreign one. But they make sure that South Africans don't own that space in terms of running businesses. They are selling malamogodu, the maotwana, all of those things. They don't eat those things. They are selling those things to the Ndebele people, the Pedis, the Tswanas, and the Tsongas, which is us, our people. But this is done by them. So you can confirm, go to Sunnyside. In Sunnyside, in Pretoria again, they have now demarcated the entire Sunnyside to become a Nigerian decent turf where all their businesses are run there. Now, this is what they do at night. By day, they are selling sweets. By night, they are pushing drugs and substance. And this you are not able to push. You find somebody at 11 p.m. at night is sitting with a stand selling sweets. It's impossible. But they're doing that. So there is a decoy in this list. This list is not going to give you the true result. We need to investigate it further. I can also confirm to say the people who are the cause of these, our people are not preoccupied about being compliant with the municipal bylaws and all of that. It's about survival. But those that are using the law and those that must comply are the foreign nationals. So the people who abuse the law are those that know that they are not nationals. Then they need to use the law under pretense that they are complying. And now that they are found to be complying, all of a sudden, they are fronting with food, but they are running another operation altogether, something that you have no clue on in terms of what is happening. Can I also say, if then the compliance is 5 million for people to run businesses, yes, South African SARS will be very rich if all of these people, because these shops are the ones that are full in our economy, but they are not contributing. And we're not seeing an impact of these 5 million, which they are supposed to produce. So I can tell you that that 5 million, only a few, if none of them comply with it, but they are still able to use the same law to abuse it so that they can be able to enter into the country. So I can say that as I yes, I'm saying that our culprit is our retail mainstream shops that are the cause of this, because they are having businesses in the other countries. So for them to be expanding in those countries, they need to allow a flood of those foreign nationals to come and participate here. But they make sure they don't allow South African nationals to practice, because they don't want to comply with the old order, these previously disadvantaged communities, which they sideline in the economy, and they continue to do that by bringing foreign nationals to be the one who own.
I think we should, yeah, let's close it. Let's close it. Let's focus on our mandate. We want to see how the people of South Africa are protected and how there's compliance with the laws of South Africa. Let's focus on that. Now, let me move on. If DG you want to come back, and then Deputy Minister, and as you have the arrangement, please proceed. And I assume that all those hands are old hands, so we'll hope that you can take them down.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let's get the figures correct up front so that we read from the same page. If you look at slide number 6 on the document, it says 87,407 applications were received in this period of July, 1st of July 2024 and 28th February 2025. 28th February is the deadline, is the closing date. Now, out of that 87,407 applications, only 23,072 applications were approved. And that's important. We had 87,407 applications, 23,072 applications were approved. Now, out of the 23,000 applications approved, only 2,977 are foreign nationals. So you had 87,000 applications that were received, 23,072 approved, 2,977 are foreign nationals. Now you may ask another question, how many foreign nationals applied? And that's why we want to do some disaggregation of some of these figures. The number of foreign nationals who applied is 32,824. And that on its own, it gives you an idea, as the chair was concluding, that the majority of people who are affected by these draft bylaws are not necessarily South Africans, are foreign nationals. And therefore, we want everyone who's going to operate, including foreign nationals who are in the country legally, because remember, in terms of our constitution and our laws, asylum seekers and refugees are allowed to conduct business legally in the country. Section 22 of the Refugees Act and Section 24 of the very same act allowed refugees and asylum seekers to operate, to conduct business and work in South Africa. So that is why we're asking that we get given a little bit of time on the 2,977 to do some disaggregation, just to get a sense of how many asylum seekers are in that figure and how many people who are operating there, who are allowed to operate. Are there no leakages? We have to answer that question. Beyond the 28th of February, it simply means that the law enforcement agencies must do their work. If there's anyone who's operating a Spaza shop illegally in the country, the law enforcement agencies must do their work. And that is why we took a decision not to extend the 28th of February deadline, because we're delaying the inevitable. And the inevitable is that SAPS, net joints, prof joints, they must do their work. And I'm sure you have seen them visiting various Spaza shops, food handling Spaza shops in particular, or outlets throughout the country. And they will be able to share with you the figures of the people who were arrested, the figures of the Spaza shops that were closed. They do have that figure, but I know that some of this information from net joints is embargoed. But if you call them, I think the committee has every right to ask them to come and present with us those figures and the work that they are doing. Net joints falls under the security cluster. And these are the people now who must act post the 28th of February. We must do their work, assisted by communities, because intelligence comes from the community. It's community members who must assist the police to do their work. Chairperson, I know the topic is very emotive, and I know that we won't do justice to it in this short time. Maybe Minister can guide us whether we shouldn't come back and have a full workshop on this matter with yourselves, together with the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of Health, small business, who is controlling the NEF Center for us. I think we won't do justice to it in this short time. Thank you very much. I'll hand back to the Deputy Minister and the Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister and Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, and as well as our Minister. The issue at hand, Chairperson, from my point of view, is that there is a committee put together, referred to as Interdepartmental Committee, or what we could just call the IMC, that handles this important, difficult, and yet a crucial assignment on behalf of our people to undertake. Listening to views, inputs, and suggestions and questions, unavoidably, they point to the need for that platform to be convened as a matter of urgency, so that we can have a much more a better, clarity and engagement from some departments which are directly responsible for certain aspects of managing and handling this particular process we are undertaking. Concretely, I think the committee should be able to propose to convene those sector departments under the IMC or the interdepartmental committee established to handle this matter specifically for a discussion. And it may obviously extend to leaders of those portfolio committees, so that we have ones of platform that will go deeper into what you call diving into the actual nitty-gritties of this process. I think for me at a high level, that would be my comment firstly with regard to this process. Secondly, looking at the reports as the Director General and the team has presented or have presented, from numbers point of view, and from the discussions we have had in that interdepartmental committee, it has become very clear that firstly, we may want to interest ourselves that after this data which we have preliminarily, let's have interest on the numbers of the foreign national first thing first, those that have been approved, the 2,900 plus, so that we can be able to have an on-site oversight and assessment on those outlets, whether indeed they do meet the necessary requirements and the extent of their legalities. I think that becomes extremely important, so that the compliance is not just taken for granted. That is the first thing. The second point would be to look at the 32,000 that has not been approved from the foreign nationals. Some bit of a serious exercise has to be undertaken in terms of the sifting through and the categorization to have a much more better appreciation of why these huge numbers and from which areas of the country, of the provinces and localities are those numbers emerging, and what could be the basis of this, whether those people do meet those necessary requirements or not. By the time we get to that meeting with Home Affairs and other departments, that data will help us to make proper decisions going forward. That is the second point. The third point is that we asked a question amongst ourselves in the meeting that we had, that why is it that we had expected probably huge numbers of South Africans given villages and townships and many informal settlements in our country, and probable numbers of these Spaza shops that could be there. One element which arose out of that discussion was, and which could have probably added to the numbers not being in their thousands as we would have expected, was that there are municipalities in the country which expect their people who are running Spaza shops, when they wanted to apply for this recognition now and the permits, that they were instructing or expecting them to rezone their yards into business units. And obviously, unavoidably, families could not proceed with their applications, despite the fact that they might be running Spaza shops, because it would have serious implications once you are instructed to rezone your house into a business site. It will have serious implications on rates, taxes, and other related services that you have to pay to municipalities. It's a serious matter that arose, which out of this exercise became an issue which was not there to be noticed much quicker and earlier. So this process has helped us to unveil some of those systems, problems, and legalities which are very unfair by our municipalities, which require decision-making so that there is appropriate platform for communities to participate in this level of economy, and it be opened, it be made very easy and possible for them as South Africans to be part of these processes. Foreign nationals, as this happens, is not an expectation on their side because they don't own land, they don't own properties. So our municipalities in some cases have also become hindrances in the actual easing of conditions for this level of economy to basically participate. It requires our attention. It's a matter that has been lifted for our attention. Very importantly, as we are looking at the totality of this process going forward, what becomes a big issue, Chair and honorable members, is for us as the country and the leadership of Parliament in our various committees to confront the real issue that is confronting the nation. And this is the issue of how do we manage the immigration policies of the country. And the point which is referred to as Sunnyside, it's not only Sunnyside. Many places in Johannesburg have been taken over. They are basically territories of other foreign national, groupings. Is that what we fought for our democracy? Is that what we believe should become the permanent feature of our democratic state? Is that what we believe that the political factors for social change is it what we think it would probably characterize the South African nation? Understandably, no. And therefore, what is it that we should be able to do? So it's a much bigger political question, legislative matter that we must confront, deal with it once and for all, have clarity of minds and purpose, all of us be in the same frequency of mind, because if we don't deal with that bigger question, its ripple effects will continue to be existent in the entirety of the system, because municipalities might force bylaws to a large extent to comply so that municipal health services are implemented and people are saved, they consume better quality food. But the presence of our brothers and sisters from all over the world will not necessarily be excluded from those social spaces to coexist with our people. Inherent in that will be continuous tensions and confrontations, which becomes part and parcel of our day-to-day matter. So we should be able to agree that this exercise has revealed some of the elements which might have not been easy to be noticed earlier that time. And then where we are at the moment, appreciate the work that we have done, and therefore note the enormity of the task of work that lies ahead of us to stabilize these matters. We have said amongst ourselves in that meeting, and I think it's a matter that also qualifies to be raised here, that this exercise, Honorable Chairperson, to the eyes of the nation, is going to test the strength of the law, the strength of our capacity in making sure that the rule of law exists in the Republic of South Africa. It's a classical case study of our times that confronts us at the moment. And I'm quite sure that we will not fail our people, and therefore we cannot be unable to prevail out of this situation. So it's a matter that has to be looked at from all its manifestations and related features that challenge the actual legitimacy of the state, but equally the rule of law in the Republic of South Africa. As I close, taking example from the net joints work on the implementation of the Zama-Zamas and the closing of illegal mining operations in the country. Where I'm sitting, I have got full confidence in net joints, because once the trigger is pulled, that we have now done everything possible, and we believe that at the point where we are, the only thing that is required is a cleanup operation. They will have the capacity, they will have the legal instruments, the frameworks enough for them to undertake that process, because with the Zama-Zamas, at the point when a decision was made that they must now kick in, I mean, across the country, from where I come from, in Limpopo, in Sekhukhune, given the levels of mining illegality which was taking place there, people are crying left and right, including even those who are mining by just digging sand without licenses. They can feel that the net joints is hard work in operation. They have been able to occupy that space. We are no longer seeing what used to pose threat and challenge to the future resources of this country. So it is up to us as leaders, obviously in Parliament, through our portfolio committees, working together, all of us, and say, up to a point where we have been, what are the things that are outstanding so that we can be able to close them out and trigger the next level of enforcement, of compliance through joint net joints operations taking shape. But they can only be able to take shape and enforce once we have made the parameters very clear that if you go to a space and you find foreign nationals of whatever nationality, and they are not able to comply with the statutes and the regulations we have put in place to this extent, you have got no any other opportunity, responsibility, except to enforce discipline and compliance of those matters. NetJoin should be able to do so. So it is up to us to appreciate the things where we are. And I think this exercise, to a large extent, it has also brought sanity, because the momentum with which it moved from that time to date, we have not had any incident. It means some of these matters were done deliberately. And I agree with one honorable member who said that these brothers and sisters of foreign origin, they are here, they do things deliberately in some cases, and to the extent that we might have had all these casualties. But ever since the momentum was triggered, there is nothing that relates to loss of life anymore. And therefore, we must capitalize on the situation as it is and really redouble our efforts, learning lessons out of this particular exercise, and say, how do we take it to its logical conclusion? But confront the real big issue, the elephant in the country, which is what we all know, and not just at all times, make statements amongst ourselves without the very concrete steps on how do we want to see the actual compliance with the statutes of the country, and we restore, as our constitution says, the rule of law is one of the values that characterizes the democratic state. If there's no rule of law, it means we are not living up to the expectations of our own constitution. And therefore, as parliamentarians, we have that mandate, that responsibility on behalf of the 63 million South Africans. I think that's the few points I wanted to comment on, Chair, in appreciating also the council, the wisdom of the members of the committee. We take note of their views. They will be considered differently as we update and improve on the work going forward. It's a very good counseling, which is so much appreciated and accepted. Thank you very much, Kabaze.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I won't be long because the Deputy Minister and the DG and his team responded to some questions. But we do understand, Honorable Chair, this is an emotional issue sometimes. That is why we can understand how the honorable members are feeling in terms of the responses, which might not seem sufficient. This is a process, Honorable Chair. If you look into where the big numbers of the foreign nationals come, it's basically in two provinces. That is Eastern Cape and Limpopo. We said these applications must be subjected to further scrutiny, and that is not done by COPTA. It is done by Home Affairs. We could not refuse to come and report and give these figures today, but it was necessary for COPTA to get the information and say further put to scrutiny these approved 2,977. One, to see who are asylum seekers with documents, and Home Affairs is going to give that report, who are refugees and who came for business purposes with proof that they do have an investment of 5 million. The portfolio is going to get an updated information because this is a process. Secondly, the question of why the date is extended. The date has not been extended. The cutoff date was 28 April for every spaza shop and food handling outlet to make an application before 28. Everybody could operate. But from 1 March, people by law who should operate are those who underwent the application process, the 23,072. Anyone who did not meet the requirements by 28 April cannot operate, but can still continue to go and apply. Like someone who can decide today that I want to own a spaza shop, can just wake up and go to municipality and make an application. What he or she cannot do is to operate without having been approved to do so. So there is no change of goalpost in terms of the closing date, and there is no another closing date, because even next year, a person who wants to make business in this industry will simply go and apply. Once approved, will be able to operate. The Department of Health is working on the issue of sell by date, expiry date, and use by. There will be only one date which says expiry date. The Department of Health is working on that one because it is regulated under the Department of Health, so that in every shop or whatever that you buy an item from, it must say the expiry date is, not sell by or use by. And lastly, Chair, the Department of Health is also going to, once this process has been finalized, the Department of Health is going to issue the items to be sold in a spaza shop. You will not find medical items in a spaza shop if they are not in the list that is approved to be sold in a spaza shop. And this list will have to be pasted against the wall so that the members of the public, when they see an item in the shelves or being sold from a spaza shop, but not appearing amongst the items that are approved in this spaza shop, they have to report to the municipalities so that that person is told there and there, you stop this one. If found second time transgressing, the spaza shop will have to be closed down and a person will be blacklisted for a certain period of years. If not 2 years, it's 5 years, but I'm subject to correction on that one. So now, this is going to be a process, Chair. We may want it to be completed now, but this sector has not been regulated for over many years. It cannot be done overnight, but as COPTA, we will be putting our hands on all the items that the portfolio reported. Of course, what we can do in our next meeting, Chair, is to call all the IMC, all the ministers in the interministerial committee to be part of this meeting so that they come with relevant officials and the relevant questions are responded to. I think for now, Chair, I can go as that extent. And lastly, the health environmental practitioners, the Treasury is working in a process of procuring the employment of 520 health environmental practitioners, who will be divided by 10 per each district area in terms of the 52 districts in South Africa, who will be an addition to whatever is available in various municipalities across the country. As the process goes forward, this number will have to be increased because, as we all know, if you increase the number, you talk to the budget to ensure that effective inspection is done, because police alone cannot exercise the effective control, because there must be a health practitioner who would say this is not permitted in terms of health regulation, and the police will have to enforce the law in that instance. I think, Chair, I can only go to that extent in relation to the issues raised by honorable members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think that assists to close the matters. We would agree about the need for a joint presentation of COCTA, Home Affairs, Department of Health, and the security agents because of the issues involved, particularly around the issues of immigration and the issues of, the licensing of foreign businesses owned by foreign nationals at the levels of the Spaza shop. Excuse me. I think, as you have indicated, sorry, as you have indicated, excuse me, the issue of bylaws, excuse me, needs to be attended to. We are concerned that from what the national department is driving and what the municipalities have, there has to be a kind of audit to see that they're all aligned, so we don't have a burden that is actually imposed on local businesses, small businesses, by a bylaw that the national department is not aware of. So that needs to be looked at. The question of enforcement is an issue that we're all concerned about. A lot of illegal activities going on. Firstly, the licensing, the immigration status of the individuals involved, and the issues of use of foreign nationals to work on the Spaza shops. A lot of this has got a lot of illegalities that need to be probed properly, including, of course, going further, situation where there are illegal activities and take over of certain areas by particular group of nationals, and in some areas almost no-go zones for South Africans. Those issues cannot be left without being attended to. Then the issues that we've raised around the environmental health and inspection, excuse me, food safety issues become very, very important because this was the source of the problem from the start, to say how do we protect our citizens from those kinds of issues. And then the rest of the issues that have been raised here, how municipalities are approaching local economic development and how they're encouraging South Africans to run their shops and how to get them into business instead of allowing them to be overrun, and also allowing too much of people taking over the Spaza shops because of either corruption or unemployment and all of those issues. These issues need to be all given attention. And then the whole area of inspections around people using the Spaza shops as their own places of residence. They sleep in the same areas. The issues of counterfeit good, expired good, shop that gets set up overnight without much of any processing, and all of those things, they do need to be given attention. So I think, as you have rightly pointed out, the matter is pretty sensitive at this point, and everywhere you go, this is what people are raising. And so Parliament has to be seen to be finding a way, a solution to regularize things and make sure that if you got a business, it needs to be for the benefit of the local economic situation, but also you need the businesses to be in compliance with the law. To have 2,900 permits, but none of us can actually confirm that in fact they are the 5 million minimum, 5 million rand minimum investment. It's a big question for us. What is happening there? So we do need to actually have everyone working together, so we know what the right hand is doing, what the left, the right hand knows what the left hand is doing. But thank you very much, Minister, for that one. Obviously, it belongs to a bigger cluster, and we would benefit by having a joint presentation, and I hope we can work towards that. And I think that this matter does need to be taken for a proper debate in Parliament with all the ministers putting their side of the issue. What are they doing? What is happening? And all the members raising all their concern in a one joint big debate. I think it's something that we'll have to talk about and see how we can take it forward from here. But thank you very much. Can we allow Minister to take us to the next presentation?
No, Chair, before we close, just one. Yes, Chair.
All right, please go ahead. Go ahead.
I agree with your summary and I agree with the proposal by the Minister. But one item that we might not even think that is very important, Chair, is the information in regards to the investigation after those kids have died because of the items that were sold from the Spaza shops. Is any information in that regard? Because we must not be seen as if we forgot about those kids who lost their lives and the families of those kids. I'm sure they are also waiting to see what steps have been taken by the government. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Look, let's allow the Minister, if you want to have a comment. My understanding was that this now requires the security cluster, the net joints, to come and give us all of those issues. But because of the multi-departmental nature of this issue, it would require a joint presentation. But nevertheless, a direct response, Minister.
Honorable Chair, firstly, one can confirm the Spaza shops that were identified are closed. In terms of the report from the police, which was confirmed, and that is the information we are going with. And in terms of processes of the people who were operating those Spaza shops, can we come with the latest information that where the matter is, but in terms of closing them down, they were definitely closed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Certainly, we appreciate that, but certainly we will need, a broader team response on that matter. But let's work on it for the next step, because it is, of course, the real very sore point that all our people have in regard to this issue of the contaminated food that were the source of so many deaths. Thank you very much. Minister, I'd like you to take the next presentations. You should feel free where you think it's necessary to cover more topics than one. We will just come back and deal with them like that, but we'll leave it into your hands. You'll make your own approach onto the presentation. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. DG, you can go on to the following item. Thank you so much.
I think the next item is probably on the Khoi and San structure. DG Changani, am I correct? I think
No,
in terms of the program.
You are quite correct, DG Depofa. It is your item. You can carry on, DG.
Yes, no, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, and the members of the committee, Honorable Deputy Minister, and colleagues. Honorable Chair, with your permission to save on bandwidth, I'll be switching off the video.
Fine, proceed.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. This is really just a brief update. Just apologies to the committee that it was circulated late. We thought that we would get as much information as possible from the groups that we're liaising with, so that we have a much more concrete update on the constitution of the structure. But unfortunately, that has not been the case, as we will indicate in the presentation. As the team will be loading the very brief presentation, I should just indicate that because we understood that some of the members of the committee were not with us during the all-inclusive convention that was held on the 14th to 16th February we thought that instead of just quickly going into the issue of the structure, we should just take a few steps back and talk about the all-inclusive convention itself. Ms. Charlotte, I hope you are winning in terms of projecting the presentation.
Thanks, CG. Can we have a sharing right, please, Sharon? Thank you.
Thank you. And then just to indicate, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, as they are sorting out the sharing rights, that the issue that the Portfolio Committee has asked us to provide an update on arises from a meeting that was held in February this year, called an All-Inclusive National Convention for the Khoi and San. And it's at that meeting where a resolution was taken that an overarching structure be established, and processes were agreed to in terms of the establishment of that structure. And as I indicated, just perhaps to take a few steps back to talk about that convention itself that was held between the 14th and the 16th of February in Gauteng. If you go to the, just go back to slide 2, which deals with the introduction. Yes, this slide. So this is the All-Inclusive National Convention for the Khoi and San leaders that was convened by the Honorable Minister Hlabisa, and 3 critical issues raised for discussion there: the issue of recognition, the issue of interface of Khoi and San communities with democratic forums of governance, the issues of socio-economic development of the Khoi and San communities as well, and then of course just the legal recognition processes as provided for in the TKLA. In terms of attendance, which is on the next slide, we just indicate that the Portfolio Committee was represented. The chairperson was there, but other honorable members of the committee were there as well. The Houses of Traditional and Khoi San leaderships, the Deputy Chair Nkosi Sithole of the KZN Provincial House was there, spoke on behalf of the House. We had Contralesa represented with the delegation. The other members of Parliament. We also had the Chair of Chairs from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in attendance as well, and other members of the legislature. And if you then go on to the next slide, this is really just a summary also in terms of those objectives there, that the issue of having a unified voice for Khoi and San communities, that there was a lot of focus on that as part of the objectives of the All-Inclusive Convention. And then, as indicated earlier, the issue of integration and interface with democratic forums of governance to make sure that through this unified voice, that kind of interface can be achieved, and just to then appreciate this roadmap towards statutory recognition for the Khoi and San. And that's why even at the meeting there was a presentation by the Commission on Khoi and San matters, emphasizing the deadline of end of May for submission of applications for recognition. But then back to the main issue that the committee would like to be briefed about. This is on the next slide. The resolution was that there will be an all-inclusive interim consultative forum that will be established. The convention decided itself that structure will be called the National Khoi and San Interim Consultative Forum, and that the manner in which it will be constituted will be as follows: that each of the 5 groups, and when we refer to the 5 groups here, we talk about the Korana, the Griqua, the Nama, the Cape Khoi, and the San, will nominate 5 representatives. But of course, it was explained at the meeting that in addition to these 5 main groups, there is a subgroup as well. And based on the explanation that you will then have the Kham, you'll have the Hottentots, you'll have the Damaras, in the manner in which it was explained at the meeting, that over and above 5 representatives for each one of these 5 main groups, there should also be 5 representatives of this subgroup as well. So that's what was agreed, that will take it to 30 But the agreement was also that there should then be 5 representatives of the NKC, the National Khoi and San Council, which will then take the total to 35. What has happened since that time? Well, there's been a clear process where some of the groups needed more time for consultation than others. So some of the names have begun to come in, but the challenge here, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee, is that the names that are being submitted are more than the names as agreed at the convention. So instead of 5 names per group, some groups have submitted 12 names. In some instances, in fact, instead of the names coming from a group, one of the 5 groups, the names come from an organization, saying as this forum, as this organization, we submit the following, and the names are not even 5, they are more than 5. So there is a process now of sifting through the names, Honorable Chairperson, so as to remind the people nominating the representatives that actually there was an agreement that there must be 5 names per group plus the subgroup as well as the NKC. So we are dealing with that process at the moment of sifting through the names, a toing and froing process where we're trying to clarify, we can't take 12. Agreement was that there should be 5. So please go back to this and give us the 5 names. And we know that there are inquiries that have been received from some groups where they were saying, do the names have to be the names only of those people who attended the convention, or can we include names of people who were not at the convention but are actually our leaders? And we're saying, well, there was never a resolution that says it's exclusive to only those who were in attendance. So if a group feels that so-and-so, it's an appropriate leader to be among the 5, but for this and other reason may not have been at the convention, that will be the decision of the group. The NKC as well has not as yet provided its names in this regard because of the other consultations that they are still engaging in. So this is where the process is at, Chair, that we just going through this process of getting confirmation. We're not sure whether we'll succeed with that and narrowing it down to 35 eventually, but we are doing our best to go through that process. And we believe that quite soon we'll be able to say, well, we've been able to get agreement on the 35, or we are not getting agreement on the 35. This is the status quo. May we be guided further on what we do from here onwards. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. That's the brief update in terms of the issue of the establishment of the structure. Thank you very much, and I'll hand back to the Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that is long and short on this matter. As we will all know, the matter of the Khoi and San is a long, outstanding matter, which we are paying all the attention to get it attended in a rightful way. It is going to be a process. It was not an easy meeting. I do want to thank you, Chair, and the members of the portfolio who were part of the meeting. When we met the stems as they have been indicated in Johannesburg. Thank you for now, Chair.
Thank you. Anything else on the Kings and the Kings forums?
Please come in again, DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Well, that again, it's work that we continue to pay attention to under the guidance of the Honorable Minister. As the committee would recall, the King's Forum itself was established, and one of the priorities from the forum was that a similar structure be established for the Queens. So we focused on that. A meeting was convened in December on the 13th by the Honorable Minister for the Queens, where the matter was tabled. At the meeting, the chair of the King's Forum, His Majesty Kim Mabena, was there. The deputy chair of the forum, of the King's Forum, His Majesty Ndlovu Damase was there as well. But the Queens said they needed more time. They needed the department to organize a much more focused session in the new year, where they will have more time to engage, even consider the draft terms of reference for their structure. That engagement, Honorable Chair, is happening this weekend, the end of this week, on Thursday and Friday here in Pretoria, where the Queens will now be convening for the second time to particularly focus on the establishment of their forum, but also there will be interaction with a number of other portfolios as well. We invited other departments to interact with them. I may just add that also between last year when they met in December and now, an opportunity arose through the Dutch Embassy and the University of Pretoria to run a focused workshop for the Queens on matters relating to disputes handling. And that training workshop took place about 2 weeks ago. The Queens were in attendance, and the feedback that we got was they were very highly appreciative of the platform that was created. So the next step, where even the forum, King's Forum chairperson has been invited, is Thursday and Friday, where the Queens will be reconvening to look at their terms of reference, to interact with other stakeholders, and other programs then will unfold from the Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Thank you. Minister, you may proceed.
No, I was saying thank you very much. That is the long and short. It's work in progress. We are looking to the program dealing with the matter of our kings following a successful establishment of the Majesty's Forum last year. And I'm hopeful even the Queens will emerge with their structure being elected on Friday when they close their two-day engagement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Van Zyl and Honorable Van Wyk.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just very quickly, the DG had explained that 5 from every one of the 5 stems had to be nominated, sort of, to serve on this interim council, but that only over 50 names had been received. How will the department deal with this? Because it seems as if in each grouping there isn't also coherence by nominating more people than what is needed and what was explained. This to be challenged. Thank you so much.
We should call it an overwhelming response. The minister will, I think the DG will indicate, will repeat, but he did indicate what they're trying to do, but it's fine. Honorable Van Zyl, Honorable Van Wyk.
Chair, thank you. I can't see myself here, but I am on video. Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, I also want to thank Minister Hlabisha and for the convention that we could have held as the Khoi and San in Johannesburg, and all the work that they have put into it. And I know it wasn't an easy weekend, and there was lots of infighting and so on, Chair, but I just want to thank them for their patience. Chairperson, I really think that we must be very decisive here as Parliament because as the DG have said, he said that there was more names that was submitted to what we actually agreed to. I would advise, Chairperson, for the fact that I'm part of that community of the Khoi and San, we have to stick to the 5 names per stem. And we should not allow anybody to come and dictate to us of what we have resolved at the convention itself. That is my advice. That is my input. I really think that we should stick to 5 names. And also, if any one of that names coming from the 5 main stems of the Khoi and San, if an individual or leader, a chief, a king, a queen, was not present at that meeting or the convention, allow them, if one of the stems submit that name, accept that name. Then also, Chair, when it comes to the NKC, the 5 names from the NKC should be 1 name per stem. We should take that resolution because, to be quite frank, Chair, the Griquas feel very entitled when it comes to the NKC. And we don't want a situation where the Griquas will submit 5 names, and when it comes to the NKC, and then they submit 3 names from the Griquas coming from the NKC as well. We should not allow it. Let's say that 1 name per stem from the 5 stems under the NKC. Then, Chair, lastly, the NKC met with the minister. I think it was now two weeks back. I would just like to know, Chair, and very humbly so, and respectfully so, what was that meeting about, Chair? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Your concluding comments. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, because the presentation was straightforward and is work in progress, we do agree with Honorable a member. We have just indicated that we would want to stick to the number that was agreed upon. But of course, we need to do a lot of engagement. As we all, most of us understand the people involved in the whole process. Yes, we did have a meeting a week ago with NKC. The reason for the meeting is that in the all-inclusive meeting in Johannesburg, the NKC had some issues of concern which they wanted to discuss with the ministry. And we said our doors are open. We will not refuse the request for a meeting. We did meet them. I must share in confidence with the honorable members that somehow they had a feeling that the ministry must recognize them as the rightful voice of the Khoi and San. And we said, no, we do not dispute their existence, but we cannot take them as the only mouthpiece of the Khoi and San, because clearly there are Khoi and San people who say they are not represented in the NKC. The meeting ended amicably, and they wanted more support from the ministry. We said We are not going to advocate for their disbandment. It is their choice to remain existing, but we will afford all support to the new structure. Yes, to listen to them, we have no problem. And I think basically that was the purpose of the meeting, because we felt we should give them the audience as a structure that has been there for quite a long time, but it cannot dictate what the department has to do. I think, Chair, I can end there in terms of the concluding points, since the matter is work in progress.
Thank you, Minister. Let me just say that the effort, important structure to set for us to be able to have within sight as many of the different stems of the Khoi and San community, so that when we do consultations, we don't feel that any of the people might have been left out, because that was really the source of the concern. The fact that we were able to move to convene this very important meeting is really appreciated, and we commend you, Minister, for that. We also do understand that there is too much enthusiasm, and so you're having more people coming in than what you had requested. I think the point made by DG that you keep having to negotiate with them to get back to the numbers as stated becomes important. Also, the other issue is that you had a particular conclusion of the meeting, so we do not expect that because some people might be feeling they would like to renegotiate, that you might want to just change things like that. So I think let's work towards a structure that ultimately we will all work with, and then of course understand that there will always be areas where some people would like further discussions, further refinement, and further engagement. I think we're happy that you are allowing that process. So with all of that, the other members have made comments and we note them. And so once the matter is finalized, we would be very pleased to be favored with the list of the members as they would then be existing. I think for the benefit of the committee, it would be good at some point to meet them once they're constituted, and also to meet the King's Council at some point, just for us to be able to have a sense of all their issues, their challenges, their expectations, so that all of us are aligned. But with all of that, thank you very much, Minister. I think we can move to the next item. You can lead us again on that next item. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. DG Changana, on disaster, can you take the process forward?
Thank you very much, Honorable
Yeah,
Minister.
account and I'm Mhlanje Minister. Yeah, account. You're working for your man.
You lift your hand first, Honorable Mkhalipi, and you must also show your face on the screen.
Sorry, Chair.
All right.
Thank you very much,
Your
Chairperson.
Minister.
On this item, I'm going to ask the head of the National Disaster Management Center to lead us. Dr. Swale, over to you.
Thank you very much, DG, Honorable Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members.
You can show your face and then you can close afterwards.
Okay, let's see. Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, proceed.
Okay.
We don't want anybody to outsource their responsibilities. We must just confirm on the screen that it's the person who signed the contract who's talking.
Okay. No. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to present the two items as requested by the committee. is the item in relation to the declaration of the disaster. And the second part is going to be the distribution of the disaster funding to provinces. So what we have done, Chair, we have drafted one presentation where we have covered all these two items. So I'll be taking the committee through the issue of the coordination of disasters response and the recovery matters. Where's the presentation? Chair, we are trying to sort out the presentation here.
Sharon is protecting. Yeah, the secretary.
Oh, the Secretariat, I'm advised here that can we be allowed to share the presentation from us?
Sharing, can you get the sharing rights? We didn't have a good situation on the other ones, but can we, at least now I know it's working, please share with the, let's have the sharing rights to the team.
Person, I think it might be the connection on their side because I have been, the platform is open for sharing. I'm sharing the presentation. Can you not see the presentation on the screen?
Okay, it's not open down, drill down to the item, to the presentation. I can just see the whole index and then you can run it from your side. You'll just call the screen and you can then move the screen as he calls them. But open up at the moment. You are, I don't know who's running the, who's running that platform right now. Is it you or is it Cocta?
Sharon, Chair.
Who is Sharon? Sharon, please open up the slides. Are you happy with that? Then you'll just call the screen, the slide number so that they can just flow them.
Okay. Chair, then I'm going to page 2, which is the purpose and the outline of the presentation. So I'll be taking the portfolio committee through the update in relation to the response measures, but also talking to the introductions and the overview in relation to the severe events which happens around February and March 2025, the impact thereof, and also the classification of the national disaster for severe events, excuse me, but also presenting the distribution of the grants and the conclusion, and then lastly is going to be the recommendation. The next slide is slide number 3, the introduction. Here we're presenting that the NDMC, supported by the provincial disaster centers and the municipal disaster centers, coordinated the response and the preparedness during the events, but also we activated the PROV joints and also the PROV jocks, and also at national, we activated the NGFCC, which is the extended National Joint Flood Coordination Committee, but also we presented some of the work in the ICDM. Also, our task team facilitated the issue of regular issuing the media statement, warning the communities. Slide number 4, here, Chair, we are indicating that as we are working with the South African Weather Services in terms of issuing of the early warnings during the month of February 2025, where the early warning indicated that the Northwest, Gauteng, and other provinces that include Mpumalanga and Limpopo might be affected by heavy showers, which indeed those floods did affect the communities. But also we are indicating that during the time, the NGFCC, which is the National Joint Flood Coordinating Committee structure, was activated and also used in terms of managing those incidences. Slide number 5, Chair, is the summary of the fatalities due to floodings of the month of February 2025 from Eastern Cape, KZN, Limpopo, Gauteng, Northwest Free State, and Mpumalanga. The overall figure across the country is 32 fatalities. The next slide, Chair, is for us just to clarify that the event was classified in relation to the impact which was felt by Eastern Cape, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northwest, and Gauteng. And this classification allowed for sector departments and the municipalities to use the existing legislation and the contingent arrangement to manage the incidences. But of course, this classification, because it was a national disaster, it designated the national executive to directly to become involved in the space. In terms of the classification, it gives effect, Chair, in terms of the national executive to coordinate and manage the events, but also this classification, it allows for the organs of state in the different spheres of government to be assisted in terms of some of the resources which they might require, but also the classification, it allows for the affected organs of state to reallocate funds from applicable grants to augment the resources for the interventions. The next slide, slide number 8. Here we are demonstrating and presenting the impact per province. I'm not going to go into detail. Safe to say that in the Eastern Cape, we've seen the affected districts to be the Afrenzo, Wartamba, Matole, and Krisani. And some of the houses or communities that were affected, unfortunately, we had one fatality there, which really, it was a small kid being affected or drowned as a result of the floods. Still under the Eastern Cape, the slide number 10, here we are indicating some of the humanitarian relief and the key interventions. These are the photos which demonstrate the relief work which was conducted in those affected municipalities. The next province, which is Free State, also we are presenting that on the 16th of February, the Free State also experienced heavy rains, and those heavy rains affected some of the villages in the Free State. In the next slide, slide 13 on my side, we are demonstrating in terms of some of the settlement which were affected in the Free State in terms of the photos. And then Gauteng is number 14. Also, we are indicating some of the municipalities which were affected in the Gauteng province, city of Tshwane, West Rand district, and also Sedibeng, specifically in Mfuleni. Fortunately, we didn't receive any or recorded any fatalities in Gauteng, but there were people who were affected, specifically in the city of Tshwane. 414 people were affected under the city of Tshwane. So in terms of the impact on houses, few infrastructure there, they were affected. We might have seen some of the media reports indicating some of the flats which their roofs were blown off as a result of these heavy rains. Then we moved to KZN. KZN was mostly affected as a result of these heavy rains. Municipalities affected is Uku, eThekwini, Zululand, Amajuba, Kintochwayo, Ilembe, and Tugela. And the total number of households affected is 227. And total houses destroyed is 97. And partial destroyed is 223. People affected is 1,393. And people who are homeless is 260. Let me indicate that during that time, the Minister of Human Settlement also visited these affected communities, and there is a work as we speak, which is ongoing in those areas which were affected, specifically housing the homeless communities. Moving to Mpumalanga, the district affected there, Kangala, Galsibanda, Ehlanzeni district municipalities. There were non-fatalities, no missing persons, no people injured, and person rescued. In terms of the houses which were affected, mostly is the mud houses, which were affected under the Chief Albert Dutuli municipality, 25 partially mud houses collapsed in that municipality. In the next slide, slide number 20. Let me just check my number in here. Yeah, slide number 20. We are demonstrating in terms of the pictures there, some of the infrastructures which were affected. You see the roads which were washed away, and some of the bridges which were affected there. Then 21, slide number 21, we move to Northwest. We've seen a lot of houses being affected in Mahikeng, Disobota, and Motlasana, and the municipalities which were affected. We've seen Bojanala Platinum, Dr. K, and Dr. Ruth. Those are the municipalities. Unfortunately, 2 people lost their lives during these heavy rains, 2 fatalities there under Northwest. The next slide is slide 23. There we're demonstrating some of the roads which were washed away in the bridges. And then we've seen some of the villages were cut off as a result of these roads being cut off. Then we move to Limpopo.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, please mute. Please mute. Someone is not muted. Who's not muted there? Who's MC? Please mute.
Thank you very much, Chair. Then we are under Limpopo, 3 people drowned and 127 households affected. 11 provincial roads were affected and 42 municipal roads were also affected. Then we move now to the distribution of the disaster funding grants to affected provinces. The slide 27, Chair, in terms of the municipal disaster response grant transferred, this grant the allocations were transferred to the affected municipalities on the 12th of February in this year, to the Western Cape and the city of Cape Town, West Coast district municipalities to their locals, and also Cape One Lands district municipalities to their locals, and also Garden Route district municipality. The overall figure was 55 million. Then on the 5th of March, we transferred the municipal disaster recovery grants to Limpopo, is 11 million to Greater Tzaneen local municipality and Polokwane. And in the Eastern Cape, we transferred 121 million to the district and the local municipalities there. In KZN, we transferred 50 million to locals and also to the district there. To Mpumalanga, we have transferred 47 million to the 4 municipalities there. Then on the 6th of March, we also transferred close to 149 million, which is in provincial disaster response grants to the Eastern Cape, to the Department of Education, Health and Roads. We transferred 40 million. KZN, the three departments benefited there: education, agriculture and roads, of the amount of 44 million. Then Mpumalanga, agriculture is 29 million. Limpopo, two departments there benefited, education and health, with amount of 36 million. Education, health and roads in Limpopo, with amount of 36 million. Overall is 149 million. Then on the 18th of March, also we transferred the municipal disaster recovery grants to the Free State. We've transferred to the three municipalities there the amount of 33 million. KZN, we've transferred 152 to the municipalities. Mopofane, Alfred Duma, Danhausa, Mtobatoba, Mlalazi, Ndwedwe, and Mapumulo. In the Eastern Cape, we also transferred 319 million. And then also to the municipalities there, also in Limpopo, we transferred 87 million to the four municipalities there. Then also in Mpumalanga, we transferred 76 million to the four municipalities there. All in all, is 669 million. Chair, let me just indicate that the response grants condition, it says that once we transfer that money, the municipalities, they have an opportunity to implement the project within the period of 3 months, but also we can drag it to 6 months. And then the recovery grants, they've got a period of 12 months to implement the projects. If then the time comes, the deadline comes, they have not implemented those projects, then they have to submit a request for a rollover, provided that those funds are already committed to the project. Then, Chair, slide number 29, we're moving to the disaster funding request of unavoidable and unforeseeable. This sometimes this amount is very big. Then what we normally do that once we have all the applications coming from the municipalities and through the provinces, we then consolidate it, then we submit it to to National Treasury, so that they're able to table it to the budget committee for the request for this amount. Now, to that slide, Eastern Cape submitted a request of 2.5 billion. Mpumalanga is 329 million. Western Cape, they submitted a request of 5.7 billion. Free State is 48 million. KZN is 1.8 billion. So the overall figure, which we submitted to Treasury, was 11 billion. And unfortunately, or fortunately, Treasury, they were able to allocate only 1.6 billion, and 947 was allocated to Western Cape departments. Then after the engagement by our accounting officers with our podcast principals in terms of other provinces which were left out, then Treasury contracted the infrastructure fund to assist in terms of the gaps or the shortfall in relation to those requests. The infrastructure fund, they've worked with the NDMC in terms of collecting all the informations because we submitted information, but through this infrastructure fund process, we wanted to make sure that any additional information gets submitted to the infrastructure fund so that we are able to close all the gaps in relation to close the shortfalls. So when you go to the slide to talk to the project plan, move to the slide to the project plan. Now, this is a project plan for the infrastructure fund. We invited them to come and present to the senior management in the department in terms of the progress in relation to this project. They indicated that on the 3rd of April, they will be able to finalize all these processes, and then they will then submit the close-up reports to the National Disaster Center. But I must indicate that the National Treasury is working very close with us in terms of dealing with all these matters related to the shortfall out of that 11 billion as I presented in the previous slide. Then the slide number 32 is a conclusion where we're indicating that as all the spheres of government, we continue to manage and coordinate the response measures, and also as and when we work with the South African Weather Services and receive the early warning, we'll make sure that all our structures, they are battle ready so that we're able to activate them if the need arises. But also in terms of the conclusion, the NDMC has classified a national disaster for the severe weather events of February 2025 to strengthening support to affected organs of state, and the disaster grants are being distributed to the affected provinces for implementation of the disaster intervention to address conditions within the communities. The last slide, which is slide 33, Chair, it is recommended that the portfolio committee knows progress on the coordination of the multi-sectoral integrated intervention to deal with the effects of the disasters. Note the classification of the national disaster for the severe weather events during February 2025 to strengthen support to the affected organs of state. Also support the reprioritization of resources by organs of state, and also support the implementation of the disaster risk reductions. And lastly, support the implementation of the disaster intervention from allocated funding to address the condition within affected communities. Chairperson, thank you very much. I will hand over to the DG though. Thank you.
Chairperson, just to underscore or amplify the point about the role of the infrastructure fund, I think you made the same comment in your opening remarks. You recall that when National Treasury was asked why only the Western Cape was allocated a portion of the UNU approved grant, the answer that they gave was that other provinces did not package the projects properly. So in that 11 billion rands application that we submitted to National Treasury, the only province that was considered was the Western Cape. So then Treasury took a decision to appoint DBSA and Infrastructure Fund to package those projects that were not well packaged in the other provinces that submitted applications. So the intention was to say, we are not going to put those projects that are not ready aside. What we will do, we will then invest in project packaging so that those provinces that did not benefit in the UNU process can benefit in future, but using DBSA as a project packager, so to speak. So I thought it's important to underscore that point, and I know that you have asked them to come and present to you. They have presented to us as well the work that they are doing. And I think that work that Infrastructure Fund and DBSA are doing for National Treasury must come here and be presented to the committee as well at some point once the two ministers have applied their minds. Thank you very much.
DG, you are saying you submitted to Treasury some stuff that was not well prepared, which is why you didn't get the money. So the problem was actually COGTA and the provinces?
Well, we think that there were projects there that were ready to go. Remember, the implementer is the province. It is not National Treasury. For instance, the Department of Health in Eastern Cape, they were ready, and they have a panel of implementing agents that they use, professionals that they use. But in Treasury's mind, their view was that they want to take a closer look at those projects and package them themselves. In our view, we don't share that view, that all of the projects were not ready. But we submit to Treasury. The final say is with National Treasury. We think that there were projects that were ready, and we think that there were provinces that geared themselves up for the implementation of those projects. And one of them is Eastern Cape, the Department of Health in Eastern Cape. They're doing similar work, I think, education as well with schools infrastructure. But Treasury applied its mind. Remember, it is National Treasury that goes to Cabinet with the UNU after they have received the report from us. And they made that call that they want to appoint DBSA and Infrastructure Fund to do the assessment. We submitted projects to them to be implemented by provinces, because it's provinces. In our view, we should be packaging those projects properly if there were areas that were not clearly packaged. But the call was made by Treasury, and then that's where we are. Thank you very much.
Okay, DG, from where we sit, you either have projects that are ready for funding or you don't. And so it's either you agree with them or you don't agree with them. That's basically what it's supposed to be. We then need to understand if what you're saying is correct, why they decided to take that decision. And if what they are saying is correct, then you cannot argue that there were some projects which were ready. Because if they were, they would have seen them. Then they say they didn't because they were not. So I think we must just understand that for us, it's still an issue. That's why we wanted them to be here when we talk about this issue. The allocating approach was very strange. And of course, now there's some corrective measure. And yeah, I think the question is if that was the case, if it was not ready, so how are we in future supposed to trust that if you've sent it, it is going to be ready for funding? There will be money, but then because it was not properly done, then it will be reversed, to be sent back, and yet we've got disasters on the ground. Honorable members, I've got two hands. I have Honorable Mtetwa and then Honorable Labuskaghne, and then we'll have Mkhalipi, sorry, Direko, Van Sail. Mkhalipi is gone a wall. So that's fine, let's proceed.
Honorable Chair, Minister Hlabisa, before. Yeah, Honorable Chair, I just want to come in before members come in so that probably we do not dwell in this area. As you rightly said, Honorable Chair, the issue should be left with National Treasury to respond to it, because we were all taken by surprise that the allocation was only made to one province, because there were no details when the minister was speaking in the National Assembly. And thereafter, when we said, okay, let us sit down and unpack the allocation, it was only then that we learned is not for all other provinces. And there were a number of reasons given, like, for instance, that some provinces could not exhaust the money within a given time. I don't want to speak for Treasury. That is why I'm saying it is better that question we leave to Treasury, because if it is a question of the projects not well packaged, they should have returned them and said, COGTA, these projects are not well packaged, you deal with them.
would accept, therefore, that we submitted something not well packaged. Whether it was a scapegoat or what, I don't want to go to that extent. But as you rightly say, Chair, logically, if projects were not well packaged, they should have returned them back and saying, we are only considering this because these are well packaged. Yours, you redo them. That is why I'm saying this question better be responded to by Treasury. Thank you very much, Chair.
That's fine then. Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, you'll have Honorable Mtetwa, Labuskaghni, Dirego, Van Zyl, and let's take it from there.
Thanks a lot, Chair, and thanks to the Minister and Deputy Minister and senior officials of the department. Exactly was my reaction to the fact that I know that Western Cape was given a head start of allocation of disaster, yet disaster is a natural phenomenon, which means you can't penalize recipients of disaster fund based on the packaging of the product, but you must be using a barometer of a disaster having happened in that particular province. So, and I'm proposing that let us ring fence monies as per provinces, irrespective of whether they are properly packaged or not. Why? Because disaster has happened and we are dealing with human lives here. We're dealing with warm bodies. So let's not relegate people to technicalities of administration, which is secondary in this case. But moving forward, in countries that are known to have disasters, like in the US, your hurricane disasters, in the Middle East, your bomb shelters, in case of any attacks, they already have what we call early warning signs, and they have proactive responses. And in this case, in South Africa, we are sitting with almost now a permanency condition in terms of climate change, which leads to disasters and which affects the infrastructure. Then this is now challenging the build industry, especially the Regulatory Council. This thing has been seen coming for a long years, but the building industry has been resistant in changing the building standards to accommodate climate change, meaning being receptive to alternative building methods that will be resistant to disasters, whether it's fires or it is heavy rainfall or it is attacks. All of those in the build industry worldwide, we now have responses, but South Africa is trailing behind because we are held at ransom by the build industry, which is influencing the only cement and bricks and mortar kind of building standard, whereas now we need alternative. Otherwise, we will now waste a lot of money in building infrastructure every year because we are not proactive in our planning. So I'm proposing, let us have proactive planning of infrastructure. Let's look at architectural design of infrastructure that will be resistant, even if we know next year there can be a disaster, but we are not going to suffer infrastructure destruction just because the manner in which we are building is still the old order that is not resistant to any form of disaster. That is my submission, and I'm thankful that at least Amachuba did appear under the allocations, because in Newcastle almost flooded, especially at the rank, almost into the interior of the town because of this. But because money was given to Western Cape, we were the actor Aussies and Africans, but we hope that is not going to be repeated again. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Labuskaghni.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. First of all, Chair, I think I need to start with, I think I need a training session in which grants is meant for what, at what stage does provinces apply, and how does the distribution of these funds working. I want to start where we left off now with my previous colleague, and I would like to know, I understand, I want to make, to clarify that the disaster funding request for the UNU grant is what provinces request from national. I'm not so sure, is that the request based on disasters that already happened and therefore they need the money? Or is this a request or a thing that is happening on a yearly basis to sort of foresee that they are ready for any disasters that could have happened? I get it. The way I understand it, it's an application for disasters that already happened. And then I would like to know, is there a correspondence between distressed and dysfunctional municipalities in provinces and the fact that some of these funds are not then authorized or to them? And what is the link, what is the role that the provinces, the input from the municipalities in the preparation of the province to national? Because we need to understand and unpack that, because I totally do agree that if a province apply and there's something wrong in the application, or that National Treasury is not happy with what is going on, at least it should be sent back and say these things needs to be corrected. Cannot just be ignored and say you didn't qualify. And then, Chair, I would like to know, there's a municipal disaster response grant, there's a provincial disaster response grant, there's municipal recovery grant, and that kind of things. I would like to know all these amounts that's been explained to us now, being paid out, some in December, some in February, some in March. Does that come from the budget that when we approve the budget, when we get the budget and we went through it in the committee? Is that the part of the budget from the National Disaster Fund that we so-called? And the reallocation or the reprioritization, is that on part of the disaster fund on national level, or do municipalities have to reprioritize some of their budgets of their own budget? And then I would also like to know, is there was an underspending in the medium-term framework and in last year on national level? These funds allocated now for this disaster, is that underspending now corrected by all these payments that went out? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe when you respond, you could just highlight again the different grants so that we can try and follow. Then we have Honorable Van Zyl, and after that, Honorable Direko. I see Mkalipi is also on the line, so let's take that approach, sequence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I understood it was Honourable Direko before me. I don't know if she's happy for me to go first.
No, I don't think she's happy. I think I've caused the confusion.
Okay.
Honourable Direko. Sorry. Honourable Direko.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry
Thank
about
you,
that.
Chair. Chair, I'm glad that the department seems to have speed response to disaster funds on affected municipalities compared to what we have experienced over the previous years. And previously, Chair, there was a concern from the Treasury in allocating funds to municipalities that are unable to spend their actual funded grant. And as a result of that, they were advised to redirect their funds to cover the cost of the disaster. So in this funding, has the same process been applied, or municipalities just received funds irrespective of their spending pattern on their yearly grants? And secondly, Chair, it's also on the submission of the disaster application on municipalities. Looking at the municipalities that have received grants from Treasury at the moment, you'll realize that there are other municipalities which were also affected by this disaster, but did not get grants. So what is the role of the department in assisting those municipalities to apply for this grant and declaring the correct disaster on the disaster that had happened on their municipalities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Van Zyl.
Thanks, Chairperson. I wanted to find out if the DG is able to tell us whether any grants or funding has been returned to Treasury in, say, the last 2 years, and if we can have details and why those funds have been returned to Treasury, because rightly so, we've seen in KZN that there's been a lot of disaster with the flooding, et cetera, from as far as 2 years back, and residents still displaced, still not taken care of. And then also, I know it was touched on briefly in the presentation, but I wanted to find out that given the extensive infrastructure damage reported in all the provinces, like your bridges and your roads and your homes, what is the timeline for reconstruction? Because I heard him say something about 3 months for this, 6 months for that, but I don't know if that was related to the infrastructure damage and what would happen there. Then just on the issue of projects that had not been, receiving money from Treasury in other provinces because it wasn't packaged properly, we need to actually get to the bottom of that, and that is capacity and skilled professionals. And I think that is something that the department needs to maybe start thinking about a bit more, as to how you would build capacity so that projects are not sent back or not funded while people that has been victims of disaster suffer, because that's exactly what happened. In the Western Cape, we have skilled professionals and things were packaged properly for projects and money was allocated. And then just the last thing on municipalities, have all of the municipalities in South Africa submitted their disaster plans? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhalipi.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Chair, please allow me to switch off my video because of the network problems.
That's fine. Please proceed.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation from Dr. Sole. I think also, Chair, we need to get clarity on the following issues. One is the issue of this packaging that is the DG is talking about. Chair, it's very important to note this as the committee, that we are not interested with those red tapes because we're talking about the lives of the people here. So if someone does not do his or her job, there must be consequences, because now we are debating why the other provinces didn't get allocation, only Western Cape before. But we are forgetting that we are dealing with the issues that are affecting people direct, especially the poorest of the poor. And then the second thing that I need to get a clarity from the department is that after you have allocated funds to provinces with all the challenges that we are mentioning in the presentation, okay, let's just take for instance, you have successfully allocated funds to Western Cape according to the previous report, all right? So do you do the follow-up in terms of the money being assessed by the people who are affected by floods? Or you just give the money to the province, that's all? You have done your job nationally, that's all. What will happen there if that person, a particular person in Khayelitsha was affected by the floods, have received uncedo or not, is none of your business now. Because that is our main issue here in this committee. The people
Sorry. Who's Direko? I think you're not muted. Please mute. Proceed, Mkhalipi.
Okay, Chair. Yeah, so if the department can clarify on those issues, Chair. Remember, this is not the new floods that we are talking about. The floods started, I think, early 2021 or late 2021 or 2022. And then now is an order of the day. There are issues that are still not resolved from 2022. It's 2025. And it's look like this thing of floods or disaster is going to have, it is going to occur quite often. And it seems as if we don't have a strategy. We are reactive as a department. We are not learning from what happened in 2022. I remember there was a project that I made an example of here, that if I was not a kind of a person who's pushy, who does not fall back if I'm believing on something, for instance, that project of Ward 52, since 2022, until the department in the city of eThekwini decided to allocate funds. There was not going to be any assistance to those 2 community houses that were affected. So I'm saying if there are no follow-ups, it's going to be a problem. Number 2, Chair, the money is allocated to provinces. To be honest with you, we don't have access, or we don't know what is happening at the provincial levels. So the minute there is floods or there's a disaster, the first thing that comes to our minds as members of parliament is to contact the municipality. And I've been raising this point quite often here. Most of the time, Stole, who's heading the disaster at a municipality, is always saying, I don't have enough money to assist. And basically, they just give the blankets or tin fish or whatsoever. But they're really assistant in terms of houses, in terms of roads. They told you that, no, we don't have money. So can we also be elaborated and assisted with how do you coordinate between the province, the national, and the city or the municipality in order not to have those 2 long tapes until people get fed up? Because this thing is going to have with us for a long time now, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's allow for responses. But you know, this issue for us is a problem. It's a serious problem. You have had disasters coming in this year. You had disasters last year. You had disasters the previous year. You have disasters the year before. You have climate changes focusing that there will be disasters, particularly in the eastern provinces, but the whole country. So this is going to be part of our daily experience. And we always have to deal with people who don't get adequate response in the reconstruction of infrastructure, their homes and everything after disaster. Now, then you got an application that comes to COCTA. And this application gets to COCTA and somebody looks at it. It then moves to Treasury. Then Treasury condemns it and says none of you provinces are able to do adequate submissions. Only 1 province can do that. Is that what we're saying? That's the rest of the COCTA department doesn't have capacity to see that the provinces have submitted something which is below standard, and COCTA is not able to see. So how do you supervise if you don't know how to see if the submissions are below standard? Now, if that is the case, that means we should expect that on a continuous basis, only 1 province will get funding. Now, so what has happened now? How are we going to make sure that going forward, this thing is resolved? How do we, because you see, we can't have either or. We can't have both. We can either have either the province and national COCTA don't have capacity, or Treasury did a misallocation. It has to be one of those 2. It can't be both. So you need to be able to clear it, because what's going to happen when the next disasters come? Are we going to end up with a situation where allocation is going to be skewed because of the lack of capacity, and then people are going to be affected because of lack of capacity in the provincial and COCTA, national COCTA? What are we saying? So I think we need to get it clearer, because it is not. So anyway, please, let's get responses, TG. And may we take the hand off Honorable Mkhalipi?
Am I audible? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, I'm going to ask Thabo to go in first, and Thabo will hand over to Dr. Stwale, and then I'll take care of the strategic question around the state of readiness of the project, and maybe answer that question explicitly and not maybe strategically. I'll ask Thabo to come in first, and then hand over to Dr. Stwale, and I'll hand over to the Minister after I've responded. Thabo? Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you, DG. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. In terms of the disaster grants which we have a disaster response, municipal disaster response grant. The implementation period is 6 months after the allocation. So the period will start immediately when the funds are transferred into the account. That's for immediate. We also have the municipal disaster recovery grant, which the implementation period is 12 months. And I must indicate, Honorable Chair, that all these grants are related to infrastructure repair. Then we also have the provincial disaster response grant, which is available for provincial sector departments. They would apply for it, and the implementation period is also 6 months. The recovery grant is the implementation period is 12 months, which is also covered through the UNU. So that's what we have, Chair. In terms of the monies that we are transferring to municipalities and provinces, we have project monitoring committees where we not only transfer the funds and we don't follow the money. We do receive monthly reports on the implementation, and we also do site visits to ensure that the grants are being implemented where the money was allocated. I think I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Dr. Stolle, can you take?
Thank you very much, DG. Maybe just to add one that the Koparo indicated, maybe let me address the issue of project ready, which we submitted to National Treasury. What we have, Chair, we have a business plans, and these business plans are the templates which actually were developed by the team from National Treasury and also the National Disaster Center. So when we package, or the provinces or municipalities package these projects, they follow actually this template. So when we submit to Treasury these projects, so would have followed this template, which is in the form of business plans, so that then whatever the assessment Treasury is doing, it is aligned into their requirements. So I would dispute the comment from Treasury that we submitted project plans which were not at the standard. That's why they've rejected it. So we've used that template. There was a point raised by Honorable Mteto. Yes, I think it's something which, as we move forward, is something which we could actually explore, maybe in the future, in terms of how best we can actually manage these grants per province that include, working with human settlement in terms of exploring the issue of the alternative technology. Chair, you are correct in terms of the climate change. The climate change is here. When we check the intensity in terms of the floods, which happened 15 years ago vis-a-vis now, we tend to find that now these floods, they end up affecting even the malls. We've seen some of the areas having mudslides, where in the past we didn't have those kind of scenarios. I think that the Cooperative, we have talked to site visit in relation to that. And the other issue, the inputs by the municipalities to the provincials' plans. As Mr. Kupar indicated, sometimes we do have projects which are based in the municipality space, which are purely related to the municipalities. So those, I would say, business plans that have been packaged by the municipalities via the provinces. But if it happens, we've got a provincial infrastructure. You see that the allocation there allocation purely focusing on the provincial departments. So you do have infrastructure which is provincially owned, and the allocations going directly to those provincial departments. Then also within the province, we do have a structure, as Mr. Kopar indicated, where all the stakeholders are able to input into that process as well. So that ultimately, when we submit to Treasury, it actually includes all the inputs from all the stakeholders in that affected province. I think, okay, there was another question for Member Mkhalip related to the floods, the backlog, I'll call it the backlog. And we've been tracking these kind of inputs in relation to how much money we've allocated to a particular municipality or a project, and then which project were not covered. And those backlogs, we're able to see how best we then incorporate them in the future allocation as and when we allocate these funds to those provinces and then to those affected municipalities. I'll end up there, Chair. I think some of the inputs will come from the teachers.
Okay, but just so that I understand. So when the province submits according to the specifics that the Treasury has drawn out, do you have any role to play to check that it is all in order? If they tick the wrong boxes on the right submission form, would you be able to pick that up yourself, or it can only just be passed to Treasury? Because you see, at the end, the question has to be for us, does COGTA have capacity to oversee the disaster application processes? That is the question we're trying to answer for ourselves, trying to listen to you. Is it the problem of COGTA, or is it the problem of the provinces, or both? Or is it the Treasury's discretion that is a problem? I still can't work out from what you've said.
Yeah, Chair, maybe if I may come in. Chair, Mr. Kupari indicated that there is a committees which we've established, which is chaired by the National Disaster Center. So that committee is chaired by Mr. Kupari. So what normally happens, all those business plans, they get discussed in those in that committee, so that we're able to close all the gaps. So if the business plan is not ready, they are able to send it back to the municipality or to the provincial department to close those gaps. So that structure, which is chaired by the National Disaster Center, we're able actually to use it as a clearinghouse to make sure that nothing passed through to National Treasury without actually having checks and balances to make sure that we close all those gaps. We even go to the extent where there's even proposal to say, because when you go to the municipalities, we have technical directors and engineers there. So they will actually tell us this infrastructure, it will need X amount of money. So when the business plan goes to Treasury, it is actually ready to be funded by Treasury, but we have a situation which we're trying to manage as well as we move forward, where then Treasury will then take their own decision without actually consulting us if there's any issue which they pick it up. And then we end up seeing through the letter to say this is a decision which they've made. Sometimes we don't agree with it, but we end up needed to correct it as we move forward. Thank you, Chair.
No, that's fine. Let's excuse me. Let's proceed. You see, we're not wanting a very sophisticated answer here. All we want to know is, where should we worry that there's a problem? Is it the Treasury's discretion, or is it the department's lack of skill? Because those are the two issues. Now, what you are saying is that, as far as you are concerned, Treasury is not telling the truth. They decided to make their allocation. Your submissions are correct. Now, that's the reason why we've been wanting to hear from Treasury, what is this? Because in future, it will give us a problem if we don't know how. When there's a need across the country, they take a decision. But it's worse if they're going to then accuse you and you don't seem to be clear that in fact it's a rightful or wrongful accusation. Because if it is a wrongful accusation, then we need a meeting with all of us. But if it is a rightful accusation, then the minister should be able to say to us, okay, there's a problem of skills here or competence or whatever, then we have to deal with it from that point. We're trying to understand exactly where the problem is. Anyway, let's proceed. Let's get the next responses.
Can I interject?
Yes, Honorable Mkhaliphi.
Yeah, Chair, it will be also helpful also to mention as per the letter that was sent to the committee and then you commented from the beginning of the meeting, Chair, in order for us, for the committee to know how to move forward with the whole issue of disaster. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. So whilst we're talking, please put the letter on the screen again, just the body of the letter, and please proceed. Let's get more responses. But Shireen, put the letter on top put the letter on the screen, please.
Chairperson, there is a standard operating procedure on how these things are managed, and they are known by Municipal Disaster Management Center officials. They are known by Provincial Disaster Management Centers, and they are known by the National Disaster Management Center under COCTA. So there are rules, clear rules. I can confidently say it here in this meeting that all of those projects, including the Western Cape projects, were in the same status, all of them. And remember, there are two parts, and maybe we're using these words interchangeably, the application and the packaging of the project. In terms of the SOP, the first thing we do is to assess the state of the damage. We look at how that particular infrastructure is affected. Then the Municipal Disaster Management Center will do an assessment. The provincial and national will do an assessment. There is an IGR structure that oversees that particular process, and then once it's concluded, it gets submitted to National Treasury for approval. All of those projects were in the same state when we submitted them to National Treasury. And if there was anything that Treasury wanted to be done, those things should have been done by the provinces themselves, because this is a Schedule 5B grant, which means it's a direct grant that gets dispersed to provinces. So if you look at most of the provinces, Eastern Cape, KZN, no exception, they all have the capacity to implement projects, to package and implement projects. The very same TBSA that has been appointed appoints service providers to do the work. So it's just an addition of a layer of cost and delay in the process, because all what we should have done if there were issues is to ask provinces themselves directly to do exactly what National Treasury is doing with the DBSA, because provinces have done it for some time. There was a question about the returning of the grants. In the last financial year, no grant was returned. In that other year, I think the previous year, 2024 financial year, KZN returned the money, and I don't have the figures in front of me, but I know that they returned some of the money in KZN. But your explanation is spot on. I think your comment is spot on. I think there is an overreach by National Treasury. Maybe we're diplomatic about it. And it's not only limited to the disaster management grant, it is also in other grants, MIG, IUDG, they're doing exactly the same thing. Right now, as we speak, we're having a battle with them on the MIG and IUDG. So I think there is an overreach by Treasury, and there are intergovernmental fiscal rules that regulates some of these grants. If it's Schedule 5P, it needs to go directly to the province. And if there are issues that they want to raise, they should have written a letter to us so that we can communicate that directly to the province. But I think there is something perhaps that Treasury is trying to explain. And I think the Minister ruled on that matter and said, maybe we are better placed asking Treasury to explain themselves. Thank you very much.
No, thanks. Actually, Minister was clear. But as I'm listening to you answering, that's what brought more questions. Your comment now are much clearer. But what was the problem is the way you are all responding. It was fudging the issue in a way that it was not clear whether you know, everyone is trying to avoid direct responsibility, because what we wanted to know, Minister said it, but it was fine. But when I listened to the way you're responding, that's when I realized, no, you need to be clear to us. What are you saying? Because what Minister is saying and what you're saying is not the same. But that's fine. Let's move on from there. We're clear where we are now. Let's get the rest of the comments so we can take a, I think we should try and get towards a break, short break about around 1 o'clock. So let's get the rest of the comments, please. If you are done, DG, well, we can just give the minister to make the closing remarks.
That's correct, Chairperson. Minister can come in. We're done.
Thank you. That's fine, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure whether the Deputy Minister would like to say a word before I conclude. Deputy Minister Masemola. Okay. Silence.
You can continue, Bulawai. You can close the discussion. I'm fine.
Okay. No, Honorable Chair, thank you very much for all the questions that were raised by the honorable members. I think we can conclude with the same statement the Chair has raised, that Treasury will need to respond on the question of how the allocation was done to one province. Because as COPTA, we did not receive a correspondence, as I said before, which said projects were not well packaged. As I said, I don't want to speak for them, but I heard a saying that other provinces could not utilize the money on time. Probably they can tell us better. And I'm sure we must have learned a lesson, even Treasury, because if you look at the letter, Chair, which you requested to be flighted, it is not going to the reason why other provinces did not get the money, but it talks about a recovery measure, probably to a mistake that was committed from where I stand, which I think is something that should not happen going forward. And I'm sure as COPTA, we will need going forward to establish a principle with Treasury that if there is a problem, you have to return back to us in writing so that we are able to explain, because all departments belong to one government. It's not a good thing to point fingers, yet you don't give the feedback to the other sector. The DG is pointing out correctly, and as we speak, there is a Cold War in relation to the MIG reallocation after the failure of other municipalities to spend. And I think at one stage we will have to come to a real clear understanding as to, are we just the passive, are we a post office as COPTA when it comes to this allocation, and Treasury at its discretion decide the way they like. It is another matter, Chair, of course, but on this one, I think it is something that we will have to watch very carefully as COPTA, that it doesn't happen go forward, because even ourselves were taken by surprise. But all comments were noted. What we will do, Chair, these allocations that have been given to these municipalities, we are calling them next week on Monday to officially communicate that here is the money that has been given to you, and you must spend this money accordingly, because some municipalities, they spend this money on other activities, not disaster-related matters. And when a report is wanted at the end of the day, they can't account as to where the money went to.
We are going to follow it to see to it that it went to what it was intended for. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you. Thank you, Minister. I think we'll obviously be following this issue with interest, and we will still be picking up the matter with the Minister. The reality for us is that we need to know what actually is the justification for a stand that Treasury takes. So if Treasury says, listen, you want 11 billion rand, I've only got 500 million, and they can spread it to those who need it, I understand that. I've got no question where should they get the money from if they don't have. So that clear issue is out of the way. Then if Treasury says the Department of COGTA submitted unsuitable application that could not be processed, then we've got an issue. Because then we want to know why would we have incompetent leaders in the processing of these applications. If there's no skill or there's incompetence or there's negligence, then there's an issue, because then people are suffering as a result of that. Now, if the department, if National Treasury takes a decision and they've got a justification for giving one province and not the others, we want to hear, because we cannot expect that there should be a situation where there is a whimsical allocation of resources on provinces that have the same problem, and there's no sense of trying to create a sense of justice. That's where we stand. So we will pick it up again. Thank you very much, Minister. Now, is there a hand up there, Honorable Van Zyl? Is it a legacy hand?
Yes. No, Chairperson, not a legacy hand. I just wanted to find out, it was not answered unless I missed it, about the municipalities, and all of them have indeed submitted their disaster plans, because, you know, we know about disasters. Municipalities know exactly there'll be floods here every year, blah, blah, blah. And the municipalities don't submit their disaster plans, which I think would really assist. And that, again, boils down to, I think, capacity. Thank you.
Okay, Minister, if you'd like to comment there.
Can I come in before the Minister?
All right, fine, please come in.
Yes, to take up what Honorable is saying, not all municipalities, they have disaster unit. Can we also be assisted in that regard, since we are going to have this problem for a longest time? I think we had gone to one of the municipality, I think in Mfuleni, if I'm not mistaken, whereby we were told, no, we don't have that unit in this municipality. So we experienced disasters, but we don't have that kind of arrangement. But my point, Chair, in the last meeting, when we have this kind of item on the agenda, we specifically ask for the project that has been assisted by the National Treasurer together with our department. Can we have a list of those projects to say, in 2022, these are the projects that have been implemented because of the money that was given to this municipality to assist people? We don't have that list of the projects as far as I concern, Chair. Can we be assisted with that list, so we can also, as members of Parliament, when we go and do our constituencies and check, so we can visit those projects and come to say to the committee, yes, we visited this place, there is this project. Mr. Msomi is very happy that at least the government intervened after floods. Can we also be assisted? Because this matter is not being entertained. We talk about it, but there's no follow-up and there is no implementation. Thanks, Chair.
We shall so request from Minister that we be favored with that list. Any comments, Minister, in regard to Van Zyl's question?
Thank you, Chair. DG or Dr. Stolle, please respond.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, Dr. Stolle.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yeah, the list of the project will make it available. We do have a list of those projects.
Municipalities.
Yeah.
That have applied.
Yeah, for the municipalities that have applied. And the issue of the disaster plans, maybe if I may respond on that one. In the previous meeting where we were requested to come to present to the portfolio committee, we indicated that we have some of the municipalities which drafted disaster management plans, but we are engaging them to review those disaster management plans. We do know that some of the municipalities might not have a fully fledged disaster management plans, but as and when we work with them, they do have contingency plans which they are using it to manage all the hazards experienced within the boundaries of their municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
DG, any addition?
Yes, Minister, there was a question about whether municipalities have applied for the latest disasters. Not all of them have applied. Some municipalities are being helped to apply because we have to do an assessment of the extent of the disaster. So the latest disasters, we have not completed the assessment process. The previous disasters in the last calendar year, we've already dispersed the money. For instance, in Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, we dispersed the money for the disaster, including the bridge that collapsed. The only delay that we are told is caused by the forum people. They ask it to be given a portion of the work, but we finance some of the disasters that happened in municipalities. You recall that municipalities were not affected in terms of the financing arrangement. It's provinces that were affected by the decision that National Treasury took. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Chair, I think we can respond to this question in this fashion. Firstly, a list of all the previous years' disaster recipients will be submitted, but over and above, we will go up to the list we shared today, and then pick up all municipalities that have not submitted their request for funding, yet disaster happened in their areas. Because the point, one I understand well, there should be equity in the allocation of these funds. There are municipalities which will be remaining out years in and years out for a long period. If we don't pay attention to that one, I think the response over and above what the DG and Dr. Stoll have said, we will supply, because we have a list of municipalities that have never received anything, that here are the municipalities that have applied in the past, but have never received money. And we will have to follow up as to why there is no equity in terms of allocating the resources. If it is because of capacity, COGTA at a national level should come on board to assist those municipalities so that we ensure that there is equity in the allocation of resources. Those that have never submitted a request, yet disasters have happened in their areas because of capacity challenge also, COGTA will need to give a commitment as to, in the group of allocation at this time and applications, these municipalities will be prioritized, and Treasury should not be at its discretion to decide, because if we leave it at the discretion of Treasury, who are not on the ground, there shall be no equity for a long time, because it is not prioritized in terms of principle of equity to ensure that not money is repeated on one and the same area because of whatever reason that might be there. I think, Chair, that can be the commitment I could make, and that we will see to it that the response that will come in writing does cover those areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. That summarizes this discussion. Thank you very much. We'll hold it at that. May I request at this point that we take a 30 minutes refresher break. 2:30, we come back. Then for now, if we just try and get ourselves refreshed and stretch up a bit and everything, then at 2:30, when we come back, we'll start with the Department of Traditional Affairs, and then we'll follow with MISA, and then of course the rest after that. But at this point, we'd like to take a break, and thanks very much to everybody. At this point, we adjourn the meeting till 2:30. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.
Chairperson, just a correction, not
Sorry?
1:30. You said 2:30. 1:30, Chairperson.
No, did I say 2:30?
Yes, yes.
No, not at all. Not at all. 1:30. 13:30.
Thanks, Chair.
13:30, please. I'm sorry
Salute,
about
Chair.
that. Yeah, no,
Thanks,
no.
Chair.
Thank you. So the meeting adjourned for 30 minutes. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, may we conclude whatever
Recording in
we're doing
progress.
and start the meeting? We got 1 more minute to go, so I'm waiting for everyone to try and settle down, find your seats. And we should be proceeding in the next minute or so. May I ask those who are back members, let me see you on the photo, on the video. You can switch on your screen. Honorable members, welcome. Let's see if we can make the quorum. Honorable Labuskachne, you're very shy today.
You are always saying I'm shy, sir.
Yes, you are shy, but not as shy as you are today, you know. Honorable Marina, how are you?
I'm good, Chairperson. How are you? For the second
Just
time
speak
today.
out on behalf of your friend who's really very shy.
She's not shy. I'm sure she's making tea to get ready to ask some very difficult questions, Chairperson.
She can have tea on the screen there. It's allowed. It's not unparliamentary.
The two of you must just remember I can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay. All right. I thought I was gossiping about you.
Maybe she's Mrs. Reddy. Reddy must come back.
Mrs. Reddy, hey, that's possible. Eh?
Mahalipi.
Yes, your friend. Let's talk to Honorable Mthetho to ask Reddy to come and make an appearance just to cheer you up, you know. I think we need that energy.
I'll do advice, yes. I will do
You will
likewise.
advise. Certainly.
Yes.
Certainly. All right, I think we should start then. Honorable members, we will allocate 45 minutes to traditional affairs, presentation, questions, discussions, answers, and everything. We start now. We will end at quarter past 2 with everything done. But if you can improve on that timing, it's all the better. But that's fine. Honorable members, we want to start again. Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, welcome back. And the DG, Directors General, you are both welcome. I'm aware that Honorable or the DG DCOC has got some engagement for a while, but is going to join us again. And so we're ready to start. Honorable Dipofa, please start. But let me check. Minister, I don't. Oh, yes, Minister, you're there. No. Let me hand over to you, Minister. That's your house. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Minister,
very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, DG Dipofa can start, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Please, DG, please go ahead. The whole thing, the whole package is up to 45 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to the honorable members. Once again, I'll be switching off the camera once again. It's a fairly long presentation, Honorable Chair, because it condenses two quarters in one presentation, quarter 2 and quarter 3 as requested by the committee. But given the time frames that have been advised by the Honorable Chair, we'll see how we try to save on time. So as the outline shows, we are looking at the current financial year, second quarter, as well as third quarter performance. Go to the next slide. So that go to the next slide so that we can then start with the first. So this first slide, Honorable Chair, just consolidate information for the two quarters, quarter 2 and quarter 4. So it just shows the total targets that we had for Q2, which is in the second column. The first column just reflects the programs. We have the 2 programs: administration, research policy and legislation, and then institutional support and coordination. It shows during Q2 that we had 13 targets broken down as shown there in the slide. And then Q3, it shows that we have 14 targets broken down as shown there in the slide. And then the set of columns just indicate the number of targets achieved. So we start with Q2. Out of the 13, the 13 targets for Q2 were all achieved. And then for Q3, out of the 14, 12 targets were achieved, which represents an 86% achievement rate. So 2 targets for Q3 were not achieved, and we'll go into detail when we get to the other slides. We can then move to the next slide. So this slide just then specifically looks at Q2 in terms of the pie chart there to show that there were 13 targets. All of them were achieved, so it's a 100% achievement rate. We can then move to the next slide. The next slide just takes the same information, breaks it down further into the different programs there. As I indicated, it's 13 targets, and 13 of them were indeed achieved. The next slide then just goes into the details of what was there in the targets for Q1. When we presented the APP to the committee, we indicated that we take the set of indicators for compliance in terms of organizational performance information, and we combine them into one solid plan. And we target that we achieve a percentage of them per quarter. So we had targeted 86% of them, of those compliance targets, and they were achieved. And on the next slide, it is the next plan, which looks at financial management compliance indicators. Again, we'd said that we should achieve a minimum of 86% of them for the second quarter, and that was achieved. We've been targeting training, which is the next slide, on working with provinces so that they can be reporting and on the implementation of anti-GBVF interventions for traditional leadership affairs sector. And we said that we will work with all the 8 provinces where there is traditional leadership that is recognized. Obviously, that excludes the Western Cape. And for the second quarter, we're targeting 4 provinces that would be implementing and reporting on these interventions, and that was achieved as well. On the next slide, it's the work that we've been doing on customary loss of succession and genealogists. We targeted that for the year we'll develop with royal families, 4 royal families for 4 customary loss of succession. For the second quarter, we targeted just working with 1 kinship, but we managed to work with 2, and this is the 2 principal traditional leaderships in the Free State, Batloko ba Mota and Bapedi ba Gwena ba Mopedi. Then on the next slide is this awareness raising campaigns on customary initiation targeting hotspot. We were targeting 1 campaign during the second quarter. We worked with the Nagamudira district, Mudir district in Northwest, so that customary initiation awareness campaign was conducted in that hotspot, and we reflect the dates there in the presentation. The next slide just shows the other target that was achieved, which is in terms of ensuring that we conduct consultations with provincial departments regarding draft ministerial determinations on the fees to be paid for customary initiation. Those consultations were indeed done with the provinces, and we reflect that as achieved as well. On the next slide, it deals with the issue of engagement with the 4 local houses of traditional and Khoi and San leaders in the Eastern Seaboard development area. And we're targeting that we will lay the ground there and have those engagements to talk about the project that they need for them to be involved in the project, with having 2 consultations there. And we reflect on the workshop that was done there with traditional leaders during the second quarter on the 9th of July. The next slide looks at the work on social and labor plans, where again here it was the issue of social facilitation to engage with stakeholders on this project so that we get more information on the implementation of the social and labor plans. So we indicate the engagements that took place there during the second quarter, as shown in the outer column, right-hand column, as achieved. And the next slide then deals with the work that we do on the implementation of the resolutions of the interministerial task team on issues raised by traditional leaders, because there are sector departments that are involved in the implementation of some of the resolutions there. There are issues of security that SAPS deals with, and we were able to engage with SAPS around their responsibilities, and a report was done. Social development, land reform, and rural development as well, as reflected there in the presentation. The next one deals with the work that we do on consultations regarding the issue of enabling resources, the provision of enabling resources to qualifying traditional leaders, where we are guided by the draft handbook for traditional leaders. So we engage on an ongoing basis with provinces to make sure that these tools of trade are indeed provided. So we reflect the provinces that we worked with during the second quarter there as well. And then on the next one, it's the work that we do on training of traditional leadership structures on customary initiation as well as GPVF. So there we just reflect, we're targeting 15 traditional leadership structures, and we then reflect the breakdown there in the outer column in terms of the structures that we worked with and provided training for. And then also training on disaster management, working together with the NDMC to provide training to houses of traditional leadership. The target was 2 houses during this second quarter, and we indicate that that training was provided as reflected in that quarter, in that column there. And then on the next slide, we look at the issue of the establishment of the King's Forum, and we provide progress there in terms of the achievement around those consultations towards the establishment of the King's Forum. That's the second quarter, Honorable Chair, which indicates that we were able to achieve all the targets. We then add the financial performance for the second quarter as well, which will indicate what the final approved budget was at 187 million, which is there in the first column of final approved budget. At the bottom shows just over 187 million rand, and then we show the actual expenditure as at end of the second quarter. It was just over 91 million there. That will then reflect a 49% actual expenditure percentage there. And on the next slide, we just then explain the spending patterns there to show that indeed at the end of the reporting period, expenditure was 91.4 million, which translates to about 49% spending. And we just indicate that a lot of the underspending, the slow spending when it comes to compensation of employees as a result of the new austerity measures that have been introduced, so that when you fill a vacant post, there's now a process that you have to follow. Even if the post is funded, you still have to request approval from the Minister for Public Service and Administration, and then they assess between themselves and Treasury whether you should go ahead and fill that post or not. So it introduces, unfortunately, some delays in the filling of vacant posts. And then we also indicate in respect of goods and services for the second quarter, the spending patterns there, and the fact that there were accruals amounting to 2.4 million that were paid during the current financial year. The transfer payment is something that we've reported to the committee before. We transfer to the commission, the CRL Rights Commission. They get their budget voted for by Parliament, but paid through us. And that's the money that we don't touch. Our responsibility is just to make sure that it transferred to the commission. So we continue to transfer as per the tranches that have been agreed to with the commission. That then will take us to the third quarter, Honorable Chair. As indicated earlier at the beginning of the presentation, the total number of targets for the third quarter was 14. 12 were achieved, 2 were not achieved, and it's reflected there in the pie chart there. And this table then just shows the breakdown in terms of the ones that were not achieved, which is under institutional support and coordination. There were 8 targets, 2 of them were not achieved, and we'll show the specific targets in the slides that follow. This one, I would not spend a lot of time on it, which we reported on it in terms of quarter 2 as well, is the same work that we do, ongoing work on compliance. So for the one on organizational performance information, the target was achieved. On financial management compliance, the target was achieved. And then on the next slide, we continued with the work relating to customary loss of succession. We targeted 1 kingship, and that work was done for the third quarter there. And on the next slide, we continued with our Customary Initiation Act awareness campaigns, just to correct there that this one is the Nagamudiri one, as indicated, was the second quarter. This third quarter was in Sekhukhune, in Limpopo, around the Loskop area. That's where the Initiation Act awareness campaign was conducted. So the target was 1 such campaign, and it indeed was conducted. That will then take us to the next slide, which is on the consultations regarding the customary initiation regulations, which we targeted publishing this at the end of this financial year. So we did indeed conduct consultations. We reflect the stakeholders on the progress column that we were able to consult with on those regulations. On the next slide, then, it's in relation to the Eastern Seaboard, again, on our ongoing consultations, but this in particular relating to the regional master plan. Those consultations on the regional master plan were indeed conducted as reflected in that slide there. We then come to the first target that was not achieved. This is the work on social and labor plan. So we were targeting that we will be able to monitor the implementation of 2 social labor plans, working particularly with the institution of traditional leadership. So during the third quarter, we were not able to do that. The approach taken then was that we should make sure that we make sure that during the fourth quarter, we speed up our work with the DMRE and their regions to make sure that we still then find a way to catch up and make sure that we monitor as many of the social plan as initially intended. As we speak, even today, Honorable Chair, the team is actually out in the field monitoring exactly this work on the implementation of social labor plans. So that's the one target that was not achieved there, the first one. The next one deals with the issues related to the implementation of the IMTT work. Again, there we talked about engagements with the sector departments to make sure that there is ongoing reports that are provided on the implementation of the resolutions contained in the IMTT plan. That one was achieved during the third quarter. And the next slide then deals with the issues relating to consultations with stakeholders. This is the ongoing consultation that we do on the provision of tools of trade. We do it on a quarterly basis to make sure that the basic tools of trade that members of houses need, whether it's national or provincial level, are indeed provided. And we just indicate the provinces that we engaged with here during the third quarter for that purpose. And the next one is on the provision of training, once again on anti-gender-based violence and femicide and CIA. We targeted 15 traditional leadership structures again during the third quarter, and there we just indicate the ones that we were able to reach during that time. And then during the, on the next slide is the next target that was not achieved. This is about the training on disaster management. So during this quarter, we targeted 3 houses of traditional and Khoi and San leaders. It's been a very difficult quarter in our partnership with the NDMC to avail the capacity for that training. So it didn't happen. But the focus now during the fourth quarter is that we do more houses than was initially planned for the third quarter, so that by the end of this financial year, we will have covered all the 8 houses that we were targeting. That is the second target that was not achieved, Honorable Chair. And then the next one is that one again on the Majesties. The initial engagements that started during the second quarter saw a culmination of the forum indeed being launched during the third quarter. And then we once again then moved to the financials for the third quarter. The approved adjusted budget remains the same at just over 187 million. Spending was at 73%, as reflected there in the third column from the extreme right. And we just break it down in the next slide, just to provide a narrative there around our spending, that it looking cumulatively spent at 136.1 million for the year, the adjusted budget of 187 million, representing about 73% of spending by the end of the third quarter. That issue of compensation of employees has come up again, leading to contributing to delays in the filling of posts and the subsequent then underspending when it comes to compensation of employees' budget. And we then indicate the delay in terms of receipt of some of the invoices for goods and services, totaling an amount of 6 million rand, and that's part of the explanation that we provide there, where then the amount was going to be cleared once all those invoices have been processed. And we continued to do the transfers, quarterly transfers to the CRL Rights Commission. We have on the next slide, we annually do what we call an IGMP, Integrated Governance Management Plan, which takes issues raised by internal audit and the AG and then packages them in one plan. And we monitor that on an ongoing basis to show implementation. So we just indicate there that the implementation of the actions for the second quarter, we had implemented 31 out of the 63 actions, which was 49%. We then come into the third quarter, where we're able to implement 57% of the actions, with the remainder of the actions being targeted for implementation now during the fourth quarter as we close the year. Chairperson, I tried to run through the presentation to save on time, but we are recommending that the committee notes the report for the second and third quarter of the Department of Traditional Affairs and provides input. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. Yeah, you tried your best. You're within the time, and you've actually improved on the time that we allocated. May I ask the members if they would like to raise any comments, any questions? Only 2 hands. Going 1. 2 hands, going 1.
Sir, I also raised my hand.
Oh, okay, all right. I can see your hand now. That's fine. I'll make you the first one because your hand keeps disappearing. So we'll have Lapus Kachnes number 1, then Mkalipi number 2, Mteto number 3, and Fago number 4. And we close it at that. We move to the next presentation. Please start.
Thank you, sir. Is it okay if I keep my video off?
Yes, no, that's fine. We've seen your face already. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I don't have a lot of questions. There's only one or two, three things. The first is we won't be able, or the department won't be able to change this. But as we are looking at the quarterly reports, I raised that when we did the in the beginning of the year, the strategic session and the budget is, I am a little bit concerned from an oversight point of view. If I look at the targets, it still look very much to me like a lot of input measures or targets that actually doesn't measure the real critical issues that needs to be measured and measure the output on a report and a thing. And I know it's not the easiest thing, but I still want to raise this as a concern that I think something that the department can work on. And then one very big concern, although I think if we compare this to the previous year, I'm sure it will be an improvement, but still the targets that's not met in these 2 quarters are still the most important thing of the department, and that is institutional support and coordination. And that is the program in which the targets have not been met. So I would like to know what are the reasons and what are the measures that's going to be put in place to ensure that these targets will be met, because we know, municipalities, we know the state of municipalities, and it all points the finger back to the department as the first point of stop to see what has been done and what has not been done. And then I am very glad to see the integrated governance management plan. And I would like to know if the department have a target like that, is there a requisition or a prerequisition or something, criteria that local governments should adhere to, and do you put it out there? Because I think a lot of improvement can happen if municipalities have their own internal audit plans and the AG's plan and have that put together as a target that they have to strive to and achieve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mkhalipi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a few questions. Thanks, DG, for the presentation. Just a few questions, Chair. On the things that they didn't achieve, I'm very interested on the social labor plan. The DG is just mentioning numbers, but the experience in this committee will tell you that there are so many things in terms of the labor plan that needs to be implemented by the department, where you find that there are mines and the community are not getting along. And there's one mine that we visited as this committee along those lines. So if the DG can furnish us with those particular specific things or mines or the areas that they are covered in terms of the social labor plan, we can be very grateful, so we can know what in the department we are dealing with such things. That is one. Secondly, also on traditional structures, I know it remains as a challenge in the department, and we all have to ensure that no one dies after the initiations. But the DG is saying that they are finalizing, they are continuing. But I just want to draw your attention, DG. I don't know exactly where in the Eastern Cape, but the MM of Mafobe, you can get that information. We once met in the airport and we talk about these programs. So it seems as if we can allow them to come and do the presentation in the department, you can also benefit a lot, because they do have such programs that you are looking for in terms of putting those traditional structures on how to deal with initiation. So I'm proposing to you, is in the department is the MM of Mafobe, but in his capacity as one of the traditional leaders in Eilalini, Eastern Cape. So they are dealing with those matters. And he says that it has been improved since they started to engage in such a way that the young guys does not die. That is true. Maybe for curiosity, Chair, if the DG can also cover this thing. I think it was also mentioned during the CRR that their money, they got it from the Department of Traditional Affairs. Why is that? Can we get a clarity? Maybe members, they know the reasons, but I just find it very curiosity to ask why the money of the commission is put in the department and then you have to transfer it. You don't even have to touch it because it's not your money. In terms of traditional leaders, kingships, queenships, I think before we have asked as the portfolio committee, please also furnish us with a list of disputes. It's very painful as a member of this committee, and then you find a member of the public say, hey, I recognize you serve in that committee. I have a dispute that has taken too long. I know, DG, last time when we engaged on this, you also mentioned that most of them are in court. Can you furnish us with a list? These are the disputes in South Africa. These are the list of matters that are in court. These are the list where we have resolved the dispute as the department. So we can have a picture. How many disputes are we dealing with? How many have been resolved? How many has been not resolved in order for us, for the committee to know? And then on the audit action plan that you are presenting here, which is good, but you are mentioning that you didn't achieve all your targets. And the reasons I didn't get it very much clear, although you have put something called IGMP, which is very good, but why you didn't? Because I have a problem, even with the department or MISA, whoever, you just set your own target. You said under this quarter, I want to achieve 3 targets, but you don't. I get that one, that some of the you must go to treasure and the DM, the department that's supposed to approve those vacancies. But your own target, which does not need any departments to interfere, why you fail to achieve them, DG? Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Mteto.
Greetings, Chair, and thanks to fellow committee members. I would like to enrich your input in your annual plans on matters that I think this department must consider. One, the palaces of Amakosi, where they reside, especially the black ones. There's a big difference between our kings in South Africa and those of our colonial masters, which is Europe, wherein our minerals, which are coming from our land of our kings, are going to. Can we have a program as part of development plan that we develop the infrastructure, the roads going to Emakosi, and also signage? When you go to Buckingham Palace, you have a very clear signage of where is Buckingham Palace. It is a tourist attraction in Britain. But in South Africa, when you want to go to Wakangela Mankengane, you have infrastructural problems just to get there because the roads are not proper. There's no clear signage that you are going Enkosini. So can we fix that and integrate those plans into IDP plans of municipalities? It is a prerequisite. Number 2, I can tell that from the 1885 white custodianship rule that a black king must be subjected under a white ruler in those days. Up until today, that order has not been corrected, where Amakosi, one, are restored to where they were moved. 2, they are restored in terms of the laws that govern them, and those laws being their own native laws, not those of their colonial masters. The reason why I'm raising this part is because it affects the judicial systems that we want to use in Amakosi, wherein we are now subjected under Roman, Dutch, and British law systems, which was never the order of how Amakosi used to run their laws and make their own judgment. And when are we restoring Amakosi into their judicial status? Because they used to run their own court system. So that will show that we are transforming. Also, can we also relook the issue of jurisdiction? Kunamakosi who used to have their own jurisdiction where they owned the lands which are towns of South Africa today, but those have been replaced by municipalities, which means there is concurrent powers and jurisdictional powers wherein idolobha lenkosi is now being ceded to a municipal jurisdiction, yet Kokstad, it is called Kokstad because of King Kok of the Khoi and San. The same applies in KwaHlabisa. KwaHlabisa is a magisterial district, it's a town, and our minister is Uhlabisa. But I wonder whether KwaHlabisa they are granted their jurisdictional status to own and control everything that goes into that town. Also, I want to check when are we also positioning ourselves to do constitutional reviews wherein, because chapter 7 of the constitution only recognizes the local government. There's a local sphere which is autonomous in their own function. But in that local sphere, that's where you found a Makosi also sharing the jurisdiction and the location. Same applies with municipalities. But in terms of powers, you find municipality has powers, the king doesn't have power. So that's a constitutional matter which should be factored into our annual plans. Doesn't have to be this annual cycle, but we must be able to project it and say at which point are we gonna include that. And then going to MPRDA, Mineral Resources and Petroleum Development Act, what it has done, it took over the minerals underground to become that of a state, a property of the state, and then allowing individual companies to apply for minerals. But you have a king as a surface owner. But there is a problem with MPRDA where it says that they are not obliged to consult the surface owner. Once they lodge an application, it's a matter of just informing the surface owner, even if they agree or don't agree, the application goes through, which is a source of conflict that is arising in the mineral-rich areas, wherein an error of law is actually involved. One law says that you have a right, MPRDA, to lodge application for minerals, and yet you have a surface owner who is saying you can't enter my space, this is my property, and you need to consult with me. Not just consulting, but let's agree on terms of engagement, because you end up losing a mineral in your own land, which you are a surface owner of, because they say the mineral in that land is not yours, belongs to government. Also, when are we going to interpret the law in vernacular languages? Because a lot of meaning is hidden in the legal terms, wherein you find we sell ourselves by not knowing the original interpretation of that law. In a case of a South African law, we are using Roman, Dutch, and British law as a source of our law, which is contrary different to our native law. As a result, whatever the clauses of these laws are saying something against us.
Let's round up.
Okay, I'm rounding up, yes. The last point is
no repetition.
The last point is that we need to rewrite our history. When is that going to form part of your plans? Because our history was written by those who conquered and colonized us. And now we need to rewrite the history to bring order and proper context to say it was these kings who were the landlords in these towns, so that the credit must be given to the rightful people, not to the old order, which we are still experiencing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndamase.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you about the presentation. Just two things, Chair, from my side. The first one is, can you shed some light on the department's attempt for parity amongst South African kingdoms for a start from the budget allocation point of view, if there is any? Secondly, looking at the under expenditure on the compensation of employees, as you are attributing it to the measures introduced by TPSA, then the question is, because I don't know whether that is still going to continue to live with yourselves, what is it that you are trying to do in order to mitigate that, so that you don't continue underspending on the basis of what you have raised there? Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is on slide number 33 and 34, whereby when you look at the presentation, the department is speaking about the implementation of the resolution on the issues raised by traditional leaders with government. And they also indicated that they have achieved that target that they have set for themselves. So I will request the department to give us a detailed report as to what are those resolutions and how have they resolved that. The reason why I'm asking this is because it also goes with slide number 34, where it speaks about the tools of trade, where I will also request the department to take us along as to, is all the houses, the traditional houses, have all of them received the tools of trade? And there was an issue when we did oversight visit in the previous administration. We went to we went to Northwest. And when we arrived there was a dispute in terms of the salaries that are being paid to the traditional houses, that they are not the same. They differ from province to province. So it was an issue which was also raised with the department. So hence I'm saying it will assist if they can give us a breakdown of what were those issues and how have they been resolved. Like in my province now, there's an issue with the traditional houses where they raise a concern that they are not invited to our council. They don't form part of any discussion of the council. So some of those issues that we also receive we also got when we were doing our oversight visit. And also to elaborate on what Honorable Mkhalipi also raised about the dispute, because when you go to other provinces, you'll realize that there's a dispute that was done a long time ago. Even to date, they still have not resolved that. So can they please take us along on those resolutions and the response on those resolutions in terms of what government has done to address them? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. There are the questions. Maybe you could just also comment on the issue of the participation of traditional leaders. We've seen last time we're visiting Eastern Cape, the traditional leaders pulling back because they say they are not able to participate as a result of the amendment of the Municipal Structures Act. And so are we doing something about that? But those are the questions. Please, if we can get the response.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much to the honorable members for the questions. I think starting with the inputs of Honorable Labuskaghni, I think the issue of how we pitch the targets, obviously it's an ongoing engagement, and I think when we come back to the committee with regard to the next APP, that engagement can continue. But what we try to do is, whilst we can reflect what gets submitted to the AG, for example, as a report, but behind that report lies a lot of work and a lot of engagement with the sector. So whilst you can table a document which is customary laws of succession for such and such a royal family, but for you to get to that point, there's a lot of positive work that happens and positive engagements that take place between the department and the particular two issues that relate to disputes. While there could be particular reports that are generated about the dispute, but there's a very involved process that the department goes through, meeting with the disputing parties. If it falls within a particular competence of a province, engaging with the province concerned as well. And obviously some will be satisfied, others will be dissatisfied with the outcome. And that's why, unfortunately, a number of them then end up being resolved by the courts, where there is still a party that is unhappy with the outcome, and the court pronounces itself to say, but this was the right thing, or was was not the wrong thing, was not the right thing. But it's obviously an ongoing engagement that we can have with the committee to receive guidance on the pitch of the targets. Honorable Labuschagne is right about those two targets that were not achieved. But at a practical level, the arrangement with the colleagues is to make sure that that gap is closed. And from indications at the moment when we're monitoring our work during the fourth quarter, it does demonstrate that a number of houses have now been brought on board, local houses for purposes of the training on disaster management. And the engagement on the monitoring of SLPs has actually been in coordination with DMRE, because that is part of the challenge there as well, that we don't want to go into these things alone without DMRE coming on board. And what we'll do, as requested by Honorable Mkhalipi, we'll pull out those SLPs that have been the target for the current financial year, so that the committee can see, in terms of the information, which particular regions are we focusing on, which are the mining communities that we are focusing on, which are the communities, specifically in our area, which are the traditional communities that are involved in those SLPs. So we'll pull that information together. I suspect, Honorable Labuschagne, that there must be something similar to the IGMP in municipalities. I can't say for sure, but I'm sure our colleagues from DCOC, who understand the municipal governance space much better, will be able to advise. But I mean, the issues relating to internal audit capacity and internal and audit committees, that applies generally across public entities, and they would be probably something similar, although they might not call it what we call it. But my colleagues from DCOC, who understand the local governance, municipal sphere much better, we may be able to advise there. We'll follow up, Honorable Mkhalipi, on the issue of the of Mafube. I think if you look at a province such as the Eastern Cape, I think the minister has, over the last few months, spent a lot of time in that province. At one point, he was saying, I think he's been, within a period of 3 months or so, he's been to the province about 5 times, with engaging with all levels of stakeholders so that experiences can be shared. So the plan that the Eastern Cape has now for the winter initiation arose out of those engagements. Initially, the engagements was with the provincial government and the provincial house. But after that initial engagement, we advised bring the kings on board as well. And there was a follow-up engagement with the kings. Then we advised, well, bring senior traditional leaders, but bring headmen and headwomen on board as well. So the last engagement involved headmen and headwomen as well. And I think to the extent that there is a senior traditional leader and the MM who will be able to share good practices with us, we'll certainly take that up and follow up with them. The issue of the CRL Rights Commission, it's really just an allocation of votes on the part of Treasury. So I think it might just be that it's a practical thing that they avoid having too many votes. So for the smaller budgets, such as CRL Rights Commission, their budget is about 48 million rand. So instead of them having a separate vote, they then locate the vote within an existing vote. So in this case, they've taken their allocation, they've placed it within our vote with the understanding that it's voted for by Parliament, but directly as a CRL rights budget, not as a DTA budget where then DTA decides to give them. It's directly decided on by Parliament that this allocation is for CRL Rights Commission. DTA, you're just a conduit. We are just getting a lift in your vote as a vehicle through which the money can then be channeled to the CRL rights.
Just round up,
Commission. Yes, yes. So,
Yeah,
so I think
just
that is how it's done, and it's done with other Chapter 9 bodies. I think the IECs and so on. I think there are similar arrangements that have been done with others. We previously provided the list of kinship disputes, Honorable Mkhalibi. I think we'll go back to that list and just provide an update so that we can share it with the committee. The issues relating to the Honorable Direko on IMTT resolutions, that can be a separate input on its own, because there's a set of issues that we monitor and report on an ongoing basis. Later in April, when the Deputy President conducts a dialogue with the Houses of Traditional Leadership, that IMTT set of resolution is going to be the focus on the progress that has been made with a lot of sector departments, and we can have a focused engagement with the committee on those resolutions, and it will deal with all other issues. The issues of Section 81 that the chairperson is raising, I mean, those concerns have been noted. They are part of the IMTT resolutions, and there's work that has started now as part of the white paper review, the view of white paper to revisit particularly Section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act. And we are having draft proposals that are being generated so that we can understand how best to rework Section 81 to the satisfaction of the institution of traditional leaders, so that they can then be able to participate a whole lot more. Chairperson, there's a whole lot of issues raised by Honorable Mthethwa, which will require more time. I can indicate, for example, that the Minister has been engaging a lot with the Minister of Finance on the issue of funding, of budgets for kinships. And we have seen from the last budget speech by the Minister, there is a hint in that speech. There is a particular section where the Minister of Finance spoke about a provision that will need to be made for policies of royalties. So, which means that there is beginning to be progress that is being made around resourcing, which obviously may take a bit of time, but it's something the Minister has been really investing a lot of effort in to make sure that these concerns are taken to where they can really be resolved. Because for a long time, we've been trying to engage directly with provinces, but we have not really been able to achieve the necessary progress. The other issues, because of time constraints, Honorable Chair, I think we'll then have to find other ways to engage on them, because they are much broader. The issues of Roman Dutch law versus customary law, the issues of the jurisdiction of kinship, the issues of the MP, RDA, the issues of, as raised by Honorable Nyambo. So I think we'll then have to find time. And then perhaps just to end off by saying, this concern about delays with the DPSA, that issue has been raised. That issue has been raised certainly at our level of DGs, and we have said that we must find a way in which this issue then gets escalated if there are no other alternative options between Treasury and DPSA to help us find a better way of handling this, because it affects all departments across the public service. So it has certainly been put on the table, and we hope that we can begin to see other options being put on the table going forward. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we should close it at that. We'll leave the Minister to do closing comments at the end when we've rounded everything up. Let me just say on this one, I think what we would need from your side, a bit more information on traditional communities with operating mines and SLPs, what's happening, what's achieved, what's outstanding. Then we also need the updated list of disputes of kingship, Samakosi, court cases, etc. Then the other one, you say there was a hint about the budget. Let's have specifics when you have them. Budgets for the king, the issues of policies, infrastructure. And then the other point is resolutions taken by traditional leaders, which you highlighted in your report. What are these? What has been achieved? And so on. Then we obviously will wait to hear a bit more about this plan for customary circumcision, the role of kings, departments, budget, and all the suggestions and the plans of what it will be. So those will have to come back to the committee. Thank you very much. let's take the next presentation, that is MISA. We'll work on the same time allocation, 45, and try and combine as much as we can within that. MISA, Minister, DG, whoever's going to lead us. Thank you.
CEO Ms. Homo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much to the Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to the members of the committee. Good afternoon to the Deputy Minister and to my colleagues. Can I switch off my video, Chair, and proceed with the presentation? Okay, so Chair, I'm going to take you through the report of the financial and non-financial performance for Q2 and 3 of the 24 and 25 financial year for MISA. If you can go to the next slide, just indicates what we'll cover in the presentation. However, we'll go straight to the performance information as well as the financial performance slides so that we can save on time. Yeah, so in terms of Q2 performance, Chair and members, out of the 11 targets that we had for the quarter, we achieved 9, and there's 2 that we did not achieve. So overall, for that quarter under review, we achieved 82% of our targets. And the next slide will then indicate each of the indicators and targets we were not able to meet. The first one is on the CSIP, the Corporate Service Improvement Plan for MISA. And the reason for us not achieving that one particular, that one particular target is because of our internal processes in terms of processing policies. So we do quite a number of consultations as it relates to the review of policies. So one of the reasons why we didn't achieve the target was our own internal delays in terms of processing those policies through those structures. And then the other one is the non-responsiveness of bidders for one of our ICT programs. So we have, however, put corrective measures in place to ensure that we meet those targets by the end of the financial year, so that the policies we have been able to finalize them with those structures that I have referred to, and we have issued an RFQ for that ICT project that I referred to. And as it is now, we are currently at the bid adjudication stage for that project. Next slide. And then under Program 2, which is technical support services, we had a planned target of 10 municipalities provided with support on technical capacity development, and we achieved 2 out of the 10. And the reason being, when we did the targeting for the 4 quarters, we actually overachieved in Q1. So the municipalities that were meant to be supported in the subsequent quarters were actually supported in earlier quarters. So that's basically the reason. It's a technicality in terms of how we structured our targeting, and not necessarily to indicate that we underperformed. But we have put a corrective measure in place to ensure that in the 3rd and 4th quarter, we do provide support to the remaining 7 municipalities on capacity development. Next slide. And then on the 3rd quarter non-financial performance, the overall performance was 88% out of 100. So we had 8 quarterly targets, and only 1 target was not achieved from the infrastructure delivery management support program. And the next slide will indicate what that target was. So we have an indicator of providing support to district development spaces through the deployment of technical expertise through strategic partnerships. And we had planned to deploy technical experts into districts that we had identified. And unfortunately, we could not achieve the target because the strategic partner, that is the NBI, actually withdrew their resources almost at the last minute of the quarter under review, stating issues of resource constraints, which then meant that we had to now look for other means of getting those resources, those technical resources deployed to the 2 district spaces that we have targeted. And we are in the process of deploying those experts through a service provider that we have procured. Next slide. Now, in terms of financial reporting, just this slide just gives a summary of our budget in terms of economic classification. So our total budget for the financial year is 272, and that's mainly for compensation of employees as well as for goods and services. And we have, as at the end of Q3, spent 269 million out of the 272 million that has been allocated, with a variance of 2.9 million. So this is the budget with a baseline of 356 million. We did get approval of retention of funds for the previous financial year of an amount of 124 million. And most of it was actually for the Eastern Seaboard program. And also just to reflect that we have 2 projects that MISA is implementing in terms of the Mix 6B of the Division of Revenue Act conversion, which is an indirect grant now that the department is directly implementing on behalf of those 2 municipalities, and MISA is the implementing agent. I'll then give more detail in the next slides. So this is just mainly a breakdown of the budget as at the end of December. As indicated, we only have a variance of 2.96 million for mainly cost of compensation of employees as well as for goods and services. Next slide. Yes, this also just outlines the variance as indicated. This excludes the Eastern Seaboard as well as the Mix 6B conversion, which also have their separate budget allocations. Next slide. This is just also unpacking the budget variance per program. We've got 3 programs, and I won't go into detail, but just an indication of the budget variance per economic classification for the 3 programs. Next slide. Now, just to reflect on the reasons for under expenditure, excluding the Eastern Seaboard and Mix 6B conversion, as I've indicated, that those have got a separate budget allocation. We have a 2.96 million variance as indicated in terms of under expenditure, and the total budget allocation, inclusive of the retention of surplus funds, is 402 million, of which 67% has been spent on the reporting date. So the under expenditure, mainly on the compensation of employees, is because of the cost containment measures and directives that came from National Treasury and DPSA, that we need to follow certain processes before we can fill a vacant position. So that has taken a toll on our COE budget, because it has taken quite some time for us to get approvals, for example, from DPSA to continue filling positions. And that's the reason mainly for the under expenditure. However, we are in the process of filling the position. So the picture will look different perhaps in the next 2 quarters of the new financial year, as we will be slowly filling the positions. So the over expenditure on the infrastructure planning, delivery and management is mainly on contracted services, because this is mainly the program that hosts the majority of our technical expertise and resources. And there's quite significant expenditure on goods and services in that program. So the under expenditure that is being projected of 51.3 million excludes the Eastern Seaboard project. Next slide. Now getting into the Eastern Seaboard, because that is the one area where there's significant under expenditure. So the allocated funds for the Eastern Seaboard amounts to 150 million, which was allocated in 3 tranches, 50 million each for 3 financial years. And so far, what we have not been able to commit as at the end of December is 103 million. We have unspent commitments of about 19 million, and we are projecting under expenditure of 18 million. But in total, when we then add the funds not committed plus projected under expenditure on committed funds, it gives us an amount of 104 million. However, we are in the process of planning for projects that will actually take us into, which will give us a better picture in terms of expenditure on the Eastern Seaboard, because there's quite a number of projects. They may not be catalytic projects, but they are meant to provide basic services to communities within the region, because that is one area that the members of those communities, plus the traditional leaders and municipalities, have raised that there's a serious need for us to address the basic services. We've already started with water services projects in the 4 districts that are hosting the Eastern Seaboard, and we are hoping that we will do even more in the next financial year with the remaining uncommitted funds, because most of the plans have been completed, I must indicate. So what is then left, I think with consent from the department, is that we utilize the funding to do actual infrastructure projects that will bring about that much needed basic services to those communities. Next slide. Yeah, I think I've already spoken to the reasons for the Eastern Seaboard under expenditure, and that there's a remaining 50 million that still has to be transferred to us by the department as an implementing agent. Now, on the Schedule 6B conversion, as indicated, we are implementing 2 projects in Emfuleni as well as Utukela municipalities where we are appointed as an implementing agent, and those are the totals for the projects as well as the commitments. Emfuleni, the project is valued at 65 million, and then Utukela is 27 million. I must indicate that both projects are actually at above 90% completion. So there's no projected under expenditure on these particular projects, as we are nearing completion. The targeted completion is the end of March. However, in Emfuleni we'll go over by about 2 weeks because of the rains that we have had over the past few months. Even in Utukela, we would have finished the project, but because of the rainy seasons, we will have 100% completion by the end of March. We will be handing over the Utukela water project on the 7th of April. Next slide, please. We have no irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure incurred as at the end of 31st December. Next slide, please. And just reflecting quickly on the post-audit action plan, we have a summary of the outstanding findings, but I won't go into detail. But just to indicate that we are in the process of filling the positions, because that's one of the findings that we got in terms of the vacancy rate that was above 10%, and the reasons that I gave earlier. And we are in the process of filling the positions. Next slide. This is just a summary of the findings that we've got just to indicate how far we are in terms of implementing the post-audit action plans, and 94% has been implemented, and the action plan not yet due is 6%. And it covers both financial as well as non-financial information. I don't think I have to go through all of this, Chair, but also now on the internal audit findings, we have 88% implemented and 12% that have not been implemented, but we're in the process of getting those findings implemented. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is basically a summary of those ones, Chair, that I've said are still outstanding. And we have put actions in place to resolve all of those. They are not yet implemented, and but we have a deadline of ensuring that by the end of this financial year, we will have implemented them. So the picture will look different when we report on Q4 of the financial year. Yeah, so those are all the IE findings that were not implemented. I think we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so Chair, this is just a recommendation for the committee to note the MISA Q2 and Q3 performance against our APP, as well as the financial performance for the period ending 31st December 2024, as well as the progress that we have registered in terms of implementing the post-audit action plan. Thank you very much, Chair and members.
Thank you very much. Could you get the members to comment? Any comments from members? Any members? Okay, I've got two. We'll have it. All right, three. We'll close it at that. We'll have three comments. Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Van Sail, Honorable Labuskaghni.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks. Mine is one thing that I would like MISA to do for us next time. Maybe they're coming to report to us. It is the breakdown of empowerment of companies which are previously disadvantaged, because in as much as these projects are highly capital intensive, but you find there is a continuation, perpetual empowering of the previously advantaged companies at the expense of the emerging companies that should be getting the work. And this is done because of the procedures that needs to be followed, that it should be grade A or grade E or 8 kind of companies, which happens to be mostly previously advantaged. So if we can have that breakdown, because the detail is actually on the expenditure and the monies dispersed to, that will show you whether have we empowered our people or we've empowered the previously advantaged. And if we can balance that, because there is a reality that all these big projects that are happening in our communities, they are hosted by our communities, but all the money spent in those projects does not remain in those communities. It is spent outside that community. So it doesn't stimulate the local economy in the area, because the people who were doing the project are not even from the area. So we should ring fence, introduce a strategy of ring fencing the opportunity, wherein we will say so much percentage of the project should be for local content, so that at least we know that out of 100%, we know 40% will remain in that community, and it will stimulate. There is no point of us showing that we've had a good project done in our area, but we cannot show people that have been empowered, who are stimulating their own local economy post the completion of the project.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a couple of questions to MISA. How will you strengthen your own capacity to meet your own targets regarding the policies development under Program 1? I don't think I quite understood the full issue on that side. Then you went on to mention something about districts and technical experts supplied, and that's one of the targets you didn't meet. how many districts was identified and how many was not supported? Because it was sort of just a broad statement. There was no detail in that. And then can you highlight any major successes in achieving your quarterly targets? I would like to maybe, in addition to what was asked, maybe see in the future what are your successes, because I don't think we ever see those. Then how does MISA ensure its technical support is aligned with the actual needs of municipalities, especially those struggling with infrastructure maintenance? And then linked to that really is how has the technical support directly improved service delivery in municipalities with historically poor infrastructure management? So that sort of links to the successes and how it aligns to the needs of actual municipalities. And then lastly, how does MISA plan to strengthen capacity building efforts to ensure municipalities become more self-sufficient in infrastructure planning and management, and not simply just sending experts, but also addressing the capacity shortage we have in municipalities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Labus Gachne.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I'm going to the underspend of the more than 104 million rand that was said that at the moment it does have an impact on basic services in those areas, and they've already started with water services and so on, and then also mentioned that with the approval of the department want to spend this on infrastructure. I would like to know just a little bit more clarity on what if you say now that that was meant for projects that were supposed to better basic services, but now you want to spend it on infrastructure. Why is that, and what is the reason? And then also, it seems to me then that MISA also don't have the capacity, or where just explain to me what is the real reason that this is not happening, and then how can we be assured that this will be addressed? Because if you identified certain projects that needs to increase the basic services to residents, and then halfway through the year, you just see that's not going to be spent for reasons, and now you're going to spend it on something else. Yes, within a 3-year period, we adjust and reprioritize and so on, but I need to know, is this going to happen continuously, or is it a once-off? Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Honorable
Yes, the CEO of MISA is also alluding to the issue that was raised by the DG Pofu on the issue of vacancies. It seems as if it's a challenge across the department. Can we be clarified? Because if I listen to both presentation where they fall short, one of the reasons is the issue of vacancies, which the DPSA and the treasurer has to do with it. So it seems as if they don't have powers. Can they, maybe in a form of MISA CEO, to clarify for the committee to have a good understanding? I think the issues that are raised by members here have been raising CEO before your tenure as the CEO of MISA, to say, do you have capacity as the MISA? Because as we speak now, I'm not sure if you have to be told by the department to go to intervene to a certain municipality in terms of the capacity of water, because here in the country we have a problem of water, and whenever there's a problem we look for solutions. One of the solutions in our midst is MISA. So if you don't have a capacity of your own, how are you going to able to cover the whole of 257 municipalities who have water issues? So what is your plan? How can you be able to answer us to say, no, according to our mandate, we are going to help the situation of aging infrastructure? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Please, if you would respond to this.
Thank you very much, Chair and members. I'll also request my colleagues to respond to some of the questions. Can I just touch mainly on the capacity question that has been raised, I think, by more than 2 members? We do acknowledge as MISA that our capacity is not sufficient and is not responsive to the needs of municipalities. And we have since reflected on this as executive of MISA that we need to find ways of augmenting our capacity. And part of what we have in our long-term strategy as MISA is to expand on the existing capacity. And we also note that chances of us receiving additional funds from the fiscus for additional capacity are very slim. So we then resolved that we are going to have to do with what we have. So we are in the process of mobilizing and securing additional technical resources that will be available as and when we require additional support, because the capacity that we currently have in the 9 provinces, as I said, is quite thinly spread. And we really struggle, especially when we've got additional projects to implement, such as the MIG 6B. So we have then resolved that we are going to establish a database and have a panel of these technical experts that we can draw from. And it will be mainly construction project managers, so that we utilize them to really assist us as MISA, because as I said, the process of us reviewing our structure to get additional resources is not something that we think will be a quick solution to the capacity challenges that we have. And then on the under expenditure of the Eastern Seaboard budget, member Labuskaghni, just to indicate that when MISA was assigned the Eastern Seaboard Development Project, the assignment was very clear that our focus should be on doing feasibility studies and developing plans for the establishment of the Eastern Seaboard region. And we have, as indicated, completed on 80% of the plans. But as the project evolved, Member Labuskaghni, we then realized that the need is actually more on implementing projects that will address the serious basic services challenges in the municipalities. That is why we have started already with the implementation of projects in the 4 districts. And we would want to then incrementally implement more projects. That is why I'm saying we will have to seek the concurrence of the department, because we are implementing the project on behalf of the department, and we don't see the department not granting us that consent, because the department also does acknowledge the serious service delivery challenges in those municipalities. So the question that you are asking about our capacity, as indicated, we do acknowledge that our capacity, and particularly for the Eastern Seaboard, is highly limited. We are utilizing a team within MISA of about 5 people that are actually driving the Eastern Seaboard, which is quite something that is nearly impossible. And we are relying mainly on the cooperation by sector departments, by the district municipalities, by the provincial COCTA departments. However, we are also in the process of getting additional resources that will assist with the project and program management of the Eastern Seaboard. Member Mkhaliphi, we have advertised over 30 positions during the period November and December of 2024. So we got concurrence from the DPSA to advertise the positions, and we did comply with the circular and the directives in terms of filling the positions. So as it is now, we are in the process of filling the positions. So as I said, it will not be much of a challenge in the next financial year, because we already have received concurrence to fill the positions. I'm going to request my 2 colleagues to respond on the questions asked by Member Van Sale on the 2 districts that we have targeted for the DDM support in terms of the technical deployments. And if you can, Ms. Nkosi, just give the names of those 2 districts. We have slides, Member Van Sale, on the highlights of the achievements. It's just that I was rushing through the presentation. So you will see under each program, we do make a reflection of the key achievements for those periods under review. So it's just a matter of us not having spent time on reflecting on those key achievements for those 2 quarters. So they are in the slides, Member. And then I'll ask Mr. Ngobeni to respond to the issues of how we plan to increase the support that we provide to municipalities, especially as it relates to technical capacity, where we must ensure that there's sustainability in the support that we provide, so that we can ensure that municipalities are capacitated to be able to carry out infrastructure development on their own. May I start, with your permission, Chair, with Ms. Judy Nkosi, who's the acting DDG for Infrastructure Delivery Management Support?
That's fine. Please proceed.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Lapus Kachne, have you got a new question?
Yes, sorry, I just want to go back to what has been mentioned, and she covered part of that. The impact of the technical support team that could not be, the experts that could not be sent out.
Okay.
I would like to know what impact does it have at what you are busy with, and will that be fixed, or will this problem can it be overcome for the rest of the year, and how will it be overcome? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. You can cover it. Let's proceed with the rest of the other members.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Nkosi, if you may please respond to the issue of the 2 districts that we're supposed to support and we couldn't as a result of the partner that withdrew, and what we have planned and the impact of us not having achieved that target. Okay, I'm not certain where Ms. Nkosi is. In the meantime, can I request Mr. Ngobeni?
Just proceed, because
yes,
I think
apologies.
there's a bit of a problem there. Proceed and round up anyway.
Okay, Mr. Ngobeni.
Okay, thank you very much, CEO, and through the chair, Honorable Minister, DM, and DDGs. On the issue of how we're planning to enhance MISA internal capacity, like the CEO has already indicated, we are currently faced with a situation where we have to go beyond what MISA is actually mandated to do, which is to support low to medium capacity municipalities, because we quite often receive requests from secondary cities as well as metros. And the number of low to medium capacity municipalities that require support is also increasing. And as a result of that, our capacity is stretched. So we are now establishing a panel of technical experts. These will be professionals who are going to be called to support MISA in the work that we do as and when they will be required to do so. This is very necessary because sometimes we just receive a request, like we have a request as we speak now from the city, Buffalo City, which we received through the Office of the Minister. They expect us to deploy resources, and we've made a commitment to deploy the resources. What it means is that we'll have to take those resources from somewhere and deploy them to go and assist that. I'm just using Buffalo City as an example. We have got many others making similar requests. Chair, the major successes that MISA can point to, or MISA has achieved, it's indeed a lot, but if you look at the type of mandate that MISA has, we don't necessarily go and stay in a municipality for an extended period, but we do a lot in terms of supporting municipalities to technically unblock execution of projects. I can give examples of MIG projects. To be more specific, the recent involvement will have been with the two MIG 6B projects that the CEO has reported on, one in uThukela and the other one in Mfuleni. And everyone would know that both municipalities struggled for years to execute those projects. And the CEO has indeed indicated that we got involved and the projects are now being completed. The minister will be handing over the uThukela project within the next 2 weeks. So that is a major achievement that we can point to, and it's in real life. We are currently involved, for example, at the request or the directive of the MEC in Mpumalanga, MEC for Costa in Mpumalanga, to support Emalahleni municipality with regard to the implementation of a multi-million the project in their Ferrobank wastewater treatment works. That project had stalled for years. And because of MISA's involvement, we can proudly indicate that we have unblocked it. There is dust in the area and the project is going very well. I'm not going to list everything, but members should know that Tabazimbi is one of the challenging municipalities in the country. We have recently deployed a resource there, and we can report that within a few weeks of MISA being there, there is a kind of stability in the technical department. And we had to take that resource from a Mopani district where they were adding a lot of value to deploy them in Tabazimbi. So we are doing a lot, and yes, there is success that we can point to. How do we align our technical support to the skills shortages in municipalities? Ideally, before we go and support municipalities, we do technical capacity assessments through our internal infrastructure analysis and assessment chief directorate, and identify what the challenges are, where municipalities will need funding to be supported with regard to funding for projects. We will deploy the relevant branch to go and support. If they need capacity building, we will also do the same. So in a nutshell, Chair, we do align to a greater extent the support that we're giving to municipalities with their requirements. Yes, there are instances where we just provide general capacity support, like where we will do technical training courses, because these are meant actually as kind of in-service training for municipal officials, for them to refresh and participate in a setup where they will be interacting with colleagues from other better performing municipalities or municipalities with different experiences. So those ones will be open for everyone, and we are then able to support municipalities in that regard. I hope, CEO, I have covered everything that you wanted me to cover. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ngubeni.
Okay, let's close now.
Yes, Ms. Nkosi is back. I would just like her to very.
I think you should just round up and let's move on. We've exhausted our allocated time.
Ms. Nkosi, in a minute.
Thanks, CEO, and thanks, Chair and honorable members. Just quickly on the two districts that were identified is Sikukune and Hartsibande district municipalities. And just to align their needs, we had already engaged with them just to get their needs in terms of the support to be provided, and also to indicate that we had already put in mitigation plans in the form of us appointing a service provider just to ensure that we still meet our targets at the end of the financial year. Thanks, CEO and members.
Thank you, Ms. Nkosi. And lastly, Chair, the request by Honorable Mthethwa will definitely be fulfilled. The report on the breakdown of how we empower previously disadvantaged companies. We will certainly prepare that report. And if needs be, I think the request from Member Van Sale or Labuskagan, I'm not certain, we can prepare a detailed report on the successes and key achievements that MISA has had over the past few years in terms of the support that we provide, if that's okay with the committee, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. I think we should bring that to the closure. One issue that I think you must keep in mind now, which is a concern that will be running through the minds of members of the committee. There's a member who came here who asked the question some time back. He's not present today, and he asked the question, are you an implementing agent or are you managing the work yourself? Are you doing the work yourself? Or whether you manage subcontractors or you manage service providers. That issue is always going to come up and give you a bit of a challenge. But maybe to clarify it, we need to also, you need to face the one issue. You are supposed to be an intervention team. Now, under what circumstances would you assess the capacity of a municipality? And when you have decided what that municipality needs, you end up with a budget which is underspent on your side as well. In other words, are you able to determine what your own capacity is to spend is, so that you don't end up with an under expenditure, because it already puts you in a bit of a challenge. Who's going to intervene where you are not able to do it? You know, so that is the issue, that with the rest of the issue of the work that you are doing, it's always going to cloud matters quite a bit. So keep that in mind, but we will need to have a kind of schedule to say you came in, intervened here, this is what happened, this is complete, this is complete, this is what did you do? So that kind of report would be very useful for us. The targets of what you were able to do and what you couldn't do would, you know, that gets lost if we don't have a full sense of where were you asked to intervene and what did you achieve, and because we want to then be able to understand under what circumstances do you fail to achieve, because you came in as an intervention. So I think you must keep that in mind. But otherwise, yes, the other matters raised by the committee, please make that information available. May we move to the next presentation? I think we're on DCOC now. I don't know if DG is back, but if not, we need to just proceed. Minister, you can lead us there. Who should be taking us through?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. From the list, colleagues, because it appears the DG has not come back. Can someone lead the presentation as per delegation?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I am back.
You have come back, DG. Thank you very much, DG.
Yes. Can I ask Shireen to help us with the flighting of the presentation? You can put it on slideshow. Thank you very much, Shireen.
Minister, could we ask that we take no more than 40, at most 45 minutes on the presentation, and and then let's deal with the rest on comments and questions. Welcome back, DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll try to be as brief as possible. We circulated the presentation, and we would want to give members of the committee enough time to engage with the presentation. We've structured our presentation as follows. The first part will be the purpose. We'll look at the overall performance, DCOG performance at glance. We'll give you that dashboard. We'll look at the summary of performance highlights. We will also look at performance information. We will then hand over to the CFO to take us quickly through the financial performance, because the presentation is structured in such a way that we look at the financial and non-financial performance information, and then we will end up with a report on the post-audit action plans. What are those things that the auditors have asked us to pay attention to? Next slide.
DG, are we fine?
I'm muted. Okay, am I audible, Chair?
You are not at all audible. I just thought you decided to walk out somewhere
Is it our
else.
speaker?
It's okay now. You're fine. You
Can I?
proceed.
Am I audible now? Okay. I think
The
there was a
slide is
problem.
on. Okay.
We are now.
Slide is on.
Yes. Yes, Chair, we are on the overall performance of the department, DCOG overall performance, which is slide number 4. It's a summary slide. We're showing second quarter performance and third quarter performance, and we're showing the contributors into that performance. Program 1 at 67%, program 2 at 43%, and program 3 at 75%, program 4 at 75% in quarter 1, and program 5 at 60%. Maybe just to remind members of the committee, the contributors into that particular program. Program 1, it's finance and corporate services who are contributing in program 1. In program 2 is local government operations, the branch local government operations that contributes into program 2. Program 3, the contributors is local government PGA, sorry, it's policy, governance, and administration. In program 4, it is the disaster management center, and program 5 is CWP. If you look at quarter 3, program 3 is performing steadily. They moved from 75% to 92%. And if you look at program 1, there is a big regression there. They moved from 67% to 40%. And the biggest challenge is those transformation targets that they struggled to meet. Program 2, there's a regression there as well, from 43 to 38. And again, program 2, there were ambitious targets that they set for themselves, And I think those targets, so that it doesn't come across as an excuse, is what we need to achieve. And most of those targets, they relate to green drop, blue drop, and no drop report. They relate to the state of municipal infrastructure. And those are targets that we must achieve. But I guess Program 2 needed to gear itself up, at least in year 1, to achieve those targets. You can't move from in year 1 from planning to execution. That's not how the built environment works. So there is bad contracting there by Program 2 leaders. Program 3, they have perfected the art of contracting, and they have perfected the art of managing performance, and they are all here with me, and they will be able to take the questions. So we've done very well on Program 3. Program 4, they have kept the same figure at 75%. There's no regression there, but we do want them to perform higher than 75, but 75 is significantly high. Program 5 at 67 in quarter 3 has improved by 7%. In Program 5 is CWP, and if we were not encountering the budget cuts and the budget pressures in Program 3, I think that Program 5 would have done much better in quarter 3. Next slide. Again, it's depicting the same picture. Previously, we used pie chart and histogram bar charts to demonstrate performance.
No sound.
The table does the same. It simply tells you, can you stay there, please? Just can you stay in slide 5, please, quickly? Yes. Again, this is simply demonstrating the same presentation, but using a table, just to indicate to you how many targets that program is contracted to do in the second quarter, and how many targets that they contracted to do in numerical terms. For instance, Program 1, in quarter 2, they contracted to deliver 6 targets, and they only achieved 4. And Program 2, in quarter 2, they targeted to deliver 21 targets. They only achieved 9. So the table is showing you the number of targets that were conducted. Slide 6. Next slide. Here, these are the highlights of things that were achieved in the quarter. I'm not going to spend time on this. The unqualified audit opinion is what was achieved in that quarter. Quarter 2, we're reporting on it because it comes out in the second quarter of the year, because we concluded the audit process in the second quarter of the year. And we list this as a highlight because this department has never received an unqualified audit since 2014. So this was a significant achievement, but that's not enough. We still have to achieve an unqualified audit with no matters. There are a few matters that we need to pay attention to, and some of them relate to the procurement headaches. So I'm not going to go through all of them in the second quarter, and also in the third quarter. Members of the committee can read them. We're just listing them. Next slide, slide number 7. Here we're taking a deep dive into each program. For instance, if you take Program 1, in the first quarter, you can see that Program 1 did very well in the first quarter. They achieved 80% of their targets. In the second quarter, Program 1 regressed. They dropped from 80% to 67%. I think they struggled with those transformation targets. We can get back to it as well and discuss why it's a challenge to deal with some of those triple B targets. You will see in quarter 3 that the figure dropped further from 67% to 40%. They contracted to deliver 5 targets, and they only achieved 2 targets in Q2. And we achieved an overall performance of 40% in Q3, which is not good by any standard. Can we move to the next slide? And here we're presenting performance information on slide 9. Again, what was achieved. You can see on that slide, on slide 9, all the targets were achieved except the first target on the implementation of the CSIP, which is the Corporate Services Improvement Plan, and that target was not met. Only 80% implementation of the quarterly planned target was achieved. The intention was to achieve 100% of what was contracted there in that target. And the reasons for not meeting the target are listed there. An error was made in submitting the revised legislation, calculating the scanned and the digitized documents. The department had to conduct additional projects. Again, we take responsibility. We don't want to spend time explaining ourselves. We conducted for a target, and the target was not met. And if the target is not met, we have to take full responsibility for not meeting the target. 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5, all of those targets were met. So I'm not going to spend time on the targets that were achieved. Next slide, slide number 10. This target, 1.6% procurement spent on entities who are level 1, BBBEE contributors, 80% procurement spent on entities who are level 1, BBBEE contributors by 31st of March. This is meant to be by 31st of March 2025. I guess the target there, because it's an annual target, it should be 31st of March 2026. We will correct that. What was achieved is 65% as opposed to the 80% that we conducted to achieve. The decision that we're taking as management is that we need to adopt a differentiated approach. We need to up our game in terms of demand management. When you procure, you need to know the sector that you are dealing with. In highly specialized sectors, you are going to find it very difficult to achieve your BBBE1 because those sectors are sectors that are highly specialized. In sectors that are not highly specialized, you're not going to struggle to achieve high BBBE. So a differentiated approach is what is needed in contracting as well. Again, we take full responsibility for not meeting that particular target. We can't displace the blame. We must own up. Slide 11, please. And again, here, I'm not going to dwell on the targets that we have achieved. For instance, the percentage implementation of approved corporate services improvement plan to improve performance, that target was achieved. The unqualified audit opinion target was achieved. The targets that were not achieved is the procurement spent on entities owned by women. We contracted to deliver 40% as an annual target, 25% in Q3, and that target was not achieved. We missed it by 7%. We only achieved 18% on the procurement spent on entities owned by women. We think this is a significant target. There's been a big debate amongst us that this target must go into an operational plan and must not be in the APP. We think that the empowerment of women is something that we need to prioritize in this country because women, especially Black women, were doubly oppressed in the past and they are still not in a very good situation. So even if we don't meet the target, we put efforts to make sure that this strategic target is achieved. And colleagues know that we have to put all the efforts to make sure the target is achieved. In the past, we achieved that target. I think we had some procurement glitches in the third quarter, which the head of corporate services and the CFO are working on it. The other target that we didn't achieve is the one on youth in the quarter. The annual target is 30%. The quarterly target is 20%. We didn't achieve that target. We only achieved 17%. We missed it by 3%, and this is a target on youth. And again, this is a strategic target in a country where you have a significant number of young people, especially some of them unemployed, and they run businesses. So whatever we contract, it must talk to the reality in the country. So we missed the target on youth because this deals with youth employment, it deals with youth livelihood. So we missed it by 3%. The last target, still on the transformation targets that we missed, is the one on people, entities owned by persons with disabilities. The annual target is 7%, and the quarterly target is 6%, and we only achieved 5% in the quarter, and we missed it by 1%. Next slide. Okay. On this slide, again, we're taking a deep dive on program 2, and the biggest contributor here is local government operations. We look at quarter one. Quarter 1, program 2 was sitting at 28%, which was very poor by any standards. And again, you will see in the performance information the nature of those targets. In quarter 2, we achieved 43%. It's going up, but still not significantly high. And again, in quarter 3, we regressed to 38%. There are serious challenges in the management of performance information and also in the contracting arrangement in this particular program. And this is one item that is a standing item in the joint branch management meeting, and that's where we discuss all the performance issues. And you can see that in quarter 1, this particular target, in quarter 1, we had, just a second, take that out. Just a second. Okay. In quarter 1, the reporting target was 18. What was achieved was 5. We contracted to achieve 18 quantitatively. 5 was achieved. 13 was not achieved, which gave us 28%. Quarter 2, the contracting was 21. We targeted to achieve 21 indicators, and what was achieved was 9, and 43% is the target, is what was actually achieved in percentage terms. And quarter 3, 13 targets that we contracted to achieve, we only achieved 5 out of 13, which gave us 38%. Next slide. Again, here it's performance information. We're not going to dwell on what was achieved. You're probably more interested in what was not achieved. The IGRFA amendment bill was submitted to Parliament. We have moved significantly in the processing of that bill, but the target was not achieved by the 30th of September.
Did you disappear?
Last year, which was signed the submission on the 27th. However, cabinet member was. This is. Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, yes, I can hear. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So it's the bill, the IGRFA bill, which we missed the target by 3 days, and the other target that we did not achieve in quarter 3, it is the percentage of distressed water services authorities, municipalities receiving MIG and spending at least 10%. And again, we probably did not do a good job in terms of baseline information here, because if they are distressed, it means they're not going to do a good job in terms of spending 10% of the MIG. And again, they only 7% of the distressed water service authorities spend 4%. The target was that they must spend 10%, and we were targeting 50% of distressed water service authorities. And remember, in quantitative terms, we have 144 water services authorities in the country. In other words, we have 144 municipalities that are responsible for the provision of water in the country. And the figure that we got from DWS is that about 67 of them are distressed. So our target was to make sure that 50% of those 67 municipalities, at least they spend 10% of their mega allocation on water services repairs and refurbishment. The reality is that the majority of municipalities, even those that are not distressed, are not spending 10% of their mega allocation on refurbishment and repairs. So there we needed to do a real check of what could be done. Besides, this is a new target. Year one should be about planning, pre-feasibilities and feasibilities. We can't contract.
You keep disappearing. I don't know what's the problem. DG?
To the outcome when we have not done proper planning. Next, meeting the target. And yeah, maybe we have to change the gadget because the other one that we're using earlier is very stable. We're using an unstable Wi-Fi here. Can we maybe change? It is charged, it's fully charged. I think the Wi-Fi where we are is very unstable. Maybe we have to use a different gadget because the one that we're using in the morning was working very well.
Whilst we can hear you, try and proceed so we can get closer to the end of presentations while others are trying to look at alternative technical solution.
Okay. Can we connect to the iPad, please? It's working well. The network is stable. Thank you very much, Chair. We'll move to the next slide. Sherin, please, on program. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, here, I'm not going to go through each indicator, but you can see that most of the indicators that were not achieved are those indicators that talk to for instance, the wheeling framework. Wheeling framework in simple language is the framework for energy generation, energy transmission, and energy distribution. If you like, you could say this is the transportation of electricity. So you need a framework. Municipalities, they need that framework so that they are able to get into contracting arrangement with third parties that require municipalities to adopt and implement the framework. We didn't achieve that target, but the policy framework is now in place, but that should have been achieved at least in Q2. That's what we contracted to do. But we have since finalized that framework, but we missed the target in Q2. The number of priority municipalities would determine the cost of supply studies as requested by NERSA. 6 priority municipalities would determine cost of supply. This is an annual target. It has to be achieved by the 31st of March. We contracted to at least assist 6 municipalities to do the supply of cost, the cost of the study on the cost of supply studies, which is what is required before municipalities can decide on the tariff. Municipalities are not allowed to increase the tariff without doing this study on the cost of supply. So all of these targets are targets that were not achieved. A number of priority municipalities aligned to the NECOM. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we're getting quite affected.
Sorry about that, Chair. We ended up changing the gadget because we realized that the other instrument was not stable. This one is stable. Am I audible?
Yes, proceed. You're audible.
Thank you very much, Chair. We were still on program 2, and we were explaining the targets that were not met. These are targets that should have been delivered in the second quarter, and we did not achieve those targets. Can we move to the next slide? We gave an executive summary on the performance, we on the performance information in quarter 2. So we're not going to spend much time. We were still on program 2. Can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah. Okay. Here, the only target that was not achieved is the number of priority municipalities that have implemented MSIG-funded projects in DDM sites. This target here, we contracted to deliver 3 priority municipalities, and the target was not achieved. We signed the MOAs, but we did not meet the target as per the contracting period. The MOAs were only signed in October, and this will be a eThekwini, Waterberg, and OR Tambo. Next slide. On that, okay, you've moved 2 slides forward. Yeah. Here, the target here, we've moved to quarter 3. Again, I'm not going to spend time on 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4 because those targets were achieved. Members of the committee can look at them. The target that was not achieved is percentage of distressed water service authorities or municipalities receiving MIG, spending at least 10% of the MIG allocation. I think this is a repetition. We've already explained that target. We didn't meet it in quarter 2, and we did not meet it in quarter 3 as well. Next slide. Yes. All of these targets here, the majority of them are water-related targets. These are your blue drop, green drop, and no drop report related targets. If you look at 2.7 was not achieved. The number of priority municipalities that have reviewed DWS blue drop correction action plans. The target was that in the quarter we will deliver. We will make sure that the review is happening in 11 municipalities, and that target was not met. On 2.6, the percentage of converted MIG funding spent on projects, and again, that target was not met, and we were targeting to spend at least 65% of the conversion, and we only achieved 44%. On 2.8, the number of priority municipalities that have reviewed green drop, this is, if you like, wastewater-related target. The intention was to make sure that 11 priority municipalities that have reviewed DWS green drop correction plans. Remember, DWS writes to municipalities to make those correction plans. And our role is to support the municipalities to implement those correction plans. So we did not meet that target of 11 municipalities. 2.9, the number of water services authorities that have reviewed the Department of Water and Sanitation no drop corrective action plans. This is non-revenue water target, or leaks, if you like. And again, we targeted to assist 11 municipalities to implement those correction action plans. Work was done, but we did not do it on time, number one. And secondly, the portfolio of evidence that was provided by the support team was not adequate for our internal audit team. On 2.10, number of priority municipalities that have reviewed water and sanitation infrastructure asset management plans, and the target was 4 for the quarter, and the target was not achieved. 4 priority municipalities did not review water and sanitation infrastructure asset management plans. The evidence that was submitted, the teams were on the ground and they assisted the municipality, but the evidence that was submitted did not pass the scrutiny. We do have a presence in all of these municipalities, but the quality of the evidence that was given to us did not pass the scrutiny, and we didn't want to accept something that would create audit challenges for us downstream. Next slide. Chairperson, without wasting time, again, these are all targets that are related to water and electricity. We've touched on the wheeling framework, and that wheeling framework was also not achieved in Q3, but we do have the policy now. It's been signed off by the DG. We were helped by the RMO head who is driving this particular project. That's the target that has been finalized beyond the third quarter. Number of priority municipalities that have implemented MSIG funded projects in DDM. Again, the target here was 3 municipalities, only 1 was achieved. And that was the implementation of agreed projects in Waterberg District, Tekwini Metro will only commence in Q4. So we only achieved 1 target in that quarter under review. Next slide. This is program 3. Chair, I'm not going to spend much time on program 3. This is a high-performing program in terms of what we conducted to do in Q3. So I'm not going to waste your time. You will notice that they started badly at 40% in Q1, and they moved to 75% in Q2, and they are now sitting at 72%, sorry, at 92% in Q3. So I'm not going to waste time on this one. You can read it at your own spare time. Next slide. Okay, this is performance information. The only target that was not achieved in this particular program is percentage of competent senior managers appointed in municipalities. And the target was that in the quarter under review, 100% of competent senior managers appointed and recommended to the MECs by the 30th of September 2024. 100% of competent senior managers, the actual target, were appointed, were not recommended to the MEC by 30th of September. The letters of recommendation recommending corrective actions to the MEC were signed after the reporting period. So this is the only target that has caused problems for this particular branch. Next slide. Okay, the other target is the number of municipalities surveyed on citizen satisfaction with service delivery. That target was not met as well. We're not going to spend time on it. Everything was done post the reporting period. Next slide. The number of priority municipalities with credible and responsive recovery plans developed. Again, the target was 6, and we only achieved 4 in Q2. 4, which means we deviated from the 6 that was conducted in Q2. Again, we're not going to waste time. Some significant work was done. It will show as we report in Q4. Next slide. 3.4% of received reports on the appointment of municipal senior managers analyzed and recommendations made to the MEC. Again, the target here was 100% of received reports for appointed municipal senior managers analyzed and recommendations made to the MEC. This is a requirement of the Systems Act regulations. So that target was not met. Next slide. On slide 25, Chair, I'm not going to spend a lot of time. All of those targets were achieved, white paper. Most of the targets here are targets that are linked to the legislation, the MC bill, the draft regulations for local government indicators, white paper, local government review, number of municipalities where improvement measures to enhance spatial development, and others. So all of these targets were met. We're not going to spend time. Next slide. On slide 26 as well, this would include the ESCOM debt relief action plan. Most of the targets were achieved on slide 26. So we're not going to spend time, and I take it that members have gone through the document as well. Slide 26. Let's move to 27. This is program 4. This is disaster management program. Again, in Q1, they achieved 75% of their targets. In Q2, 75%. You can see as well in Q3, that they have achieved the same figure. This is one branch that has not regressed, but they have not improved from their baseline target in Q1. And again, you can see the number of targets that they contracted to achieve in Q1, Q2, and Q3. Let's move. Slide 28. On slide 28, I'll zoom into 4.4, disaster management system reviewed and overhauled. The minister here, and myself, we got a little bit worried about the quality of the work that the team has done here. In fact, this particular work should have served in the PCC, which is chaired by the president. We pulled it back because we are of the view that there's some work that needs to be done here. The DG in the presidency is extremely interested in this work as well, together with the DG of the DPME. So we are reconstituting the team. We're bringing expertise behind the team so that we can do the work that the minister wants us to do here. And part of it is about creating a new disaster management system for the country and coming up with a new operational plan. There are departments that have proposals forward. Defense is one of them. They have given us a proposal on how we can change the modus operandi on disaster management, especially on the response side of things. So we do want to look at the work that defense has put forward. Other countries like Mexico, even Brazil, the bulk of this work is done from the civil defense side. So we do want to look at what the Department of Defense is putting forward. DPME has done a review as well on disaster management. We have looked at comparative case studies. We've looked at Brazil, North America, Europe. So there's significant work that has been done here. But we need to come up with a clear business case. We need to come up with a clear operating model on what we are putting forward to Cabinet as a new system of disaster management for the country. Next slide. Can I move to the next slide? Okay, program 5, which is the last program, is CWP. And this is one program which has always been our Achilles heels, but you can see that they are slowly coming out of the woods. This is one space that we have spent a lot of time cleaning. A lot of investigations have been done here. Consequence management has been done here. So here are the figures on performance. In the quarter under review, which is Q3, they only achieved 67%. Next slide. What was not achieved is the 255,000 people participating in the CWP program by the 31st of March. We need to change that. This is an annual target. So we've missed that target quarterly. And we're not going to achieve that target at the end of the year because of budget constraints. The budget, when we contracted, we were of the view that the cuts will be reversed, especially in the UNU. There is an echo. Somebody is not muting. Thank you. So that target of 255,000.
Not muted. Twala. All right, proceed.
We're not going to spend time on targets that have been achieved. Chair will go to 5.1. Again, if you look at 5.1, this is one target that was affected by budget cuts. We are sitting, if you like, in an over expenditure zone or unauthorized expenditure zone. We have kept the number of participants, especially the 60-year-olds and above, on board for the next 4 months. We took a decision that we need to manage their exit, at least for the next 4 months, hoping that at least in the next 4 months, we may get a windfall or we may be forced to manage them out of the equation. The view from National Treasury, they have already written to us, is that we should not keep people who are double dipping in the program. And once National Treasury writes to you, you are left with no other alternative but to execute the decision that they are taking. At least the good news is that they are saying they will leave the modalities of how we exit these people to us, which is why we thought that the starting point is at least to give these participants 4 months. 4 months, which means 4 months from the 1st of April, 1st of February. It's 4 months until we find a right mechanism for them to exit. We know that plus minus 33,000 of them are getting pension, and that's what Treasury calls double dipping, even though we don't necessarily share the view, but their view is that they are getting paid from the same pot, and they are closing a gap for other people that we want to keep in the safety net. There's 2,000 over out of the 60,000 who are not getting old age pension. And those are the people that we want to assist so that they can get old age pension. These people have been in the program for a very long time, so it's important that we manage their exit. They have served government, they have served communities. We can't simply dump them. So we need to find a better way of thanking them as they leave the program, because we have no other alternative but to get them to leave the program. And those are the 60-year-olds and above. So we didn't meet the target as planned, precisely because we can't contract more than what we can afford. We don't want to commit additional over expenditure. On 5.2, 25,000 participants trained in artisanal skills. I'm sure you've looked at the budget. That target could not be achieved. No participants were trained in artisanal skills. And again, it's the inadequate budget. We were hoping that our partners will assist us in the training so that we don't have to use the fiscus. Suspect that will happen in the next financial year, not in the current financial year. So we had serious budget challenges, and we were not successful in the UNU to get this program financed. Slide 32. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, 32, yes. All right, we're not going to spend time here again because these are targets that were met by CWP. You can read them at your own spare time. These are targets that were achieved, self-explanatory. Next slide, 33. I'll zoom into 5.2 and 5.4, Chair, for the sake of time. Number of participants enrolled in artisanal skills. Again, this was not done due to significant budget cuts. If you look at the program in the past, we used to utilize sitters to assist us here. There were 305 participants that were enrolled, but the target was 1,500. So the sitters did not come to the party, but we've started some engagements with the Department of Labor because we think that in the next financial year, we will be able to exceed most of these targets. The Department of Labor, they want to get into the space. They have also started the program of reviewing the public employment programs. Maybe in the not so distant future, the committee can ask the Department of Labor together with National Treasury and the presidency to come and present the review of the public employment programs because they've started that work more than 6 months ago. And we think once the program is completed, we will also benefit because they're trying to rationalize these public employment programs because there are duplications amongst them. On 5.4, on the 7 smart partnerships established to develop CWP participants by the 31st of December 2024, we only achieved 2 memorandums by December 2024. So the target was not met, but immediately after that, we managed to sign quite a number of memorandums, but it's not a quantitative exercise. It's also not a ceremonial exercise. We would want those memorandums to be implemented. Chairperson, we've signed quite a significant number of memorandums with strategic partners, but we would want that to be implemented so that we can get the participants trained. Next slide, 34. Here we met our targets. This has got 3 targets. Again, I'm not going to spend time on these targets because they were achieved. They are green. Slide 35. At this stage, I'm going to ask the CFO to take us through the budget performance. And again, the CFO can simply look at the executive summary. CFO, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, Accounting Officers on call, and colleagues. Chair, I will run through a number of slides because more or less of them are of a similar, it's just that it's a graphical presentation, and the other points, it's on figures. On this slide, Chair, we are indicating to the Portfolio Committee that we were reporting on Q2 at a budget of 125 billion, 183 million, and I'm emphasizing 183 because this was a budget before adjustment. So we are indicating to the committee that these are the expenses as far as the September figures are concerned, but at a departmental level. This excludes our grants as well as the transfers that we do to the entities. So this technically suggests that it's an operational budget of the department. And that will lead you to look at the small table down there, which is Program 1 to Program 5 at an operational level of 1.1 billion. And then the 124 indicates the allocation for the transfers as well as monies to municipalities. Next slide. This one, Chair, again, it's as I indicated, these are funds that are transferred to municipalities and our entities, and we categorize them as conditional grants and the subsidies that will go to SALGA, MDB, SA Cities Network, and MISA. And these are the funds that we have transferred as of 30 September 2024, and the monies that we have indicated to our equitable share that is transferred in July, as well as in September for particularly the MIG as well and the IUDG. Yes, we are reporting largely on the MSIG as well at 40% at that time. And I think on the MSIG, Chair, I do want to indicate that part of the items that are funded within this grant is the RMO operational costs that we are carrying and that they are supporting the municipalities, especially those that are struggling. And then we have our disaster grants as depicted there. However, these are still at the budget, which was not adjusted yet, and as of September. Next slide. Chair, as I indicated, this is a table that indicates all the items that are allocated in line with the 125.1 billion. And over there top, we are having an operational budget of 1.2 rounding up, which is 1167. And we had projected to spend 493 by end of September. And when we found ourselves having spent 438.4, so we were out more or less by 11% in that space. And on the earmark funds, which would suggest to say that these are transfers to all our entities as well as municipalities, we have a grant that is informing the high percentage of expenditure here, which is your equitable share, which was transferred largely in July at the tune of 42 million inclusive. However, we were almost at 99.7% expenditure there because our projection was more or less as 42, and we've transferred the same 42. And this is also informed largely by the MIG at 6.8 billion that has been transferred to our municipalities. Some of them are on a cost reimbursement method. And then largely part of it is what DG spoke of on the CWP and the funding that it's short in terms of its. Next slide. We are giving the Portfolio Committee a separation from the grants as well as the transfers. So we are reporting on the operational budget of the department, and I did indicate that it's 1.1, broken down into 5 programs with those economic classification, which is your COE, goods and services, and the rest. The rationale behind this breakdown is for us to indicate to the committee that at that time, we were still projecting an overspending of the COE budget, which is compensation of employees, simply because of the decisions that were taken some 3 years ago that the COE would not increase. And that rationale did not gel well with the approved structure because the structure was higher than the COE. So while we were filling vacancies at the same time, we had to request the Department of DPSA to assist us in that space and working with them in as far as the approvals are concerned. So we were mindful of the projection that we made at the beginning of the financial year. So we were projecting the 2%. So however, what we're saying that over and above the fact that we had a cost of living adjustment that was not allocated, we had to do a environment of funds, and we had to shift funds from the goods and services for us to address the issue of the anticipated expenditure in as far as the goods and services to the COE is concerned. So we had budgeted to spend 493, as I indicated earlier, and we've spent 483. That's from an operational budget. So we were within the reach of what we had projected. And then this slide, just a summary, and I know, Chair, the presentation that we forwarded earlier had an incorrect figure of the amount that was transferred. So we have since corrected it, and we need to apologize upfrontly for that as well. So this is just an explanation of the previous slide as well, where we are indicating that this is the percentage of the amount that we've transferred, including that disaster recovery grant of 175 million out of the allocation of 741. Next slide. This is more or less the same as what I've just indicated, but the intention of this slide is just to provide you with where the hike of the allocation is. And one would say that it's largely in July because that's where the equitable share is being transferred immediately after the financial year end of municipalities, as well as the amount that have been largely transferred, which is your MIG and the IUDG, which will have been in September 2024. So this is just a depiction of why we have spikes within July and a flat graph across. But it's a matter of the transfers in as far as the cash flow, if not the payment schedule that is concerned and approved with National Treasury inclusive. So we are still indicating that out of that 125, the large part of it was projected at 56 and 51 was expended. So we were technically at a projected spend of 92%, and we have spent the budget at 41.4%. So we can move to the slide, and I will not dwell much on the CWP because the DG has largely touched on the CWP. Next slide. Okay, this is Q3, Chair, and I think I'll run fast because I did give a breakdown. I did emphasize a figure of 125,183 in the previous slide. This up until December gives you an amount of 125,895 with an amount of 783 that was received as an additional allocation to our disaster recovery grant. So which we have received through the midterm budget review that was undertaken. So we have now a budget of 125.9 rounded down to report throughout until the 31st of March 2025. We can move. Next slide. And here we're also indicating the ratings as per the entities. We can still sit on this slide because it's more or less the same, but we're giving the percentages of all the amounts that have been transferred to from July, September, up until the end of December, which is Q3 technically. So we can move out of the slide. Chair, these are the figures as indicated. They do tally with the two graphs that were presented earlier on. And again, we are demonstrating an operational budget against the earmark funds. However, the entire budget now starts at 125.8 with an expenditure of 91 billion because of the transfers that have increased. If one looks at the December one, it went up to 74 billion, together with your 12.5 that we've already transferred to MIG in our municipalities. And we also look at the high trend of the CWP wages and operational budget that is spent at 2.4 and 133.5 collectively on the CWP. So the entire expenditure for the period for the quarter ending December is at 72.8%, which is roughly your 73%. Next slide. This is just a graphical presentation. And again, we at that time, because we need to communicate with National Treasury, we are seeing, apologies for that. Apologies, Chair. We are giving you sort of a pie chart that demonstrates all these items that are at a certain percentage. And because it was still in December as well, we are in liaison with National Treasury during this quarter for us to be able to cap that 2% as a defrayed cost from the goods and services budget that we indicated earlier on. We're also mindful of the fact that we do have some S&Ts, if not the travel costs that are largely on the S&T side because of the visits that we are undertaking as a department, and we have even our RMO also tapping into these funds in as far as the travel cost is concerned. And I think some of the interventions like imbizos do form part of these costs, as well as escalating as they are. However, we are capping that through some other methods of us finding our way not to overspend on the goods and services budget as well. So technically for the period ending December, when it comes to operational cost, we've spent 51%, and it's still within reach, Chairperson. We can move to the next slide. Next slide. I won't repeat this is because it's more or less the same of the other, and the explanation the same, which we will be taking money from the goods and services and defray that to this minus amount. In this narration, it's a simple and a straightforward one. We are also indicating here, I think the emphasis is for us to indicate that there is an element of the municipalities not meeting the standards and invoking of Section 216 and 2 of the Constitution. And in that space, they give National Treasury an ammunition to withhold their funds and offset them against the funds that they have to receive. And we are indicating that in the second tranche, 5 municipalities were subjected to this Section 2.1 of the DORA because they could not account of the unspent grants from the 2023-2024 financial year. And they had to be disciplined in line with that section. But at the same time, we're also indicating that the MIG on a fund disbursement analysis or a cost disbursement. So you will have those municipalities that will spend on the projects and submit invoices validated as they would be, pay them on. And some of the municipalities and not all of them, and part of the money would be transferred to the municipalities as well. So if we looked down there at the adjustment and the withholding, this is where we're indicating they withheld transfers from the equitable share. And when they meet the test that they would undergo in terms of compliance and verification, then these monies would be transferred to them. So we are dependent on National Treasury finalizing the validation with the department for these municipalities to meet the money to be transferred back, for them not to lose this money back to National Treasury. Can move to the next slide. Again, this is just an indication of what is happening under IODG, the MSIG, as I indicated, that it also funds the part of the RMO that is supporting those struggling municipalities. And then we'll have our disaster response grant, and I think we had a large discussion earlier on that, but these are funds for 2024-2025, wherein only 229 million was transferred of the 527, and the disaster recovery grant is 222 that has been transferred to date, bearing in mind that that 1.4 includes the 783 that we have received during the adjustment budget process. Next slide. Chair, again, if one looks at July as well as December, there's a spike and it moves the graphs from 38% to more or less 29.1 in December. But this does depict the fact that we have expended 73% of our budget as a department And more of this is again on the transfers of MIG, IUDG, as well as the equitable share, and largely your CWP wages, if not the stipend that we pay to participants. The next slide. It's more or less the same. Chair, we also requested to brief the Portfolio Committee on the post-audit action plan for 2023. The next slide will do. Next slide, yes. You can move to the next slide. Yeah, we can stand on this one. Chair, we were also requested to brief the committee on the post-audit action plan. The summary that we are bringing to the House here is that we still had some findings that came from 2022-2023 financial year in our post-audit action plan. So we are indicating that from that period, we had 78 findings that were raised by AG, and we have addressed 2256 were addressed during the year in as large as PAP is concerned. And as we look at these figures, the intention is to indicate that we had 10 findings that were carried over to the 2023-2024 financial year. Now, coming to the 2023-2024 financial year, AG raised 109 findings. And out of those 9, during the period of audit, we had resolved 21. We were left with 88 that ought to be carried to the post-audit action plan. And then when we zoom into the space of analyzing what the root causes are, what action is needed, and what ought to be the POE, we realized that 50 of these findings, as they are receiving the attention on PAP, had similar findings against each other. So we realized that we would categorize them as one, required the similar responses and required the similar POEs for our internal audit to do their final validation and verification. So then we had 4 out of the 88 that were disputed through National Treasury. We are working largely with National Treasury to sort them out. Of the 50 that we've put in our PAP, we have dealt with 36. So we are left with 14, Chair, to deal with at least up until we start the new audit cycle, which will be like fully from the 1st of June. Yes, the interim has started, and we're working tirelessly for us to at least live with those that are not solvable within the boundaries because of the fact that some of them are irregular expenditures that come from the previous financial year. So this is more of the summary that is going to lead us to run quickly on the other slides as well. So I thought maybe this would be better for us to dwell largely on it. Next slide. You can move out of the slide. You can jump this slide as well. You just touched on that. Chair, we thought that we should also bring to the attention of the Portfolio Committee the material irregularities that we had in the department for quite some time. And because of the audit that concluded in July, we could not report to the Portfolio Committee because they were forming part of the Q2. So we still had these 4 within our midst, and they were closed by the AG simply because of the progress that we have demonstrated as a department. The main category behind the closure of the material irregularities, as we all know, is the recovery of the loss. So we have quantified the loss to a point of achieving it to most of the instances, 99%. But we still have that MI1, we call it material regulatory 1, which were monies that were transferred to the Sekhukhune by error in the system. And we've taken this up with the banks that had received the money and the institution, which is the Sekhukhune as well, other than the normal Sekhukhune municipalities, which was supposed to have received the money. And we have received at least 58% of the money that we have that has been transferred as recovered, and we are left with 77.9 to still be recovered. The matter is with our legal unit, and we are running it concurrently with legal unit, finance and legal are working together on this. So as indicated, we still had 8 matters to deal with, and a number of them have received the default judgment. and the two matters were defended, and parties have exchanged the pleadings. So that is straightforward from that. And then we have that 4 and 6 MI, which is sitting at 77%. We are working again with our legal unit to try and recover the 5.2. Largely, the 5.2 is informed by the matter which is within the arbitration in one of the NPOs that are owing us, that has appealed, and they've lost the case, Chairperson, I must say. And now they are showing an intention to appeal, but the department is ready to oppose the appeal as well. And there are a number of requirements that they have to meet. And I think demonstrating of their funding capability as well and not being bankrupt is one of the requirements that they need to demonstrate prior to them appealing, if not part of the process as well. Then we have the out the box who has disputed the debt, and we had AIDS Foundation, whom we are searching through the lawyers as well. So the intention is not to reopen this, but to close them to its entirely, with the AG supporting the process as well. We can move to the next. I think we will be running fast, Chair. We can jump on the slide. These are our action plan to address. And I think this slide does indicate that we are sitting at 72% in as far as the administering of the PAP is concerned. However, we are working with the internal audit for the validation. They're still busy with their validation. We're sitting at 72% of the 50 findings that we had indicated earlier on. And I think we also need to indicate that from the internal audit point of view, we had a color coding there, which needs to be corrected to green as well. So technically, we have 4 items that need attention, which is from the internal control from the Office of the CFO, 1 item from supply chain, and largely the CWP. And I think, Chair, the CWP is one area that even last year, we identified it as one of the qualification area in our audit purposes. So we are giving this item and the issue of the assets large attention in this year, just for us to avoid the number of findings that an AG would find on the floor. We can move. Chair, I think from the red and the amber, technically, if we look at the slide, it's a summary of the slides where we are also indicating that these are the items that we are dealing with out of the 14. You would have internal control, which is at the various stages of assessment. We are assessing for us to be determining as to whether this is a fruitless, wasteful, or irregular expenditures. And then we do the determination and investigations, and that's where we can determine as to whether this is irregular, fruitless, or wasteful. And then we can subject it to the loss control committee to take a decision on behalf of the department. And then in as far as irregular expenditure is concerned, we continuously having follow-ups with National Treasury because we need that condonement for them to now. Yes, Chair, we are rounding up. This should be the last slide. Maybe we can allow the annexures to be floated, and then we indicate to the Chair that most of these, Chair, are easy to read. And the intention of us here is to indicate the progress that has been made so far, and the intention of us closing the PAP by the 31st of May 2025, and starting with the new post-audit action plan. So we are recommending through the DG's office and Minister that the Portfolio Committee takes notes of the 3rd quarter and 2nd quarter of the 2024 financial year, together with the post-audit action plan that we've just presented. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chairperson, that concludes our technical presentation. We'll hand over to the Minister. Thank you very much. We apologize for taking time. The business that we are managing is very complex.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's get to the members. I have a few hands over there. There's an issue which has been brought to the attention of the committee that relates to the CWP court case with one of the implementing agents. So you're gonna give us a bit of a briefing what's happened there. It looks like the court ruled in favor of the implementing agent. Now, what does that do also? This is the second aspect. What does that do to the expenditure pattern? Because it looks like it's some previous expenditure that you should have factored into the whole thing. So where are you and what's happening in that? Okay, I've got now hands. Honorable Mtetwa, then Mkalipi, and then Van Zyl, and then Labuskaghni. I'm going to ask the members to try and, I know it's been very long, but try and be pointed with the questions so that you can be crisp with the answers as well. Honorable Mtetwa.
Chair.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Sorry, Chair. Before Honorable Mtetwa, just a
Yes.
clarity. I thought you are dealing with the issue of investigation that is part of the agenda. Chair, I didn't hear correctly what is happening because it's there on the agenda. Yes.
In fact, there's some slides. Can I ask you to bring that issue quickly, DG? There's just a brief slide that I think you have shown us, the issues around investigation, so that when we ask questions, we ask everything together. I'll give you a couple of minutes for that.
Thank you very much, Chair. We prepared the presentation. We thought that this item will be taken in the morning session. So we had a separate presentation for that. If you look at the agenda of the morning, the last item that should have been presented is this investigation into the community work program. So we do have a slide for that. We can share it with you. Sharon?
I don't know how we missed that. Please go ahead.
Sharon?
Sorry, can we just hold on? Let's get the direct question we wanted to get answers for. Please.
Okay, the question that you raised, Chair, on the legalities with one of the service providers.
You might want to start with the presentation and then answer this as a question after.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
All right. Can we share the presentation, Sharon? It's the one on investigations. Okay. Just put it on slideshow. All right, Chair, on this one, just a little introduction, and I'll hand over to the Chief Audit Executive, who did all of these investigations for us. You'll recall that there were quite a number of things that were flagged by the Auditor General in the previous audits, which is what prevented us from achieving an unqualified audit. And the way you deal with all of those irregularities is that you need to investigate, and you need to go through the process, and you need to do consequence management, and then you write to the Auditor General for condonment. And that's the process that we have followed, which has led us to achieve an unqualified audit in the last financial year. So without wasting time, I'm going to ask Ms. Kumo Titswane, who is our Chief Audit Executive, to take us through the presentation. Kumo.
All right, thank you, DG, and good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister and Honorable members and colleagues of the call. In terms of the investigations, we will be brief. If we can kindly move to the next slide. We only have 2 cases that we want to bring to the attention of the Portfolio Committee. The first one was relating to the old CWP contract, and the investigation was done as a result of the audit finding that was raised during the 18-19 financial year, which was estimated at 674 million after the investigation. So in terms of the material irregularities, they were picked up in terms of identified between 2014-15 to 2018-19. So, Chairperson, in summary, it was relating to payments on the payment of the project management fees, prepayments not supported by accurate information in terms of documentation, payments of the deceased participant, and payments made to PESAL participants who are not eligible to get the CWP stipend. So based on the investigation and the seriousness of matters that were identified, then there were the criminal charges that were laid in terms of Section 34 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004. And as a department chairperson, there were officials that were identified who went through the disciplinary hearing, and it was 8 of those officials within the department. And if maybe I can just highlight the breakdown. 2 of the officials were not found guilty on the 3 charges, all the charges. 1 official was found guilty on 1 of the 3 charges, and the sanction was that the official was issued a final written warning, and 1 official had retired effective from 1st of June 2022.
Disappeared. Please fix that, DG. Something has gone wrong somewhere. I mean, DG has disappeared.
Honorable Minister, probably we can wait just a few minutes because they are all in one room. It might be a technical issue, just a few minutes.
Yeah, that's fine, unless somebody else can.
Continue. We must continue, Ministers of Department.
All right. Do you want to get the first one to make comments? We will stop and then proceed when they are back.
Yes,
Honorable
Chair.
Mteto.
Yes, Chair. Thanks a lot for the opportunity. I think you've already done me justice by raising the issue of CWP. All I can just say, the minister is cited on this case. Therefore, it means he also is needed to reply because there is a judgment and there's a whole lot of issues that are being asked in terms of did the department comply with the judgment which is issued and the provision of list of people that were employed in the project and who will pay for the interest because the interests are compiling. There are a list of assets of this CWP program that are sitting with the implementing agent, which it needed a storage, which the department is not prepared to pay for storage. And as a result, some of the assets have been auctioned and some are lost, which is already a problem to the department. And then the next question for me is the one also is citing the minister in the city of Johannesburg, the complaint regarding the 200 million fraudulent employment through a fake or wrong policy, which is now led into a threat of an official who needs a political protection because he's being threatened. And now this is squarely on your office, Minister, to work on this and actually investigate it or respond because there is a...
Let me ask you to hold it there. I'd like you to repeat the question. You need the DG as well to hear it. So
Okay.
I'll hold you for now. You'll come back. Honorable Mkhaliphi.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Now, I don't know how are we going to manage it because the DG is not here. But anyway, as long as
We
the
will
minister
hear
is...
you. Don't worry, we will hear you. Proceed. I'll just follow. If the issues, I'll do the same with you if that's necessary. Don't worry.
Okay, as long as there will be responses, Chair, I'm glad to continue.
Yeah, continue. We might have to come back, but let's hear how you put your questions, then we'll see how to take it.
All right. The first question that I have is this something called South African Citizen Network as one of the entities in the department. There are even allocated funds, but we have never heard about them, Chair. They have never been in this committee to come and account. All entities are from here. We know their work. We scrutinize their work. They account here. Can we get a clarity about this South African Cities Network? Where do they operate? Where are they? Where can we locate them?
That is number one. Number two, Chair, the program 2 of the department, as much as the DG also accepted and very honest to say they are not doing very well. And it's also become a very important program in the department because it talks to the support to the municipalities. I wanted to ask the DG if he can go to town and share with the committee what seems to be the problem, while other programs are trying, although they're not at 100%. But when it comes to this important program that's supposed to be the one who is cruising in terms of supporting municipalities, is the one that is struggling. So I do note
Okay.
what.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, you're gonna have to come back. You're gonna have to come back.
Okay, all right, Chair.
When DG appears, I'd like that the DG and management must hear those questions. It's fine. We just want to explore the questions. We will come back. Don't worry. Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's quite uncertain. I think you'll tell all of us to stop until the DG is back. So we are going to just repeat. So I don't know if it's possible for us to actually phone the DG and see if he can get back on.
Honorable Chair, the DG is in the platform and he is hearing all the questions.
In that case, let's do Van Zyl continue, finish, and then we go back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think if we can get Matetwa to start, because then we'll go in the sequence that we intended. I don't know, Chair. That's just a proposal from my side.
I intended the sequence. You don't need to go back to the same person, but if you want to prepare your thoughts, it's fine. Then we'll get.
I have all of them written down, Chairperson. So, but just
All
for
right,
the
that's
flow,
fine.
anyways. That's
No,
fine.
that's fine.
Do I continue, Chairperson?
Okay, you can continue.
Okay. So just on the presentation that was before us from DCOG, program 2, which deals with local government operations, remain poor, very poor, the performance. In fact, it remains the poorest. And what's quite scary is that that's the main function of COCTA is local government, and that's what's closest to the people. And the department doesn't seem to get that right under program 2, which is quite worrying. What are you doing to improve the performance of program 2? That's one of the questions, because like I said, that is the lowest form, closest to the people, and that's where they are failing. Then on program 4, the performance seems unchanged for 3 consecutive quarters, which I found quite strange. So if I can get an explanation on that. And then just for the CFO, so I think it was slide 53 and 52, I suppose, which spoke about the audit findings from 22-23, moving to 23-24, and that a lot seems to be carrying over. And I saw there were lists of the audit findings, but it's not complete as to the 109 and the 88 in the previous year. If we can maybe possibly get full explanatory lists for all of those findings, not just the couple that was listed. Then also for the CFO, she mentioned that the S&T remains to be the overspend. What is the department doing to actually curb that S&T? Because obviously paying S&T and not spending money on actual service delivery is quite disheartening. Then water, sanitation and electricity remains the main focus of local government, and the department fails to support failing municipalities, as we've seen, even with the very low targets. They would say 8 municipalities was identified and we could support none of them. 11 municipalities was identified for the next thing on a green drop and we couldn't support any of them. Why does the department continuously fail on local government targets? It's year in, year out. We see the same thing. So essentially, I think, what will the minister and department do to change the scenario for South Africans suffering under broken local governments? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to Mtetwa.
Thanks, Chair. The question to the DG is exactly on the judgment that has already been issued against the department by Insiga Foundation, complaining about the termination of the contract as an implementing agent of the CWP, which is part of your program 5. After you've reported this case involved over 300,000 beneficiaries that were part of the program, there are assets that were bought which are now sitting somewhere because you couldn't pay for storage. They are being vandalized, they have been auctioned, some are unattended because you terminated the contract and now the judgment requires that you comply. Question is, did you comply with the judgment? And who's going to pay for the interest that are accumulating? Apparently, they needed to onboard a lot of employees that they didn't screen themselves as an agent. That's why we are sitting with this problem. And the termination of the contract as far back as 2023, which then left the project in disarray. There are projects that were earmarked to benefit through this program, the cleaning of schools, the piggery program of Kashamba, and in KZN. And those were the issue is, where is your transfer policy to transfer all of these things? Because they're sitting with exactly the same case. The second question is also, the minister is cited in these cases, so he also needs to respond. The second case is the 200 million of fraudulent employment to be recovered because there was a fake policy in the city of Johannesburg that was used to employ 130 people, which is now an egg on the face, and the employee in question is now seeking protection because of threats politically. And there is an affidavit to that effect. That file is available in my custody as well. So please, can you attend to these matters? These are critical because it's a reflection on the department. Thank you.
Honorable Mkalipi.
Thanks very much, Chair. No, Chair, I have just a few questions. The first one is the role of the South African Cities Network. As one of the entities, also gets money to do their work, but they've never been here. I don't think anyone from this committee will say, no, I know them and their role. Can we get a clarity? Where do they exist? And then when are they coming to come and account like all other entities? That is the first one. The second one is the issue of the CWP. I won't repeat what Honorable Mteto was asking for the clarity. I share the same sentiment. I think all members also do. But Chair, I just want to share with the committee that the CWP, I don't think we must just leave as it is. We welcome the progress in terms of addressing those issues as per the department presentation emanating from the AG. But let us just also say this, Chair. Whenever as members of parliament, especially in my case, because I do communicate with everyone in South Africa on behalf of the people, especially the poor, they have never come and do what we are expecting them to do. For instance, they are getting paid as members, but they are politicizing this program. If I can make one example, on the 27th of January, when I was doing the constituency work, visiting schools, when you come across with some issues that needs to be tackled by them, 27 January until now, they're still coming to come and intervene. Because the minute they hear that you are a EFF MP, they will come with a sort of all problems and challenges. They will never come and assist the schools. The DDG, who is responsible for this program, will attest. He is a very good guy. He intervenes. He made sure that he intervenes, but at the end of the day, they defy even the DDG. Up until today, since 27 January, they have never come to cut the grass, just the grass. They also play politics change. So
who's defying? Who's the one? Who's they?
In Durban Metro. So when I escalated
just clarify, is it Durban Metro Council, Durban Metro officials, Durban Metro who?
Okay, when I call the DDG to say, DDG, there's a school in Amawoti, Zwagele, they need assistance just to cut a grass because there are snakes. Kids are also in danger because of the snakes. DDG connected me with officials who are responsible for this program in eThekwini. That was 27th of January. There were 3 schools that were involved. Zwagele Primary School, Amandletu, and also there is a bush that connects the community of Amaud and Wamamba. So instead of coming to address those issues, they come with a sort of reasons why they don't have to come. They tell me about their challenges, of which I said, I understand your challenges, but this is not a major work. Even a member of a community can do this thing. There's no bush, but you are here in the area getting paid. Come and do it. Even today, Chair, if I didn't activate Parks Department, those kids who were vulnerable, who were in danger of snakes, ngabe basakuleyo nkinga, at least the Department of Parks did come. Whenever I call the DDG to say, where are these people, Gandhi? Why they're getting paid? DDG ended up not knowing what to say because they keep on telling him a lot of stories. That is the CWP for you. That was not the first time, although, Chair, as well. So on program 2, which is our, I think as members of parliament, as they support municipalities, I think DDG also provided some clarity why they are not doing very well. But I think he must share with the committee to what seems to be the challenge. I'm not saying all programs are not important, but I'm saying since this one, because we know that how difficult are to have municipalities to function, and we rely on the department also to assist municipalities. But if this program is not going to yield the result as per the plan of the department, and not be told what is the really problem, if we can be told what is the really problem and how they're intending to solve that problem, because to me, they remain very important, as Chairperson. So one of the things that they mentioned under program 2, the issue of DDM, making examples that there are some few municipalities, Chair, let us agree, DG and the minister, this issue of DDM is not working anyway. Since we were told from the beginning when this thing was introduced, I think it has been 4 years or 5 years, if it's not more than that. We were told there was some project as pilot project. We never saw anything. And here in this presentation, we are told that there are some projects that can be mentioned here. So the whole concept of DDM, my understanding is to coordinate at the district level, but we are only told what we are told is that they are champions of this DDM, but in an actual fact, there's no DDM. So can we just be honest and say this is a failed project in the department? And I'm sure if you can remove that DDM in your program too, also your level of the stress DG is going to improve, because this thing is causing you a stress. Also in program 2, the DG is mentioning there were 17 municipalities that were according to the plan, but they didn't achieve it, all of that, in terms of non-revenue water. So I think if in your target, if you are targeting 17 municipalities, I know that you can't target all of them. But I think even though your target DG, I think is not enough. I'm measuring it because you know the issue of water in South Africa is a problem. Even last week when we engaged the board, we also said water is life. Even now, earlier on, we also mentioned that if there is no basic such as water when we engage with MISA, so it's going to be a problem. So I don't even understand if you are saying your target was 17. Uguti, how did you arrive in the target, DG? Please clarify us, because if you can also compare with the number of informal settlement that we have in South Africa, but you just target only 17 municipalities, I don't think we can get there. So on one of the slides as well in program 2, you mentioned something of NESA, of which you put a very big English there, DG. But what we want to know is the committee. I think there is also recently news that the NESA has approved the Malika case is already taking toll to poor people. We can't afford, I know it's none of your business, it's not your mandate, DG, but as people who have program 2, who are supposed to ensure that people are not suffering alone in those municipalities, can we hear you to what other means and ways to deal with these things of municipality? And the chair will agree with me. When we engage with the board of the water board last week, I think it was from Gauteng, I can't remember.
Those people, the chair of the board told us plain to say that there is no free kilo water. There's nothing that is free. So now people are unemployed, the bills are in shambles, and then now they're expecting to pay so much. So the role of program 2 becomes very important. The last one for the CFO, I'm just interested, Chair. The CFO is mentioning some recovered money. I think she said it's 77 million, but I'm not sure. So I'm just curious, if you have managed to cover the money, which is very good, we want that, we want those money that were unlawfully misused under material irregularities. After you recovered it, where does it go? Does it go straight to the department or it go to treasurer? That is the last question I have, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Labuskaghni.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, a lot of questions that I have already been asked. I just want to go to, in principle, on program 2. I want to start off with saying, when we look at the quarter 2 and then quarter 3's APPs and the budgets and so on, then I've picked up something that in quarter 1, a lot of the, and in quarter 2, a lot of the APPs or the targets have not been reached, especially those that has to do with basic services, like, and that the influence on that, on the green drop and the blue drop and the no drop, which is the leaks, and the wheelie situation, and all those kind of things. But we've seen there that a lot of those things have not been, those targets have not been reached. And then if I compare that to the budget in the first term, a lot of those targets didn't look good. But if you then look at quarter 3's budget, then there's a little bit of a mismatch to me, because then the budget, more or less in general, 72% of the budget has been spent, while some of the most important targets have not been reached. So I really have a concern on, that in the end, we get to the end of the year and the budget has been spent, but the local government is still a ship sinking. While we think it's actually, while if you look at the budget that's been spent, it seems as if things are going well. So I need to get clarity from the department. How do I make the incorrect, do I get to the incorrect conclusion? And if not, how is this going to be fixed? Then I would like to actually also ask on these things that about the services, because that is worrying, the green drop and the blue drop and the infrastructure and all those things. I can ask a lot of questions, but the only question I actually want to ask now about all of these things is, it's like the DG said, we have to reach these targets. We have to achieve them. Now, it's one thing to say this is the target. We know that these things are important, and if we achieve them, it will go better in those municipalities and people will have better services and a lot of things are going to go better. But it's one thing to achieve them. It's another one to achieve them. So I want to ask if we can go through a process and a feedback from the department on the 5 most simple elementary questions is who, what, how, where, and when will these things be fixed? Because those questions are not being answered in the APP and the budget. The last thing that I want to ask, when the discussions was done on the APPs, that's not been on the targets that's not been reached and so on, sort of the who's going to do something about it, to whom it's going to be referred, is the Strategic Support Directorate. Now, we understand previously there was a explanation given, it's the World Bank and certain people sitting there, actually not really part of the department, but also a vehicle that's helping us. Can we get an idea of the success rate of the Strategic Support Directorate? And what are they doing? How are they doing it? And the main question of all of these things is, how sustainable will this be? It's fine and well and tell us, okay, from Q2 to Q3 or from Q3 to Q4 at the end of this year, these things will be fine. But will these municipalities that has been referred to the Strategic Support Directorate be able to maintain either the skills or the knowledge or whatever is being done so that they can be sustainable in future? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you've got quite a handful there. So let me leave you to do the responses, and then after that, we'll ask the Minister to make the concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair. The questions that will be answered by the CFO, and those are the financial related questions. We've noted them. I think we should start with Program 2 related questions, and we're going to ask DDG Duma to lead us, and I'll pick up some of the questions under Program 2. The South African Cities Network and the INSICA related question, I'll answer those two myself. Let's start with DDG Duma, who's leading us on Program 2. DDG.
Thank you very much, DG. Good afternoon to the Chairperson, the Minister, and honorable members of the committee. Chairperson, on Program 2, the area that actually affected performance the most was indeed in the area that most members were focusing on. The targets that have to do with the drops. The drops program is led by the Department of Water and Sanitation, and they had issued the outcomes of that drop assessment in 2023. So 24-25 was in actual fact the first year that we were trying to address those challenges. It does seem, Chairperson, that we were somehow or somewhat ambitious in our targets because when we got to the ground, it became clear that the challenges were more complex than what was written in the documents. However, Chairperson, we have done a lot of work. It's really a question of reporting that actually let us down. We have done the assessments of all these blue drops, green drop, and the non-revenue water in the municipalities that were affected. Members will be aware that there were about 67 municipalities that were classified as in a very distressed state when it comes to their wastewater treatment works in particular, but also some water treatment works in some of these municipalities. So the interventions that are required do require a long turnaround time, which I think we had missed in our assumptions in terms of the interventions that are needed to turn around the situations. So we have geared ourselves up, and part of that gearing involves that the department has taken a decision that there should be Schedule B, or movement of monies from Schedule 5B to Schedule 6B. Of the MIC in order to address these challenges, starting with the green drop issues, your wastewater treatment works that have collapsed in many municipalities. We are focusing at this stage on the Vaal River Basin, targeting that area in particular. However, that is still being prepared by the department so that those interventions can be implemented, Chairperson. I can confirm, Chair, that subsequent to these outcomes, the DG had instructed that we prepare a turnaround or a catch-up plan and a performance improvement plan, which we did prepare, and we have been implementing the same over the 6 weeks, the past 6 weeks, and I can confirm to the committee that there will be improvement in the performance with regards to those targets, especially in the drops, as well as the energy targets, Chairperson. Let me stop there, Chair, and the DG will elaborate when he gets the opportunity. Thank you.
Proceed, DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's the CFO here. The question on the S&T, Chair, which suggests to say that what measures are we putting in place to keep it at a low pace? I must indicate, Chair, that the S&T, it's one of the items that we used largely to address the challenges or travel to address the challenges at the municipalities. And I think the issue here is for us to be able to monitor closely the projects that are on the ground. So we are introducing a hybrid approach, and hybrid that suggests to say that if the MM were to be visited, at least we give it to the high-level official DDG and at least the chief director to go there and meet personally, and where there's a need for any other officials to come through.
Disappeared.
Can you hear me, Chair? Chair, can you hear me?
Can other members hear you?
Can other members hear me?
We can hear you.
Hear you. Thank you. Thank you. So as I was saying, we use largely to monitor the projects on the ground, visit those struggling municipalities, if not the dysfunctional municipalities. And I did indicate that the effort to curb the overspending is for us to come up with a hybrid approach, where we are indicating that at least if we allow the DDG and the chief director to meet formally with the MM or other stakeholders, then the rest of the team stay behind and we have virtual meetings throughout. So it will be like a hybrid approach. But we're moving largely to the virtual meetings, just for us not to overspend on the item. And I think for this financial year, we needed to cap the expenditure because we needed that money to defray those costs of the COE that were shorting. So we have managed that entirely for us to be able to source funds from that and be able to have a non-overspending on the COE of the department. On the issue of the audit, yes, I have given a summary and I've used 2 financial years simply because there were 10 findings that we could not finalize in the previous post-audit action plan. So we brought those in to the 2023-2024 financial year or post-audit action plan. So we wanted to demonstrate that there were some findings which we could not finalize in the previous financial year. We brought them into this. So those in total, they made the findings of 88. And in that 88, I did indicate that 4 were disputed and we are still working with National Treasury. And we've merged a number of them because they are requiring the same approach of actioning, as well as the same approach of the post-audit, the POE rather. So we've merged them, or we've combined them, because they are of a similar nature. So that's why we are reporting 50. So out of the 50, we've dealt with 36 in this year. And we are working tirelessly on the 14th for us to close them. We know that there's only 2 that we would not close because of them being irregular expenditures, and we still have to deal with National Treasury in as far as the condonement is concerned. And yes, while we've mentioned 109, we have a spreadsheet that encompasses all these findings at the value of 109. Okay. Yes, there are 109. So we do have a big spreadsheet that is there, and in that spreadsheet it's categorized in those that have been achieved and those that we are still dealing with.
And then someone is not muted. Cloriso. Cloriso, is it how you spell and how you pronounce it? Are you together? Because we're getting reflection, what's called echoes from somewhere. Okay, proceed. But somebody who's got that, please, can you just attend to that extra sound that's coming from the side?
May I proceed, Chair?
Yes, please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The last one, Chair, from our side is the issue of the recovery. Yes, the debt was sitting at 133 million. We have since recovered 55.5 million of that 133. So the 77 is the money that we still yet to recover. And where does the money go? All monies that are received by departments revert back to the National Revenue Funds. Departments are not managing the money account, and the money account is only administered by National Treasury. So any other form of a revenue amount received, whether it's in the proceeds of sale or any other revenue, all of them have to revert back to National Treasury. So we transfer this money to the NRF fund. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start with the matter from Honorable Nkalipi on the CWP on Amawoti. I think that matter can easily be addressed by our teams, CWP teams, working with the Parks Department in the city of eThekwini. It shouldn't take time. Let me make it my project and follow up on it together with the city manager or the head of Parks in eThekwini. I really don't understand why it's to clean the schools, because it talks to the municipal mandate and it talks to the CWP mandate. So if Honorable Nkalipi can give us time to follow up on this matter, I will make it my own project. The matter of the cities network, has been battling and struggling financially for some time now. And Salga and ourselves, we took a decision that cities network should not continue to exist in its current form, because some of the members stop paying subscriptions and they rely on the financial contribution from us, that is COCTA. So we've been working on that process of, if you like, amalgamating cities network together with Salga, because I think they are both looking at the municipal space. And the current CEO of Salga is a former CEO of Cities Network. So it makes life easy for us to get the two organizations merged. And then the NEC of Salga will provide all the oversight and supervision on that process. Once the minister and the president of Salga have finalized the process on how Cities Network is going to be managed going forward, we can probably ask them to come and brief the committee. I think Salga will have no problem in coming to brief the committee about the future of cities network. We can do it jointly because we are managing that process together with SALGA. They're doing a lot of research work. There's a lot of good research and development work in their space that they are doing, and we would want to keep that work. It will assist us a lot beyond cities. You recall that they started focusing on cities. So their mandate is going to be expanded now that they are under SALGA. The matter of INSICA, I would urge that we don't discuss the legalities of INSICA on a public platform like this one. Safe to say that the court may have ruled on the matter of INSICA, for INSICA, but it remains to be seen whether INSICA has got the facts to institute mandamus and also to institute the letter of the summon that is required. So there's still a legal process that needs to be followed today. And I think we will be exposing ourselves as an institution to some legal liabilities if we discuss all those legalities on a public platform like this one. So I would urge that we don't go into detail, especially on the C4, what we call the C4 contract, because the matter that you're raising is around C4, which is the last contract. You'll recall that this program started many years ago, and we never concluded the process since C1, which was around 2018. We moved to C2, contract 2, Siemens contract, to contract 2 around 2021, and then contract 3 around 2023, which was ended quickly because the process was seen to be irregular. And then we had an interim arrangement of contract 4, and contract 4 ended in September last year, and we ended because we had financial challenges, and secondly, we wanted to make sure that we deal with the assets because there were quite a number of unresolved businesses which dates back to as early as 2014, 2018, and 2021. Once you leave contracts not managed properly, especially the closeout report for a very long time, you create a complication. So on C4, there are disputes between ourselves and INSICA. And this is one of the reasons why we don't want to get into details about that matter of payment, because we still think that they need to prove the point to the court. Because remember, the court may rule in your favor, but you still have to bring all those substantive issues about what you are owed, the portfolio of evidence, and they haven't done that. And our advisors, legal advisors, they have advised us on the matter. We'll be more than willing to dwell on these issues, but not in a public platform like this one, because whatever we say here may be used for or against the organization. So I would urge you, Chair, that on this one, we go slow on this one. Then the issue of financial performance versus non-financial performance, 72% expenditure, but the targets are not met. You have to look at the structure of the budget, our budget, because more than 95% of our budget is transfers to municipalities. So it's money that is not necessarily spent by us, it's spent by the receiving municipalities. So if you really want to get a sense of whether the money is performing or not, you have to look at what has been transferred. The equitable share in particular is an unconditional grant. So most municipalities who don't have a bigger revenue base, they use it to pay salaries, which is why there was a big outroar when National Treasury took a decision to withhold the equitable share of municipalities that are not paying third parties, like pension funds and other creditors. Because municipalities with no revenue base, they rely entirely on the equitable share. There are even those who will attempt to use the MIG to pay salaries, but because we have put systems in place together with National Treasury that when they use MIG, then we recover that from the equitable share. So we punish them, but we're not just punishing a municipality, we are punishing the citizens of that municipality because of poor financial management, which is an unfortunate situation. So here, there are our targets, which are largely on supporting municipalities, but not so much on the expenditure of the operational grant of municipalities or the capital grant of municipalities. But still, this is not intended to justify poor performance in Program 3. Chair, I must say we are bullish about those targets. We may not have met them, but we're convinced that those are targets that must be achieved. And remember, if we don't achieve these targets, we continue not to perform on these targets, the impact is huge. Just take the green drop as an example. If municipalities are releasing raw sewer into the streams, into the rivers, that raw sewer, it goes into the dams. And when it goes into the dams, the Department of Water and Sanitation sell that water to water boards, that untreated water, which is contaminated in our dams, to bulk, to water boards. And then water boards, they have to spend a lot of money to treat that water. And now water boards will recover the cost of treating the water from municipalities, and municipalities will recover the cost from the citizens. So it's a vicious cycle that hits the citizens, hits the municipality, hits everyone. So we have to solve that problem. We may not have met the targets now, but these are targets that we can't wish them away. I think part of the problem is that we did not gear ourselves up in year one, and DDG Duma is correct. In year one, you do planning. The bulk of what you do is about planning, following all the processes. In year two, at least you can execute and then monitor the performance. The MIG 6B work that MISA is doing is going to assist us at least to deal with some of the wastewater treatment plants that are falling apart. Because at the end of the day, we need to fix one example that everyone knows is Rooiwal in the city of Tshwane. Until you fix Rooiwal, you are going to continue to release sewer into the streams, and I'm sure you've seen that in Tshwane some of the rivers are very much contaminated. So these targets are targets that we need to achieve. In the past, COGTA probably was not contracting this way, so it's the first time that we are contracting directly to solving a practical water problem. The Department of Water and Sanitation, they're working with us on this, and we think that we will turn the picture around. We don't have to be in despair. Then the last question on my side before I hand over to the Minister and the Deputy Minister is that the Johannesburg fraudulent matter, we would want to get closer to it so that we can intervene. The good news is that we have a presidential working group in Johannesburg. I chair the work stream number 1, which is on governance and finance. So this is a matter that will probably be discussed in the work stream that I chair. But if there's any detailed information around this matter, please feel free to discuss it with us. Chairperson, if there's a question that was missed out, please feel free to indicate. We would love to respond to all the questions. At this stage, I'll hand over to the Deputy Minister and the Minister. Thank you very much.
Okay, just before the Deputy Minister and the Minister, members, we're going to be closing with the comments of the Minister. I take it we have most of our questions addressed, so we can allow the Minister, Deputy Minister to round off the discussion. I see no hands. Thank you. Let's proceed. Thank you.
But I will come back if they are not addressing it. It does not mean anything if it is a minister or deputy minister, Chair. We are a committee, they are accounting to us.
Don't get lost, Honorable Mkhalifi. I'm saying before I get them in, do you have unanswered questions? The answer is a yes or a no.
Oh,
Then
okay.
the number, if then there is no question, I still want the minister and the deputy minister to come in, but I wanted to do this so that we can close. At least if the question is not answered, the minister will still be aware. So when they come, they must know what is missing. It's fine what they would like to get themselves. So you now have a question. Give me your question then.
Oh, mina ngicela ukungena Chair.
Hayi, ngiyeza kuwena nolapho
Okay.
sikhahla nobabili. Ngizongena nobabili. Ngena Nyambos. Lapho sikhahla nawe uyalandela mama.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
So,
Okay. Labaskaka, are you going in first or ladies first?
Uyalandela.
you can go.
Lima ke Labaskaka. Okay.
All right.
No. Okay,
Mthetho first
Chair,
lapho sikhahla.
Chair, I just wanted to then connect the DG with the complainant so that this matter is resolved, because he says he is interested to hear it out. I've got the file. I want to finish him. If he can just give us his contact so that the matter is addressed, so it doesn't have to go to the minister if the DG is able to solve it. And then the Ntsiga one as well, same applies. I will also have, let's have that in camera meeting so that these matters are thrashed out in camera instead of public.
Thank you, Honorable Labuskachne.
Thank you, Chair. I am so sorry. This is actually a new question, but I don't want necessarily a response now. I just want to pose it here so that the department can take note of that and we can work on that. I totally agree that the pollution of water is a big issue. I raised a written question to the Department of Water and Sanitation on how many directives has been issued to municipalities right across the country from 2019 to 2024. The answer I got back was 164 municipalities received directives from water and sanitation on the pollution of freshwater resources with sewage. Then I asked the Department of Cocta if they are aware of the part of municipalities who received directives, and they gave me an answer back, and they said they are aware of 8 municipalities. I also asked Cocta what the steps would be, and they gave me a good answer on that. Now, I've listened very carefully today, and that's why I've just waited until now. So there's also, and I know what I've picked up here is there's no transversal communication between very important departments. I know it's from 2019. I also did a follow-up to water and sanitation, asking what was the reaction of the municipalities, how many of these cases has been solved and how many is still open, and what would be the implication thereof. So I've also got an answer back on that just 2 weeks ago. And there's a lot of these cases being solved. There's a lot of them working on it and ongoing monitoring, but there are quite a lot of them that if the municipalities is not going to answer, it's going to end up in criminal cases. So I would like the Department of Cocta to liaise in one of these work streams or what, a way forward to find a way that we don't work in isolation, because with all these hard work that's been put in to try and rectify these things, and the department's not even aware of the municipalities, and I can understand why not, because the directive is going to the department, to the municipality and not to the department. But I think that's an issue that we have to also address. Thank you, Chair.
I think the minister will comment on that. So thank you very much. So that brings the end to all the questions. If there's anything, DG, you deal with that, and then we go to the minister, deputy minister.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. Honorable Labuschagne, you are spot on that matter of the directives. We do have an action plan on all these directives that were given to municipalities. We can share that information with you. It's been presented to a number of public platforms, which municipalities were criminally charged and which municipalities have implemented corrective action. I think we presented that to you in the last quarter as well. We can show you the list of the municipalities and what we are planning to do in those municipalities. DDG Duma is correct that there's a lot of work that has been done, but we are not at the level where we can report. The other one, Chair, I think there's one question that we missed out earlier, and that one is on the assets that are still with the service providers, CWP assets. I want to assure the committee that we know where all of our assets are, and we have transferred some of the assets. We're still engaging some of the service providers, mainly in Zika, on the assets. And one of the reasons why we're not paying is because as part of the credit strategy on our side, credit management strategy on our side, we need to complete the reconciliation of the retention fees and then pay once we know that all the assets are back to our side. So we can't pay and then only to discover that the assets are not there and they have not been transferred. So that's one issue that we're discussing within SICA, and we have been discussing within SICA almost every week. Last week we met with them. We agreed on how to manage that process. We're meeting them this week again to discuss some of the outstanding issues within SICA. And the CFO and myself have been in those meetings and providing leadership. We will share the contact details with Honorable Mteto so that we can receive that information. The one on INSICA, the legalities, we've got all the information there. We have been advised by our legal teams on how to deal with it. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll hand back to you or to the Minister, sorry.
Maybe before that, let's just clarify this. You were saying you have a problem discussing issue in this platform. Is that a virtual platform or is that a committee meeting? Because the Honorable Member Mteto has proposed a confidential or in committee meeting, which then we'll have to arrange it differently from this, where you'll have to come in with that information. So what exactly is the issue with the platform? Is it the format of the meeting, or is it a matter of a meeting itself? In other words, if we were to get this in committee, that's different to virtual platform like this.
We would prefer physical in committee meeting, Chairperson, on our side. That's the platform.
You shall have it.
Yes.
You shall have it. Go prepare, you shall have it. And when you are ready, probably in another week, we should be able to get you back, no problem. We'll have a meeting in person, then you'll be covered. We'll have the rules of in-committee meeting where everything is all confidential, then we are able to deal with it. Thank you. Thank you. Then, Honorable Deputy Minister and Minister.
Well, thank you very much.
No, Honorable Chair, the Deputy Minister will come first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, Ukabazele, and members of the Portfolio Committee, for having this engagement since this morning up until now. We have really worked very hard for our salaries, as it was indicated early in the morning. I think it was a very good engagement. It does demonstrate the extent to which we are all committed to reposition the local government administration and the system in the country. Just to start by commenting on the last point, which was raised with regard to wastewater treatment works and the information required and probable challenges related thereto, and the need for this area to be given a very close attention it deserves, given its seriousness. The Deputy Minister in the Department of Water and Sanitation delegated to deal with this matter. We are in close engagements, and in fact, we are planning to have a joint ministerial discussion so that the relevant officials from both sides of our departments could be in a better position to give this matter a much more closer attention going forward, so that there is no disconnect and probable reporting of different figures and reportings to various areas of oversight. So in the next coming days, that joint platform of engagement will be convened as a mechanism that we have realized that it was very important to, at the political level between the two departments, we need to have that much closer working relationship. And those of us who have been assigned these responsibilities should be able to close that gap. So it's a matter that is receiving our attention going forward. Probably with the meetings that are coming between the department and as well as the water and sanitation, including the platforms that they are convening, they will equally important provide a platform to further work out on mechanisms over and above whatever that applies at the moment, but to strengthen those systems of engagement so that collectively and jointly we can be able to preside over this matter much more closer from the point of oversight, but as well as management of the systems from the two departments. I think that area of administrative and leadership provision is receiving the necessary attention. Equally important, just to comfort members who raise concerns about the performance of Program 2, which is very much strategic, if not primary, to the local government operations, and the extent to which it has recorded underperformance from time to time, and to a point where the DG was able to place this matter on record in this meeting. It's an issue that equally important is receiving our attention. In fact, from the quarterly review discussion that we are having internally in the department, we have since taken a firm decision that we're going to be working very close to this program, singling out in terms of continuous engagements to make sure that it does perform up to the expectations, because that analysis and the realization has been made that there is need to have this program well attended to in terms of closeness. So already we have had serious discussions, and they are ongoing to want to make sure that its performance singularly does improve. So I thought I need to also give comfort to members of the committee with regard to performance of Program 2 going forward. We take note, Honorable Chairperson, on the matters of concerns raised with regard to the expenditure management and the percentage thereof recorded thus far vis-a-vis the pending targets that have not been met in almost all the programs of the department, which constitute a particular percentage of performance vis-a-vis more than 70% expenditure that has been reported and commented on. So these are matters which obviously would not escape our attention going forward broadly as we try to perfect the effectiveness of the systems, and therefore position the administration accordingly so that the targets identified and agreed upon are able to be met, and we are able to make sure that we account correctly on the expenditure related to concrete performance that would be able to make us to take the system to another level of performance. So these continuous internal engagements of various programs most probably will afford us an opportunity to earlier detect where there could be some difficulties or serious challenges for speedier attention, if not quick management of those matters. So I thought I should comment on this point, Honorable Chairperson. Equally, with matters relating to the community works program, mindful of the fact that not only limited to the point you have requested, that we need to have an in-committee meeting. I think that one will be subjected to that platform once it is convened for a much more closer engagement. But at the policy level, to manage the complexities and the difficulties we've been dealing with in the past few months, we have since taken a decision to revisit the policy management of this program because of concerns and issues that are emerging from labor in particular on their uncomfortable posturing with regard to probable decisions that ought to have been taken at some point but had to be halted subject to those processes by ourselves together with National Treasury. So we're planning a workshop very soon with labor and other stakeholders in the sector so that we can have a much more appreciation of the importance of the program, but also the need to have a well-defined, agreed upon policy framework that will have a very clear policy pointers, cornerstones, which will become the mainstay of this policy framework on CWP, whether these issues still remain foundational on how we manage the CWP program going forward. So that pending program, most probably working together with the unions existing in the sector, will afford us an opportunity to clarify our thoughts and therefore readjust this framework accordingly going forward with regard to these matters. Be that as it may, Honorable Chairperson, members of the committee, I think taking it from the discussions that we've had ever since this morning on all those other areas of the department, we are quite certain that the decisions made this morning, references made, and the pending information so much required for further submission on issues of traditional leadership, those issues around MISA, including the Spaza shop discussions earlier. I think there's a whole package of pending information required will be made available. But key and above them all, if not uppermost equally, the question which was also raised earlier on whether or what is the strategic existence and importance of MISA. I think that point remains very valid and important so that we make MISA as an instrument of support intervention capacity going forward so that those of our municipalities which are struggling in terms of systems capacity, but also planning and architectural capacities, this entity should be able to play that strategic role because equally it accounts for a massive involvement of huge sums of monies in the country for our municipalities to spend and therefore deliver services to our people. It remains our fundamental responsibility as COGTA nationally through our varied systems of support and intervention to trigger these existing units into proper discussions. I fully also agree with what the Director General explained with regard to the question that was raised about the South African Cities Network, that it's an organization which was established in 2002 with a primary purpose to make sure that cities of our country can have a platform of common interest on matters of governance, on matters of challenges, and other related issues of their existence and functionality, and therefore the platform was appropriate for them to deal with those matters. Over time, obviously, because of contemporary developments, both internal and external, it has had its own difficulties, and therefore the processes working together with SALGA relates to what the DG has said, which seems to want to suggest the future of this particular entity so that it can be able to either wind up or become some substructure or a sub-organ of SALGA, but the manner in which it will be remodeled remains the political responsibility and management capabilities of SALGA. as an association of municipalities, mindful that it is also an association of cities, though it has been characterized differently, but it serves the same purpose as organized local government in the country. With these few words, Chair, like I said, we really appreciate the discussions as unfolded ever since this morning. We remain committed consciously, and therefore, with the ingenuity, we will continue to move forward and take this process to where the committee would want us to, as you play oversight, but also advancing our primary mandate to reposition the department and its levers of administrative instruments. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I had requested the Deputy Minister to make the summation as he has done, and as he has indicated, all the matters that were raised were noted, and we will take those that will need a response, give the response from morning to the afternoon, and sooner for in-person meeting in relation to the case. We will hear from you, Honorable Chair. Thank you. The engagement was constructive and taking forward the work of the department. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I do also want to concur with the summation that you have put through. The only one portion that I would say, I hear the Deputy Minister is complaining that he doesn't always work so hard for his salary. So he can just trust on us to repeat this kind of experience so that he should not have a guilty conscience when he gets his salary. So we will make arrangements. In the meantime, let me then suggest that we thank the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the DGs and all the officials for the whole day presentation. It was certainly quite exhaustive, and it was also quite informative. And I think from the point of view of the committee, we also do feel that we have had quite a good engagement. So with those words, I would like to say thank you. We would suggest that a meeting, that the team should be ready for a meeting next week. But we'll give you details about that. But at this point, I'd like to say to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the Directors General and the whole team, we would like to excuse you at this point. For honorable members, we're only left with one issue, and that is next week's program, what's happening. So there are a few changes which we need to discuss. So let's allow the Minister and his team to exit as we proceed with the rest of the last item on the agenda. Thank you very much, Minister, and the whole Cooperative family. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable, thank you. Honorable members, there are a few changes that have come to our attention for next week. It would appear the NSG is not ready to proceed with the 2 days. There are a few issues which need to be cleaned out. One of them has to do with the gas that they would have loved that they must come and address us. They've not been able to secure them, and so that delays things a bit. And it also appears that there's quite a bit of heckling that has to happen in relation to negotiating the price for the event. And so we then have a challenge in that those 2 days won't be now used for the School of Governance and the capacity building. We're going to have to reschedule it, but we're going to work with them because it looks like their preparations do need a bit of invitations of certain people who must be aligned before they can come and meet us. So that's not a crisis. Our proposal then, honorable members, is okay, the second issue is that on the third, on the second, there's a full debate on budget, which is taking place in the afternoon, which requires all of us to be here. So we want to propose that next Tuesday we have a meeting in person, and then we can then bring in the COCTA team to come and respond to the issues which are for an in-committee discussion. And I'd also like the members to guide. I'll hear from Shireen what you've got, but we've got 2 reports that we're supposed to conclude, and one is Gauteng oversight visit, the other one is Free State. Now, we could use that next week for that. Then the question which we would like the members to also consider is whether we do that now or we can do it at any other time later. There's enough work to be done, but to do some of the work in some of those discussions in a virtual meeting, because we might want to invite some of those cities to be in attendance, and so we could have a discussion about what's happening in Johannesburg, and they are actually in attendance on a virtual meeting. So I'm just leaving that to be the flexibility with which we should approach next week. But Shireen, let's see, what have you got?
Thank you, Chairperson. We did put on the agenda for next week that we might want to do the discussion and the adoption of the reports. Let me just share, because so Monday we won't have any meeting. Then on Tuesday we look at the discussion of the reports, but now that the department said we can have a meeting soon on the MISA issue, we can make an application to the House Chairperson to have an in-committee meeting. And seeing that next week is full day, there's no sitting in the afternoon on Tuesday, maybe we can then, after the discussion with the MISA, maybe take another few minutes to look at the report or how we're going to be taking the reports forward. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, sorry.
Yeah. Can I also come in after the member?
You will all come
Yeah.
in. Yes, you will all come in just now. All right, let's leave it at that. We just need to align our thinking, so we've kept it flexible for that purpose because of the change on the 31st of National School of Governance. So I've had Labus Kahne, Mkalipi, Direko. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So what the proposal is now that we will have a meeting on the 1st of April in the morning. And is there a proposal that we should go on in the afternoon as well? Is that what I've heard?
The current proposal is 9 to 1, but we can, on the suggestion of the members, we can take the whole day because we were destined for the whole day in any case. So we're not going to be firm. You can just suggest what you think. Keep thinking, Mkalipi.
Chair, I just want to understand this thing of in committee. Why must we have a meeting in committee? Because we are the committee that is public. And especially if you are dealing with a matter that concerns public, it must be processed publicly in order for the members of the public able to know what is happening and follow. Can I be clarified and persuaded about this proposal?
Okay, I will not try to persuade you. I will just indicate what I thought I heard from the DG. Now, what's happening is this. There's a case by Intsiga, and Intsiga took the department to court. The Intsiga won the case, and then the department is supposed to pay Intsiga. Now, somewhere in the judgment, there's a phrase that says the respondent can take a mandamus to court, which means they've won the case, they are entitled to being paid, but then they must go and force the department to pay. Now, what the department is arguing, they are arguing that, okay, if they want to force us to go to court, then they got to do 1, 2, 3, prove 1, 2, 3, whatever. So they don't want the meeting to be public in case they let slip something that we will ask them, and they might have wanted to deal with this issue in court as part of their submissions. That's what I understood. Now, whether it is correct or not that we should be in committee, we can go by the experience here. But if they are worried that they will be compromised, then it will be a consideration of the committee. But also, if we decide we don't want them in committee, want them to be in public, then we might end up having to get a legal opinion between the two of us. So I don't think we want to go that route. I think we must just see how we understand each other, and then we want the information. We want to know what's happening. That's the main thing. So does that help in any way? Then you can ask the question.
No, it helps. It helps, Chair. So therefore, it's us who want this information. That's why the department wants to come and explain, but not to divulge some information that can compromise them in a process for court processes. Is that the understanding?
Correct. We see, we asked the question. Now, Honorable Mteto was asking about a number of direct pointed questions. Who is now liable for the interest? What is the minister's role in this? What is going to be his response? And all of that. Now, if, let's say, Intsiga decide to go on a mandamus in court, they will also be entitled to use information that was given to the committee as part of what their evidence would be or their submissions would be. It's open information. So now we can decide on two things between us. Either we don't rush this and do it later, but we still do it in committee, or wait until the matter goes to court and then only then they talk to us. But it's up to us what we want to do. If that is the case, we can do it now, which is next week, or can do it later. It's up to the committee. So I think you can just give me a sense, because it should be possible to manage whatever way. My sense would have been, let's deal with this issue and get over and done with. And then we can proceed after that. Then we would have had that meeting in the morning, and then after that we can engage the reports. But if we feel we have got enough stamina, as I'm feeling right now after this long day, and I can feel the members are like that, we could then structure there's a lot of stuff we need to pull back from the program that can be dealt with as well.
Chair.
Did I go? Sir Mkaripa, are you fine?
Yes, Chair. I wanted to propose that let us allow the court processes on this matter. I agree with you that there's a lot of issues that we must process, including the Joburg one that we postponed today. If we can bring the Johannesburg one on Tuesday next week, I think we'll have sufficient time to process their reports. Thanks, Chair.
Wait. You want Gauteng people to come here, or you want to engage them, or how do you want to deal with that?
No, Chair, there was a matter that was supposed to be discussed today. And then we agreed with you that since they gave us a long report, which will be unfair to us as members. So when I look at this proposal that is put as agenda for next week, we are dealing with only 2 items, which is the report of Gauteng and Free State. So I was proposing that maybe we can allow the MEC and the Johannesburg mayor, because there are issues that are very crucial that they must come and the reports to the committee if the time allows. That is my proposal, Chair.
That's fine. Thank you. Let's get the other comment. Honorable Direko.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Since on Tuesday we don't have a parliament sitting, I would propose that we add more item if possible and spend the whole day on the committee meeting so that we can catch up on other things that we really need to discuss as a committee.
Thank you. That's fine. Then, Labuskachne, you were thinking aloud. I stopped you.
Chair, thank you very much. I do support the proposal for the Johannesburg thing. I am just not sure if I support a whole day until like today, because we also have the next day a plenary that can also extend. But if I'm in the minority, then it's okay. I had to rearrange my whole program for next week, so I can just adjust a little bit further as well.
Thank you very much. You know what, honorable members, what has happened next week, we're not having NSG. So we've got a Monday, which as members have liked to have it, will be used for our constituency. Then the Tuesday was anyway a committee day, full day. Why don't I persuade the members to consider that we have just changed the agenda, but the day is still available? We may then try and make it such that it does not end at 5:30 or 5:50 like today. In fact, we are now almost 5:50. Then it ends a little earlier if the members don't get too inspired in the meantime and drag it further. Then we can have a meeting that stretches from morning. We don't end at 1. We can go up till about 3-ish. We can load a few issues and clear some of our stuff. Why don't we do it like that?
I think that's what we are proposing as well, Chair.
Wonderful, wonderful. I can read your minds, from a distance I can. Thank you. So what we will do, we will look at these 2 items of the agenda and then go on to deal with we'll probably put 1 or 2 other items and then we've got the whole day agenda, but we'll just try and make sure it doesn't end exactly at 5. It ends a bit early. And then we spent enough time to go through the Gauteng report, then the Free State report. We just need to think through this one about how much do we want. If we have read the report, we could also indicate how much do we want of the Gauteng, of the Johannesburg to come here. Do we want Pretoria as well, the Tshwane? Do we want Merafong as well? Merafong, do we want Maluti Apofung as well? Because it's a meeting in person, it might be a bit tricky, but nevertheless, let's keep that as just part of what, as we move, we're going to refine quickly. But for our own diaries, we've got a whole day meeting. We do Gauteng, we do Free State, we do 2 other items, and then we will then try and contain it. Then I will relate to the members to see how we can manage the issue of inviting the other people to come into our meeting. I would be very happy if by now all the members would have read the reports, because we'll be very clear what we want from them, what issues we want to deal with them. So what you might want to do in the next day or so is to send me your sense. There are specific things for which we want these leaders to come here. Then they will then invite them. But we need to send the invitation tomorrow.
Yes, Chair. And next week, Sharon must update us about our Denmark, please.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable members, please show your faces. Let's try and bring this meeting to a closure. Thank you. You can't go home without a smile. You must all smile. Honorable Mtetwa, no sulking faces. Who's there? Ndamase, Honorable Labuskachne, Direko. Everyone must leave the sitting smiling. Where's Direko? Sompa.
Umuhle
Yeah.
uNdamase Chair. Wenza njani?
Yam, wena ungasho. Le Eastern Cape kunendaba. Honorable Direko, your face. Honorable Sompa. Oh, those faces have disappeared. All right, honorable members, thank you very much. We will send you the detailed agenda. You will send me areas where you think you want these particular municipalities and provinces to be in attendance. We'll send the invitation to them tomorrow. So send me as much of that information before the end of, let's say, till sometime tomorrow morning. Then we'll close the meeting at that. But otherwise, thank you, members. I like your energy. Let's close this meeting whilst we're still in a good mood. The meeting is adjourned. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you, Chair. Bye.
Thank
you, Honorable Chair.
I forgot to
Prefix
open.
Mkalipi, prefix.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable Ndamase. Inkumkani.
All right.
Kanjani manje la? Olive. Yes.